attack for this. Just the past pennies there. It's over. Fernando Cifuentes has found it.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep. Close combat onto a Mungus. Is that enough? Yes! Jump across, gets the knockout. Defeats Voltua.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Gets the look down. Can you look down the wish cash where he has a little bit of health left? Oh! 1 HP left. I know it's over.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
It's a chilly morning here in Wisconsin, but nevertheless a great one to be a Pokemon fan because we're bringing you day 2 of the Pokemon GO Milwaukee Regional Championship. My name is Softoph, and I'm here joined by my delightful colleague, Homeslice Henry.
It's been an amazing day 1 of battles here in Milwaukee, and the action's only heating up here in day number 2 as these battlers look to claim the title and the glory of being Milwaukee Regional Champion.
Well, we're just about at the halfway point of the Milwaukee Regional Championships, but we're way past that in terms of the broader 2025 schedule. We're here in Milwaukee, and as you can see, there's really just one regional left, and then we're off to the races with NAIC, and then, of course, it's all leading up to Anaheim in August.
And to punch your ticket to the World Championships, it's all about those championship points. We are now into the top 16, which means every battler left in this tournament can earn at minimum 160 championship points. But if you get that coveted first place, you get 350 championship points, a massive haul.
And we're definitely gunning for all those championship points with only the top 75 qualifying to Worlds, but that's not the only way to qualify for Worlds, as winning an event outright will also get you there. Let's take a look at some of these trainers who are the top in North America at accumulating those championship points. Some of those event winners like Out of Pocket, Elong, Junebug, and Rise to Occasion leading the leaderboard, and some of them are also here today in Milwaukee.
Rise to Occasion has a downward trending arrow next to his name, but with all the championship points he is going to be getting from today's regional, he can definitely climb his way back up into that top 3.
Tons of talented trainers from all around the world have been working on getting those championship points throughout the season. These are some of our top trainers in Europe. We see the EUIC champion Patoman at the top, and then tons of big names like Anataquins, Paul Asha, PvP David kind of rounding out this top 16 right here.
And not only North America and Europe, but we have some unbelievable trainers as well in the LATAM region. And I believe number 1 worldwide, Marto Galde, who has felt just unstoppable in the 2025 season.
And Marto Galde, of course, with 3rd place at the World Championships last year, which actually already got him an automatic invite to Anaheim's World Championships, because you can get an invite to the World Championships automatically, of course, by being top 4 at Worlds, winning an event, or I believe also having a top placement at an IC, like all of the trainers on the screen here.
And there's so many trainers who have already gotten that Worlds qualification secured. We have several who are even here today, Out of Pocket, already rise to the occasion. So they've already locked in their spot for Worlds, and whoever's winning this tournament will get to lock in another spot.
Tons of great plays yesterday from trainers like Rise to Occasion, who we saw already has that automatic invite. But let's take a look at some of our other highlights from day number 1. I believe we're starting with the spiciest matchup of the day here.
Elmo is innocent with the Shadow Blastoise. Shadow Pokemon, always high risk, high reward. You are losing bulk by running the Shadow Pokemon, but you get access to a lot, 20% extra damage to really apply pressure and pull those Protect Shields away from your opponent.
I feel like these really high-octane situations often come from matchups where we see the Shadow Pokemon on both sides, and here we see the Shadow Primeape that actually, I think, really shined in this matchup for Teddy Bear, as well as in a lot of teams throughout yesterday's battles.
And the most hype matchup of the day, Sustenance Eater versus Iomero. Sustenance Eater getting the catch, the switch onto that Tinkaton. And in the end game, the race here, super effective Fairy Wind versus Psywave, but it's the Psywave that takes the win and gets Sustenance Eater to day 2.
And top matchup here, this is Out of Pocket's path to day 2. He had to take down S. James P21, one of the best trainers in North America. These two have actually been in a couple of grand finals together, and this is Out of Pocket winning an incredibly close game. You see that catch on the Diggersby, which really seals the deal, and these trainers were just going back and forth throughout the series yesterday, making catch after catch.
And there's been some really standout Pokemon for the trainers who have made day 2 so far. One could even call them MVP Pokemon, where just no matter the circumstance, they're being brought and they are performing exceptionally well.
That's right, we saw Out of Pocket with the Malamar kind of taking down S. James P21's Jumpluff. I also have Nighttime Clasher with the Malamar, who I believe is running almost the exact same team as Out of Pocket. Do you want to talk a little bit about Snots and his Corviknight?
He's been able to pilot that Corviknight extremely well. Corviknight feels like primarily a defensive Pokemon where it really relies on that steel flying defensive typing and its incredible amount of resistances to really shut down a lot of those common meta threats like Tinkaton.
Yeah, Corviknight's a really interesting Pokemon because it feels pretty neutral across the board and really safe into a lot of teams, but it's actually not one of the most used Pokemon just because some of those neutral matchups are a little bit uncomfortable for it. But let's take a look at what Pokemon are the most used here in day number 2.
Wow, Tinkaton 75%. It was at 39% day 1, almost doubling in usage for day 2. And there's a Pokemon missing here, so where did Azumarill go?
Yeah, it pretty much dropped off the board because of that Tinkaton you see, and that's 12 out of our 16 trainers here who are using Tinkaton. But let's take a look at those 16 trainers who did end up making it to day 2, starting with looking at the winner's side of the bracket. We have August Isley versus Snots as our very first matchup, followed by Rise to Occasion and Sustenance Eater. I know you are really looking out for Vergiberg there, a very OG member of the community, so we've got a really great mix of veteran trainers here, veteran GBL players, as well as some newer names.
And on the loser side of the bracket as well, there's some really tough competitors. Out of Pocket, regional champion, an international champion, and we also have the C2U, who is known for making these absolutely jaw-dropping losers runs. So we have some unbelievable battles awaiting us.
It'd be really exciting to see a loser's bracket run, but one of those 16 trainers will be joining us on this graphic here. These are our NA regional champions so far. I think Rise to Occasion, the only one on this graphic that is still in the tournament actually. So we'll have to see if he can be like Elam and kind of get another picture of himself on there.
It was very nice of Elam to decide to take the weekend off so that way someone else gets a turn to win a regional championship. He's just felt unstoppable this season. But you can follow along with all of the action here at Pokemon.com/broadcast. There's so much information available here, and it's just a really great resource.
I definitely have that website bookmarked. It has all the information for upcoming broadcasts for all the games, but make sure to also follow along with us on the social channels. We love hearing from you. #PlayPokemon. We're on YouTube and Twitch streaming, but we also love to hear your posts on Twitter, Instagram, and all these other channels.
And if you do end up sharing some tweets with us, whatnot, those can actually end up on the broadcast later as well. So definitely stay involved, stay engaged, because we've got some incredible battles awaiting us.
Definitely. Well, let's not wait any further for those incredible battles. Nick and Stephanie, take it away.
Thank you so much, Soph and Henry. I am Stephanie Christine, and I am joined here by Nick, and we are ready for those incredible battles that you mentioned. We have so many great competitors today. We have competitors who have multiple wins under their belt, as well as some trainers who are looking for that breakout performance.
One thing I did want to comment on, I felt a little bit left out. They did comment on all 3 caster MVP picks except mine. The Typhlosion, which I'm wearing today from Silent Beast, a little bit of a opposition compared to the defensive Corviknight. Typhlosion, a very offensive Pokemon, Thunder Punch and Blast Burn, packing a punch.
I am ready to get into these battles, so let's go ahead for everybody at home and in the audience. Let's review the format so we can get right in.
The 2025 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokémon GO matches to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. The competition is fierce and the strategy is key. This tournament spans 2 intense days of action, where our trainers battle it out in a double elimination bracket using the Great League format. Every match is a best-of-3 clash, but the stakes get even higher in the winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals, where the action extends to a best-of-5 showdown. Trainers will be strategizing in a bring 6, pick 3 format, each one carefully selecting a team of 6 Pokemon, but only 3 will enter the fray in each game. Every choice could be the difference between victory and defeat. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit Pokemon.com/play.
Thank you, Speediest, for that introduction to our format today. It is going to be those top cut battles. We are down to just 16 players. We have 2 players on stage who are ready to get battling, and I see on their teams that they do have the defensive Corviknight, so we'll have to see how that Pokemon's able to play out here in this first set.
I'm really curious to see if the Tinkatons are going to be able to win prizing for these trainers. Because remember, these trainers are on the stage. They are fighting not just for the championship points, not just for the glory, but also they get prizing as well for competing. First place, $2,500 and 108 booster packs.
We looked at the overall bracket. Let's take a closer look at each of the pairings that we'll have on our winners side of the bracket here. It's going to be up first, August Isley versus Snots, followed by Rise to Occasion and Sustenance Eater, Silent Beast Vergiverg, and Nighttime Clasher versus Great Wolf.
And these battles are all looking really good. I love to see both Sustenance Eater and Nighttime Clasher on the winner's side of the bracket. I think it's possible that we could see the 2 brothers go head-to-head.
Yeah, I think it was called out yesterday. We won't see it all the way until the winner's final, so they're going to have to win through a couple of matches in order to get that brother versus brother rivalry. We'll see which one of them's able to pilot the same exact team a little bit better, and potentially, if Out of Pocket's able to make a run through the losers bracket, maybe we'll have all 3 teams in the best of 5 matches be the same exact team, minus, of course, Out of Pocket. I heard he's got a bit of a skill issue, doesn't have a great Shadow Jump Bluff.
Yeah, I think he's also running a different moveset on his Lapras, I think, as well. So we will have to see. Out of Pocket is my pick to win the whole thing. I love a loser's bracket run. I pretty much always pick someone from the loser side of the bracket. I know it makes it a little tougher on me to actually win, have my pick win, but I think if anyone can do it, I think it's Out of Pocket.
All right, well, I think the people at home are tired of us yapping. Let's go ahead and head to the stage where you have August Isley facing off against Snots. As I had called out, Snots does have that Corviknight, a very defensive Pokemon, but there is a great answer on the side of August Isley. Of course, it's going to be... Sorry, I said that a little bit too early. There aren't any 2 great answers. I think Lapras is going to be fairly safe. I was originally thinking Tinkaton because, of course, Tinkaton makes its hammer out of Corviknights, but as we've seen time and time again, Corviknight is pretty favored in that matchup. Of course, Sand Attack doing super effective damage to the Steel typing of that Tinkaton. Tinkaton's Fairy Wind's being resisted by the Steel typing of that Corviknight, so it's not a very great matchup for that Tinkaton.
And our battlers are getting ready. They are getting locked in, taking their notes, and ready to battle. I'm excited. I think we're going to see a lot of that Corviknight on the side of Snots. I'm excited to see if he can pilot it to win this tournament. We have on the field of battle, we have Claydol into Corviknight. What do you think of this matchup, Nick?
It's actually a little bit deceptive. I believe in the Zero Shield matchup, the Claydol is able to eke a win out just going straight Rock Tomb, or maybe you go Rock Tomb into Ice Beam. Either way, you're super bulky, able to take the Sky Attack. You're taking neutral damage from the Sand attacks, and you're able to lower the attack stat of this Corviknight with the Rock Tombs, shoring up the matchup as it goes longer and longer.
Typically, I really like the combination here of Furret and Tinkaton. I think they're a great core together. I'm not sure if it's going to work out as well here. I think that Furret of Snots would have really preferred to be up against this Claydol.
Absolutely. It'll still fare fairly well against the Malamar in the back, but it really would not want to get paired up against that Jumpluff, as Jumpluff Fairy Winds are going to be doing good neutral damage, and access to Acrobatics is going to do a lot of good neutral damage as well. We see that Snots is actually barely able to get to this Iron Head. It's going to threaten a shield from August Isley, willing to put that up in order to maintain switch advantage and land this Rock Tomb barely into the Furret, surviving that second Sucker Punch and able to have its attack lowered here by the Rock Tomb.
I think that shield was pretty worth it, in my opinion, being able to maintain switch advantage, debuff the Furret, and launch a charged attack. So sacrificing a shield to get all of that benefit. Here we have the Malamar, but now August is in a tough position because you don't really want to switch your Tinkaton into this either. So Malamar, we're going to be seeing debuffing right away into with a superpower, and actually switching right in to the Jumpluff. Jumpluff doesn't have a great matchup here.
Typically it doesn't, but I found out a little bit of information this morning. Apparently the non-Shadow Jumpluff wins the Zero Shield matchup into the Tinkaton, which is very surprising because the Shadow Jumpluff has really awful matchup against it. The Acrobatics just not doing that much damage, and you're taking so much neutral damage back. However, it's looking like this Tinkaton is pacing quite well to these play roughs. It's going to throw at the charge attack tie on this next Acrobatics. August Isley recognizing, okay, Snots is playing quite well. He got that charge attack tie. I'm okay no shielding this. I don't think the play rough's going to knock out, and I don't think the Acrobatics will either, but you can just see how much closer this matchup is with a non-Shadow Jumpluff.
Maybe that's a little bit of the trick. Maybe that's why Out of Pocket's running the non-Shadow Jumpluff as well. And then we see that quick swap in. The trainers decided we're done with this Jumpluff Tinkaton matchup. Let's get into something a little more exciting. Furret versus Malamar. Furret's going to be trying to raise its attack through Trailblaze to have those Sucker Punches continue to do more damage. The Malamar is getting deep into the red. It's going to try to get 2 attacks that it can fire almost back to back, but August is not quite at that second attack yet, just maybe a Psy Wave or 2 away.
Great timing from August there, throwing before the Swift was ready, putting up the shield to deny the knockout here. Going to be able to reach the next charge attack, but will that provide Snots the ability to get a farm down with his Tinkaton? If we recall, I believe the Jumpluff is energy dry as well as the Tinkaton. Maybe the Tinkaton has 1 or 2 Fairy Winds. We see an immediate switch out. No, it is actually quite loaded on energy, able to reach the play rough. This is going to be a knockout. I think, you know, potentially we've been talking so much about how bad Bulldoze is a move. Maybe the Bulldoze is able to knock out from this point as well. It's triple resisted, bad move, but Fairy Wind down now is coming. We saw just how impactful Malamar's same type attack bonus Psy Waves were yesterday. However, it wasn't quite enough to secure the victory, and Snots takes it 1-0.
Yeah, Snots, it seemed like, was really in control of that entire battle. August, I think, made a lot of really good plays, recognizing that his Jumpluff, being a non-Shadow, was going to have a little bit better of the matchup into that Malamar. It came down just really close to the end there.
Absolutely. It was a very tight match in the end. We got to see Corviknight able to pull the shield with that final Iron Head. The the exact Corviknight that Snots has chosen to bring is able to survive a little bit longer, take a little bit more damage. Pulling that shield ended up being so influential in this end game. Shielding up the superpower is a little bit surprised, but that August did throw the superpower right away. I wasn't necessarily expecting him to pivot into the Jumpluff, but we saw that pivot. The matchup played out, but the extra health that was remaining on that Tinkaton really is what secured the game here for Snots.
Yeah, Snots Tinkaton worked really, really well. Even in the main series game, Tinkaton and Corviknight don't necessarily play nice together, but they worked out well for Snots to run in the same line.
You could say they play rough.
They do play rough. And now, what can August possibly do to get around that combination? Tinkaton and Furret, I do think it is a really great combination, even though maybe Furret was a little misaligned to where it wanted to be throughout that matchup. Still worked out really well for Snots. I'm wondering what August can do differently.
It's tough. A lot of those matchups were pretty neutral. The Claydol into the Corviknight was fairly neutral. The non-Shadow Jumpluff into the Tinkaton was also fairly neutral. The Malamar into the Furret, also fairly neutral. I think maybe just allowing himself to lose that initial matchup, getting the farm down himself would be what allows him to secure victory. I'm getting a little bit of deja vu here. It looks like we have the same exact teams for both of our trainers, and we'll see if either one decides to play this beginning matchup differently. August Isley now going to shield the Sky attack as opposed to the Ironhead, maybe opting to utilize the shield at the first charge attack to save a little bit of more health, as the Rock Tomb debuff is not yet applied.
That could change everything. We'll have to see how much impact that is going to have in this match. And again, Furret would have, I think, been a lot happier to see that Claydol in the lead. But perhaps by making that shielding adjustment, Claydol could come out victorious in this matchup. So now comfortably can let this next Sky attack go, recognizing that it's going to be doing a little bit less. Actually going right for the Ice Beam here, potentially looking for the knockout. Looks like potentially, are we going to see the Corviknight go down? We do. Claydol stands tall, but actually August immediately going for the swab when seeing the Furret, and then here is Tinkaton.
Yeah, I think Snots was trying to catch an aerial ace there on his own Tinkaton. Unfortunately, August Isley was very patient, going now just for the acrobatics. Up a shield, however, in the back, the Claydol is still there, quite healthy, has a good amount of energy, so it's going to provide August Isley a little bit more play this game. He's going to be able to potentially land a late game debuff that can't be cleared. Snots, I think, is in a significantly worse position this game than he was in game number 1.
Yeah, we talk about yesterday, hindsight is 20/20. Well, when you get an opportunity like, how could I have done that differently? And then you immediately get the opportunity to try it a little differently. Let's see how well this plays out for August.
Interesting throw here by August Isley. That was actually one fairy win before he reached the acrobatics. Throwing the aerial ace here is going to not pull a shield. Maybe he was afraid of the play rough throw by Snots. Now it is a charge attack tie on the next aerial ace. No shield from August Isley. This play rough should be enough to pick up the knockout, and it's going to mean that Snots is able to carry a good amount of energy into this next matchup.
Yeah, but this, and Snots having all this energy is going to be able to throw a play rough here before August is going to be able to mud slap down, and actually just kind of lets the Claydol go.
Going to get a few more fairy wins. I'm not sure he'll be able to reach a play rough. Yes, barely able to reach a play rough. I have to imagine August Isley will shield here. He needs to shield. This is super effective damage. The Furt does not have access to any super effective damage. He's going to now have a more than a superpower built up, and it's going to become a little bit of a baiting game. Snots immediately no shields the first charge attack, saying, I don't think you're going to throw a superpower this early, and makes the correct call.
Yeah, and August kind of nods like, oh, okay, I see you, I see you. Because, yeah, Malamar now needs to be able to throw at least 2 more charge attacks, 1 for the shield and 1 for the knockout. And August kind of shaking his head, not knowing if he's going to be able to get there. This Swift is going to come very close to knocking out.
And even if it was a superpower at this point in time, I don't think it would have been quite enough to pick up a knockout. Of course, now that another charge attack is available, it would have picked up the knockout here. It's close. You know, super effective superpower compared to a neutral foul play might have been the game difference there from August Isley, but then he would have been doing less Psywave damage and might not have gotten that Furret down as low. So really well played by Snots to get his win condition there, let that first charge attack go through. He was in a worse position than game number 1, but still very confidently able to convert that game into a 2-0 victory.
Yeah, I really liked how August changed his strategy at the beginning of that matchup, putting Snots a little bit more on the back foot, but I think that goes to show just how talented Snots is at this game, that even when you're in a slightly more disadvantaged position, still able to turn that into a victory.
And it's really tough in those endgame positions where you want to get your charge attacks off, but you're not sure when your opponent is going to throw their moves. I'm talking, of course, into that Jumpluff and Tinkaton matchup where we saw August Isley actually throw the aerial ace a little bit early before the acrobatics was loaded, so it wasn't a true bait. If he had maybe gone for the acrobatics instead and Snots had not gone for a charge attack tie, maybe the endgame was a little bit different. However, with that no shield call on the aerial ace, Snots is able to preserve that shield for the Furt in the endgame. and have it for this crucial end game point where he needed his final shield in order to get the Sucker Punch down.
And as you mentioned earlier, even if August, instead of went for the superpower right away instead of the foul play, that still might not have turned into a victory for him.
Yeah, it's the power of having a late game shield, and we see it so frequently where players are very hesitant to use their shields early on in the game. So if maybe you're a newer player just getting into the competitive scene, that's a pretty great point. However, it can be very opposite in Go Battle League, where I feel like people are very willing to utilize their shields early on. So it might be a little bit of a learning experience for people who are trying to just get into the competitive scene from the Go Battle League about when you want to actually utilize shields.
Maybe we'll hear a little bit about shielding and things in this interview with Soph down on the floor with Snots. Soph, take it away.
Thanks, Stephanie. I'm here on the floor with Snots, who has just advanced to the top 6 here in Milwaukee. Snots, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling confident. So, yeah.
I know you've been in this position before, actually in Milwaukee, the city itself. Do you want to give the viewers at home any tips on how to prepare for the tournaments or how you prepared for this tournament in particular?
Yeah, I'd say there's a lot of practice tournaments out there, just grassroots tournaments within the community. I would definitely go those. Just make sure you have a good team and be confident in yourself. I'd say those are the 2 biggest things.
I think Henry identified Corviknight as your MVP pick for this tournament. How do you think Corviknight has been working out for you?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Corviknight's the MVP. It's core broken so many people. There's so many, it's all jump left, Tinkaton, Lapras, which Corviknight is really good into those. So I'd say it's holding up well, yeah.
All right, I know you're a little soft-spoken, but you have some of the most vocal fans out here in the crowd. Is there anyone you want to shout out before we let you prepare for your next match?
Absolutely, everybody in the crowd right there, they all know who they are, but also my teammates, ETMs, and my family, just all my friends, everybody, yeah.
All right, Snots, well, thank you so much for your time, and congratulations once again, and I think Stephanie and Nick will kick it back to you guys.
Definitely soft-spoken, but his battles speak loudly. Very talented trainer. I'm excited to see how he performs the rest of today.
Yeah, definitely we've been hearing in the crowd a lot of cheers when Snots does really well. So looking forward, a younger trainer as well doing quite well in this tournament.
And I don't think he's had the opportunity to come to as many tournaments as some other folks. I think he's maybe done 5 or 6 over the course of the number of years we've been in the Championship Series circuit. So really great to see him performing when he's performing well when he's able to show up.
We do have a trainer coming up next who has showed up to a lot of different tournaments, and that is going to be Rise to Occasion, who's going to be sitting over on the left-hand side, compared to Sustenance Eater, running the exact same team, like all the Malamar boys are running a team together, kind of utilizing just how, showing off how good Malamar can be in this meta.
Yeah, I think in that last set, Malamar maybe struggled a little bit to show exactly how good it was. We'll have to see if Sustenance Eater is kind of able to flip the script here and prove that Malamar deserves a spot in this meta. Of course, on Rise's team, we don't see that Corviknight, so maybe not quite that matchup there. Of course, Sustenance Eater, Rise to Occasion does have that Tinkaton where it struggles a little bit. You know, you only have access to neutral superpower. Everything else that you have is resisted, so it's not a very easy matchup to maneuver, though we have seen some Tinkatons fan to a Malamar.
We also have 2 different choices here for the ground typing. We have the Unovan Stunfisk versus the Diggersby. Both teams, of course, running that Tinkaton. I think it was at, what, 75, 85% usage for today in day 2. Absolutely, you know, rise of Tinkaton, the downfall of Azumarill. I don't know if we've ever had Azumarill not be on a top cut graphic. It's very strange.
Yeah, so if it's 75%, that means 4 people didn't bring it to Top Cut. I need to figure out who they are and why are they ruining my day and not having Tinkaton be 100% usage in day 2. Come on.
Another Pokemon that I think is really interesting on Rise's side is that Primeape, because so many teams have been running without a fighter. So having the Primeape on the team, I do think it has a lot of really interesting play. We've seen how well Primeape can do. And we talked a lot about the different attack sets that you can have on a Primeape. Rise is running the one with Rage Fist and Close Combat, where a lot of times instead of Close Combat, you might see Cross Chop, you might see Ice Punch, but Close Combat really has, I guess, that closing power of a matchup that can just destroy your opponent's final Pokemon.
Yeah, it'll be very useful against Sustenance Eater's team. Tinkaton, Diggersby, Feraligatr, Malamar, Lapras, none of those Pokemon want to take a close combat from a Shadow Primeape. That means Rise is going to have to expect the jump bluff coming every single game. These trainers have plenty of accolades. Rise to Occasion, those are just the 4 that we could fit on the screen. Sustenance Eater has top cut before. He was top 16 2025 Milwaukee, which was here.
Yeah, that's right now.
Oh, yeah, 2025 is this year. Good point.
It is this season, so this is his first accolade, but we've seen Sustenance Eater in several tournaments before. Fewer than his brother, Nighttime Clasher. Nighttime Clasher has all of the accolades.
I think he said something in an interview yesterday, and it was like, oh, this is my first time top cutting from the winner's side. And I think that gave me the impression that he had top cut from the loser's side before, but maybe it was just outside of top cut one time.
We'll have to check into it. He might have gotten pretty close, because I've definitely seen him on the stage before. So really looking forward to. Looks like he's kind of taking a moment and thinking over his team composition. Again, I love the Tinkaton combination, although Rise definitely has the Unova Stunfisk. Primeape can be really scary once you get a couple of Rage Fist boosts on it. And obviously Shadow Feraligatr, both of them are running it. Shadow Feraligatr was really popular a couple updates ago, but it's a little less popular now, but I think it still has a lot of play. Taking a look here, we do have Shadow Jumpluff into Malamar. Shadow Jumpluff is going to be using those Fairy Winds to slowly start chipping away at the Malamar. So Malamar may be a little bit hesitant going up against this Jumpluff.
I think Rise is in a pretty solid spot, though. He's got that Shadow Primeape in the back, Diggersby, Lapras in the back for Sustenance Eater. Have to imagine that Sustenance Eater will be willing to switch out at some point. Wouldn't be surprised if it wasn't into that Lapras, given how safe Lapras can be into Rise's team. Going for maybe one more foul play before switching out. No, actually allowing Rise to reach a potential acrobatics. Will he throw up another shield?
Sustenance Eater lost track of the counts. Looks like he's really confused here at how Rise got in all the way up to that acrobatics.
Farming up to another acrobatics is Rise before the Ice Beam or Sparkling Aria is available. Acrobatics going to do a lot of good neutral damage here. Going to chip the Lapras down just below half, and Rise is going to allow that Jumpluff to be fainted. Comes in with his own Lapras to be able to soak up all of this energy.
Yeah, and Rise's Lapras is going to be having a massive advantage here. If we take a look at the attack sets of these two Lapras, I thought one of them potentially had Skull Bash, but I could be mistaken. Nope, they both have Sparkling Aria and Ice Beam. We have seen a couple Skull Bash Lapras throughout the tournament.
Yeah, that's probably Hot Pocket, who has it of the 3 people that are running this team. Anyways, we see the attack land onto that Primeape. Primeape is incredibly low on health. A charge attack tie from Rise to Occasion. Sustenance Eater knows there are 2 close combats loaded. He lets the first one go, knowing that he has no other options. Another close combat coming through now. It looks like he's going to be giving up, letting this one go through as well, picking up the knockout. And that is going to be game number 1 going over to Rise to Occasion.
Yep, and it looks like they are talking something out a little bit. It looks like, I remember Sustenance Eater seemed really confused about the moves counts, maybe just wondering if he lost an attack there. So it looks like the trainers are kind of just talking it out right now. That would be my guess.
Yeah.
My speculation.
Yeah, we'll give the trainers a little bit of time to discuss, maybe have the judges take a look, see if we actually want to put this match under review. In the meantime, we can talk a little bit about how that Primeape played into Sustenance Eater's team. I don't think we saw the Jumpluff at all, so I was a little bit surprised to see him stay in with the Malamar, given that I feel like Rise is likely going to bring that Shadow Primeape each and every battle here. It looks just so good into the team. It's basically unresisted across the board. It can throw charge moves into everything. No Ice Punch for that Shadow Jumpluff. However, it could potentially build up with a bunch of Rage Fists in order to get a lot of neutral damage added up.
Yeah, and it looks like we do officially have this match under review. Sustenance Eater probably wants to take a look at that moment where we saw the confusion on his face, thinking that it could only, again, this is just my guesses based on facial expressions. I'm not the best lip reader in the world, but he seemed really confused at the beginning of the match with that aerial ace and that acrobatics coming from Rise. So maybe just taking a look to see if there was any lag at the beginning of the match.
Yeah, and I did look it up. He was really close to top cutting in Atlanta. He tied for 17th, so that graphic was correct. It is his first top cut. No, I'm just must have confused something that he said yesterday. I'll take the blame there.
That is quite all right, but we've definitely seen Sustenance Eater at several tournaments before, and really good performance in Atlanta. I think he's just getting better and better.
Yeah, just like his brother, you know, Nighttime Clasher really made some waves over in Europe when he first got onto the scene, and his play yesterday really, really impressed me. There were a couple of moments in his winners final groups where I was like, wow, this guy looks like he could potentially be unbeatable. It looks like he knows the ins and outs of this team. He might not have made it himself, but he's definitely able to pilot it quite well.
Definitely. And again, these trainers, looks like they are going to be chatting it out. We need to give our judges just a few more moments to review and see what is going on. And we do have confirmation they are looking at that Malamar and Jumpluff battle early in the match.
So Malamar in that battle did not seem to be able to put up the fight that it wanted to. However, maybe if I had to guess, he was maybe expecting the Jumpluff to need one more Fairy Wind in order to reach its next acrobatics before it could throw its energy, and then he would have wanted to time his own foul play to be before that acrobatics so that it could he could deny the energy from Rise. You see here, it's just the correct number of Fairy Winds there, and I think maybe either Sustenance Eater miscounted, or maybe, I didn't see it in this video, or maybe it was somewhere outside of that video where he might have missed a turn or two and thought he could farm up a little bit more energy before throwing the acrobatics.
Yep, and just a reminder, anytime that you are battling at a championship tournament, whether you are out on the floor or you're up on stage, you always have the right to ask for a review, and that is something that can be done on the floor as well.
Yeah, and after that review, if you're still not very confident in that, you always have the ability to appeal to the head judge, something that I suggest doing, especially if you don't think you got your point across correctly, or maybe you don't think the judge understood what you were trying to say. It's always there for you as the backup plan to make sure that you are being heard as a player.
Yep, so we're seeing this again. This is the video clip that we saw a little bit earlier. And it's just difficult to, I think one thing too, we talk about Malamar and we saw the Malamar boys, you know, throwing the Psy waves, Malamar with the tentacles going everywhere. It makes it a little hard to visually count movesets a lot, or fast attacks a lot. It depends on if you're used to using the visuals or if you're used to using the sound or using just like seconds to be able to count to your moves. If you're used to the visual side, Psywave can make it really, really difficult to see what's going on.
How do you count moves in the Go Battle League?
I typically rely on visuals to do that, which can be deceptive sometimes, especially when there is a little bit of lag. A lot of people I know use sound to count as well, and that can be a little bit more reliable at times.
Yeah, I typically use my own fast attacks to count theirs, which can be a little bit tricky when you aren't using the same turn duration fast attack, but I'm pretty confident with my math abilities most of the time when I'm not behind the desk at least, and doing math that way is how I keep track of my opponent's fast attacks.
Yep, it's definitely something that takes you from being just okay at the Go Battle League and at the Championship Series versus kind of like taking you to the next level. I would say there's two different factors that can really just like help you step up your game. Once you've got like type effectiveness down, once you know you have your Pokemon on the right attacks, I would say the next couple of things are charge attack timing. So for example, we talk about like 1-4-7 if you're throwing a 2-turn fast attack like Fairy Wind into a 3-turn fast attack such as
Snarl.
Snarl.
I love Snarl.
Snarl's a great attack. Then as the 2-turn, you typically want to throw on like 1-4-7 just to make sure that your opponent isn't getting any additional extra energy off of you. It also makes it difficult for your opponent to try to catch by using those, by knowing those counts. And that just takes a lot of practice and focus. The other thing is being able to keep track of your opponent's energy, which I think is a really tough thing, probably one of the tougher things to juggle in your mind as you're battling.
Doing those two things in tandem is what we see these top battlers doing all the time. They'll throw at good or maybe slightly suboptimal timing in order to either prevent damage from being applied or in order to prevent their opponent from getting a charged attack off right at the opportune time. I have to imagine that is exactly what Sustenance Eater was trying to do, trying to throw maybe one side wave before the acrobatics was loaded in order to deny that acrobatics energy. So the benefit of having a 1-turn fast attack, even though it might be a little bit visually jarring for you seeing all the side waves and the hands wiggling about, but please don't clip that, or do, frankly, it's fine. It allows you to really take advantage of your opponent's turn duration, whether it's 2, 3, 4, or 5. You know, we talk a lot about Incinerate being held back by its longer turn duration. Turn duration fast attacks are the opposite of that. They give you the ultimate flexibility. You can catch whenever you want. No one can throw a move in the middle of your fast attack animation because it is literally just 1 turn.
That's why we don't see as many of the Incinerate users, as many as the Volt Switch users, those 5- and 4-turn attacks, because they are so tricky. And it's so easy to do something called over-tapping, which is something that I'm very guilty of and why I don't often use 5- and 4-turn attacks, because I get very excited tapping and then I accidentally tap just one tap too far and it launches an extra fast attack that I didn't mean to have happen. So that can be a little tough. I need to stick to my 1- and 2- and 3-turn fast attacks.
I've surely never over-tapped in my life, he says. No, it happens to everyone, whether intentional or not. And that's definitely one of the difficult things of using those longer turn duration moves, is ensuring that you are not over-tapping, you're not giving your opponents a free charged attack.
We do have our official ruling from the judge. They have ruled no rematch and there has been no appeal. So Rise to Occasion's victory stands at 1-0. So now Sustenance Eater has to kind of shake that off. Had a little bit of a break there, has to kind of put it out of their mind and then has to put it out of his mind and then just come fresh to this next battle. Rise to Occasion has to do the same thing. You know, you were just really into this battle. You just did a phenomenal, you had a really solid victory. Then you had a pause. Now you got to come back to it.
I'm just so jealous. You saw Rise had like 20 Tinkatinks in his inventory. I'm like, I haven't even hatched one yet. Anyways,
get walking, trainer.
I will. I'll get my steps in today, I promise. Looking back at the teams, I really think that Sustenance Eater needs to potentially bring 2 answers to that Shadow Primate, whether it be the softer answers like Malamar or Tinkaton, or the hard answer of that Shadow Jumpluff. One of those Pokemon really, or 1 or 2 of those Pokemon really need to come to this game number 2, and he's got to figure out a third Pokemon that's going to be a little bit weak to that Shadow Primate to help answer Rise's own answers to the Pokemon he tries to bring. Try to build a strong core around being able to handle that Shadow Primate.
Yeah, what do you think is the best core that Sustenance Eater could possibly bring?
So Jumpluff is going to be a little bit weak to that Tinkaton, so maybe Jumpluff Diggersby and either Malamar and that Tinkaton. Instead, we're actually seeing Lapras being the Pokemon of choice, but it's not that, surprisingly, the Shadow Primate's been left on the bench from Rise to Occasion. We see a swap out by Sustenance Eater. He was able to get a bunch of energy onto that Shadow Jumpluff, and he's going to be able to bring in a little bit bulkier Pokemon with this Lapras and able to soak up that play rough damage and maybe land a Sparkling area.
We talked a little bit about earlier how the Shadow Jumpluff and the Tinkaton are just a little, like the Shadow Jumpluff has a much worse matchup into the Tinkaton than the regular Jumpluff we saw earlier today. So just making sure, so Sustenance Eater kind of trying to wait, maybe trying to make a catch, but now has all that energy on that Shadow Jumpluff for later on.
In comes the Shadow Feraligatr. This is not the best matchup for it. However, because there is a health advantage due to the play rough landing from the Tinkaton, it's able to just land a resisted Hydro Cannon and get the knockout. The Shadow Jumpluff comes back in, able to throw an Aerial Ace here. It almost has 2 loaded. I'm a little bit surprised to see Rise shield up because he's only at a singular Ice Beam. Now going for the bait, I wouldn't be surprised to see Sustenance Eater throw up a shield because it's just so safe to do so. He's going to outpace to the next Aerial Ace, knows that this is not the Ice Beam, but will game number 1 shake him? No, great no shield here from Sustenance Eater, knows that this is just a Hydro Cannon.
Yeah, so even Shadow Jumpluff can tank that just fine. Sustenance Eater going for that Aerial Ace right away. Looks like going for a bit of an undercharge, trying to get a couple Fairy Winds, recognizing that this Feraligator's energy dry. However, it's just too powerful, even a move like Aerial Ace. So Rise to Occasion going ahead and throwing this Play Rough. This is going to be more than enough, I believe, to knock. Oh, not quite more than enough. Actually, Jumpluff able to hang on. I overestimated the power of Tinkaton and that beautiful Corviknight Hammer.
I think it's going to be really crucial that Sustenance Eater was able to keep his Shadow Jumpluff alive and on the bench. Acrobatics shielded, great shield from Sustenance Eater there. Able to build up to 2 foul plays here, but it's going to be a bit tight. I don't think he's going to be able to get both the charge attacks off here and eat up the entire switch clock before the next Acrobatics is loaded. I think the Acrobatics will be able and ready before he's able to switch and potentially catch it on his own Shadow Jumpluff. Yeah, it looks like there's maybe 10 more seconds and the Acrobatics is loaded just now.
Yeah, that Acrobatics is going to land and taking Rise to Occasion onto the next round of the winner's side of the bracket. Even had a very healthy Tinkaton in the back that makes a quick little appearance with that hammer as well. So congratulations, Rise to Occasion, for moving on the winner's side. But Sustenance Eater's not down. He has an opportunity to brush himself off and make a loser's bracket run as well.
And unfortunately, it does not seem like we'll be able to get that winner's finals between the 2 brothers, but that was a really solid set played by Rise to Occasion. Sustenance Eater in game number 1 wasn't really quite able to handle the Shadow Primate. And then game number 2, Rise to Occasion just completely pivoted away from what I felt like was his most valuable Pokemon in the matchup, his strongest Pokemon in the matchup. And I think that really threw Sustenance Eater off of his initial game plan.
Yeah, we can go ahead and take a look at the replay of that next match. We saw Sustenance Eater bringing that Jumpluff, the Malamar, and the Lapras, all of which have pretty solid matchups into that Primate, but the Primate was nowhere to be found.
Yeah, a bit of an unfortunate miss undercharge from Sustenance Eater. I think he needed to hit a few fewer bubbles in order to get an extra couple of Fairy Winds. I don't think it would have necessarily been all that impactful given reaching another Aerial Ace in this end game wouldn't really change all that much. The Tinkaton was still so healthy, I think he could have survived another Acrobatics.
So thinking about the meta overall, because the meta, you could almost argue that the meta is starting to settle if we have like 3 trainers in the top cut today running the exact same team. Maybe they figured out the formula. Do you think Primate's part of the formula at all?
I'm not sure because of where the top 3 usage Pokemon are. If we're thinking the Pokemon are Malamar, Jumpluff, and Tinkaton, I don't think it has a lot of play into all 3 of those Pokemon. But if you're including Pokemon like Diggersby, Lapras, where it has a little bit more play, I do really like the utilization of Diggersby on that team. I think it pairs quite nicely with the other Pokemon on that team. Maybe there's a little bit of wiggle room for Primeape if people aren't ready for it. But I think a fire-type Pokemon might play a little bit more cleanly into Tinkaton and Jumpluff and maybe Malamar a bit.
Well, we will have to see, because Rise had a very dominant performance with Primeape. We are going to go ahead and take a quick break, but Homeslice Henry actually had a chance to catch up with Rise to occasion a little bit more, had a chance to catch up with Rise to occasion, so let's hear a little bit more from Homeslice and Rise.
Hey everybody, Homeslice Henry here, live from the floor with caster extraordinaire, battler extraordinaire, Rise to the occasion, fresh off of what I believe is an undefeated run so far here in Milwaukee, making it to day 2. Talk me through what it means to you in your home city to be undefeated so far and to make day 2 incredibly early in the competition.
Yeah, Milwaukee it's where I'm from. I grew up 20 minutes away from here. I went to college down the street, so this one means a little bit extra to me. And I was actually saying to some people, like, other than in IC or Worlds, like the Milwaukee Regional is probably the one I'd like to do the best, you know?
That makes entirely too much sense. And in that game, in the game number 1, it felt like there was a moment when all could be lost. The Unova Stunfisk of your opponent had the back-to-back moves, and you didn't switch when he had it. You perfectly predicted him over-farming by 1 and getting that catch. Talk me through the mindset there of getting that prediction right, because that completely flipped the game. All looked lost, and suddenly you were right back in the fight.
Sometimes you're a little bit behind, and you just got to make a calculated risk and go for it, and it's really just a mind game, right, of when they're going to throw that chart attack. He built up past the mud bomb, didn't throw it right away. So just kind of making that call, that guesstimation of when he's going to go for the catch. And then when I landed that, I knew as long as I didn't let him catch as well, I was in a good spot.
And you had great patience there because he did try for that catch, but you were able to farm up, I believe, to the back-to-back charge moves, clutching that win. And then from there, game 2 probably felt a lot easier overall than game number 1, having to make that hero catch.
Game 2 was pretty crazy as well. Teddy Bear's a great player. I feel like we queue against each other in GBL all the time, and he beats me a lot, so I knew he was going to be a tough opponent, and the games were both really down to the wire.
Glad to hear it. And finally, before we take you back to the casters here, what do you feel has been your MVP Pokemon so far throughout day number 1?
I would have to give it to Unova Stunfisk so far. I know HK Assassin did really well, won the Sevilla Regional with it, and I was already kind of planning on running it. I ran it in Monterey as well, where it did well, and I feel like a lot of teams might only have 1 or 2 good answers for it, so it kind of puts them in a bind where it's like, do I go weak to this? Do I have to bring my Claydol, for example? So Ufisk has been a nice flexible pick, which it's really not known for being flexible, but I feel like in this current meta, it oftentimes is pretty flexible.
And I can personally attest, because we were running some practice sets prior to this tournament. I was very weak to Unova Stunfisk, and I got Unova Stunfisk. But again, big congratulations to you, Rise. Undefeated so far in the home city, and we can't wait to see what you're going to do in day number 2.
From Vancouver, this guy was a big help for me scrimming before, and I never shouted him out in my winner's interview. So shout out to Homeslice for the Vancouver prep as well.
Glad to help, man. But hey, at the end of the day, you are the one executing on those plays. So big congratulations, and we hope to see a lot of you here in day number 2.
The first Pokemon game that I ever played, that I started with, was Pokemon Yellow. That was one of the first generation games, and you had a Pikachu following you, and I really liked that, just that concept. The favorite Pokemon of mine of any generation is Giratina Origin. Call me a normie, I like a legendary Pokemon, but it's just been so good for me, not just in Pokemon GO, but also in the main series. I really loved Pokemon Platinum, where Giratina got its own role in that story. The furthest I've ever traveled for a Pokemon event, kind of tough to decide because I've been to the World Championships in Japan, which was about a 16-hour flight, and then Hawaii had an 11-hour flight and a 5-hour flight, so I go anywhere for Pokemon. The player that I look up the most right now is Colin Six, my fellow Dutchman. There's always a discussion going on within the Netherlands, who's the best Dutch battler? I would say right now that's Colin. He's been so consistent in so many tournaments. I haven't played for a while. Since the World Championships, it was Stuttgart and then Toronto. But in the meantime, Colin has been so successful, and I really respect him for that. The most memorable match that I had on stream, I have 2 of them actually, which is both the grand finals of Utrecht and at the World Championships in Utrecht, just winning bracket resetting against Fablondinas was amazing, and the support that I have, and that same support. I remember the 23 World Championships, the crowd wasn't as filled as was 2024, and I think that I had a big part in that. I'd like to believe that, and I really love the support that I always have. People that stay up late, but they still come up early to watch me. Beautiful. I usually don't eat much on the day of a tournament, and when I do, I like something dry, just like fries without any sauce or something, just to fill up a little bit and have some more steam for the next battles. But generally, I don't eat a lot on tournament days. That is whether I'm playing or shoutcasting. I think the correct answer to what I would like to eat is fruit, but I do like a bag of chips. Depends on what flavor, of course, but I also like an apple, actually. If I have a good-looking apple, I'll eat that too. The favorite city of mine that hosts a Pokemon tournament event, call me biased, but it is Toronto. It's so easy to access. Food is great all over the place here. One thing that I like about North America, everyone speaks English. Like in Europe, there's so many languages. So yeah, I would say Toronto. I don't really have a favorite type of music. I just like anything that doesn't give me a headache. So that can sometimes just be something chill. Fun fact, I listened a lot to one of the Pokemon songs, I believe it was We Came to Win, on the flight from San Francisco to Hawaii. I'd like to believe it had some influence.
A lot of great insight there from Inadequence, of course, our reigning runner-up at the World Championships, where he was second place in Honolulu, Hawaii. But we're still here in Milwaukee, a little bit further away in North America, and we're here bringing you day 2 of those Milwaukee Regional Championships.
So far, we've had some incredibly exciting battles on the winner's side of the bracket, and we still have more winner's side action here, as we've got a pretty electrifying matchup coming up.
That's right, we have Silent Beast versus Vergiberg. And Henry, I know you've got your eye on Vergiberg, kind of an OG in the community, a content creator, and I believe this might be his best tournament in actually quite a few years, maybe going all the way back to 2022.
I got the chance to speak with him a bit earlier, and he mentioned this is his first day 2 on the winner's side of the bracket. So getting to day 2 on the winner's side of the bracket, the road to becoming a regional champion is suddenly really simplified. There's a few series ahead of you, a couple best of 3s, and suddenly if you win 2 best of 3s, you're sitting there in winners finals.
That's right, so we are in the top 16 for day 2, but technically for everyone on the winner's side, even if they go 0-2 from here, they're actually still in the top 12. So they're kind of already guaranteed a little bit of a higher placing than their counterparts who entered day 2 on the losers side of the bracket. But facing off against Vergiberg is Silent Beast, who actually had a very recent top cut in Atlanta, where I believe he was top 16. So, already kind of replicating that performance here and maybe going to go even a little bit further.
It sounds like the players are ready down on the stage, and we've got some firepower from Silent Beast, Shadow Typhlosion. This is one of these Shadow Pokemon where it's not going to take hits particularly well, but if it gets an energy lead, Shadow Typhlosion can and will run away with games, because Shadow Blast Burn, even when resisted, outputs incredible damage.
And one of the highlights of Typhlosion is the addition of Thunder Punch a little bit ago, and that really actually allows it to beat some of the water types like even Shadow Feraligatr or Dugong, and it can also hit back at, of course, Pokemon like Lapras or Azumarill as well for super effective damage.
To get a look at the rest of the team, we do see some Pokemon that can do a good job of supporting that Typhlosion. There is some more bulkier options like the Claydol, the Tinkaton, and the Furret that can better function without shields. I do in particular really like the flexibility of the Claydol here, because Claydol, even in its quote-unquote bad matchups like against the Waters or Malamar, it's still able to put up a fight, and you could potentially set up a soft lose situation where you could get farm on something that could use that energy to run away with the endgame.
I think that's exactly right. Claydol able to hit many of Vergiberg's Pokemon for super effective damage, so let's see how Vergiberg decides to respond to that. Maybe going to want to rely on Pokemon like Azumarill that can do super effective damage to Claydol, or maybe the Diggersby, which actually is looking really, really safe into Silent Beast's team.
Yeah, Diggersby offers a lot of flexible options here, and the Golisopod matchup is usually pretty uncomfortable, but if Diggersby is up a little bit of energy, they both have identical pacing, so being up energy can potentially make things a little bit uncomfortable for the Golisopod, because if a second Fire Punch is able to land, Diggersby suddenly has the ability to protect shield against those Aqua Jets and potentially look to try and flip switch advantage.
Yeah, it's a weird matchup for both sides where Golisopod is doing double resisted Shadow Claws and then super effective Aqua Jets, so the damage comes in actually pretty inconsistently for the Diggersby.
We do have one trainer who's already locked in, and we have Vergi making some last-second adjustments here. He's never been day 2 winner side of the bracket, and he intends to try and see if he can continue continue this amazing run in Milwaukee.
Definitely want to make the most of your time on the winner's side of the bracket, make it last as long as possible. I'm just trying to take a look at what he might want to pair with the Diggersby. The worst matchups are probably going to be that Golisopod and the Furret, and you do have super effective damage for the Jumpluff, so not actually a bad matchup there. So I feel like Diggersby maybe paired with the Shadow Drapion could make a lot of sense.
I like that. Diggersby does a really nice job of covering the Shadow Drapion, which realistically, it's not going to be a big fan of that Tinkaton, of course. Diggersby going to do great there, and against something like a Claydol, there's just Diggersby and its natural bulk is so good that even if a super effective Ice Beam lands, not a lot of Pokemon like taking super effective hits, but Diggersby can shrug off that damage very, very comfortably.
Exactly, and Shadow Drapion is one of the Pokemon that might require, you know, a couple more shields to be used really optimally, so I think pairing it with a bulky Pokemon like Diggersby could be the play.
And it looks like we do have a double lock-in. Game 1, Silent Beast versus Vergiverg. We have the Claydol for Silent Beast, but it finds its target in the Shadow Drapion of Vergiverg.
Expecting to see Vergiverg switch out right away and actually goes into the Azumarill, and there isn't, I mean, I guess not an immediate obvious answer, but you could just do a bunch of Mud Slaps and then maybe wall the energy with Tinkaton, but it looks like Silent Beast is actually going to go for the Rock Tomb first.
The Rock Tomb will mean that the Azumarill is going to be debuffed until it switches out, but it does misalign those switch timers. Now, Tinkaton enters the field, but instead of 4 charge attacks needing to be thrown here until Azumarill is able to escape this matchup, suddenly it's only 3.
That's exactly right. That's what happens with those desynced switch clocks, but at least until those clocks come up, this is going to be a great situation for Silent Beast, especially because of that debuff, right? You're not taking a lot of damage from the bubbles, you're resisting all the charge attack, and you yourself get to do a lot of neutral damage to Azumarill.
Play Rough will not be enough to knock out. Azumarill will be able to hang on here. Azumarill does have quite a lot of energy. It would love to be able to switch out. Switch timer coming up here shortly, just not available, and unfortunately forced to throw a Play Rough, which is not only debuffed, but is going to be resisted.
It's a lot of energy lost for Vergi's Azumarill. Let's see if he decides to take advantage of that switch clock, which he does, bringing in the Diggersby. Silent Beast still locked in for a little bit, but going to try to stall out the rest of that clock by throwing this Play Rough.
This Diggersby energy looks very strong into the line of 3 that Silent Beast has brought. Silent Beast now going to bring out the Jumpluff, but Jumpluff is behind by 4 turns, which means that Vergi can even overfarm past the Fire Punch and apply immediate pressure onto that Shadow Jumpluff.
The Jumpluff is behind in terms of energy, but it's a little bit ahead in terms of the health because Silent Beast did chip the Diggersby already, so maybe 1 Acrobatics plus a couple of fast attacks are going to be enough to threaten the Diggersby. Vergi recognizes that and actually shields this up.
Shielding that high damage Acrobatics is very, very nice for Vergi as he looks to try and flip the script in this game. He is going to farm up so much energy, but he plays to the charge attack priority tie. Acrobatics is going to land, and this will be devastating damage onto the Diggersby.
Diggersby very bulky though, definitely going to be able to hang on, and I believe Vergi has back-to-back Fire Punches stored. Here comes the first one, and let's see if he decides to fire the second right away.
This Fire Punch will not be enough to knock out Shadow Jumpluff. Very bulky. We will now see an aggressive switch into the Shadow Drapion. Drapion's energy is very threatening to the Claydol. We will see the Aqua Tail, but the Mud Slap comes through.
Oh, and that's going to be a lot of damage coming through after this Aqua Tail applies. And this is a nice matchup for Claydol because you have those super effective Mud Slaps. And because Silent Beast has preserved all of his shields for this very moment, the Claydol is going to be able to slap down without having to take all of these charge attacks.
The double shield from Silent Beast. That Mud Slap that snuck through looms very large here, as now Vergiverg, he does not get to another charge attack, and this Claydol is very healthy, and there's very little HP remaining for Vergiverg.
0 shields left on Silent Beast, but he probably doesn't actually need any shields. Vergi is going to use his last shield protecting this Azumarill, maybe hoping to get to this Ice Beam, which does do super effective damage to Claydol, but I mean, with that attack drop, I have to imagine the Claydol is going to hang on.
Claydol, already a pretty bulky Pokemon, but with the debuffs, oh, that is so comfortable from the Claydol, firing off the Rock Tomb. That is going to be good night to the Azumarill, and then all that's left is the Diggersby. Diggersby did store some energy from earlier, but there's still 3 Pokemon for Silent Beast.
I think might be able to get through 1, but Vergi actually commits to the Scorching Sands. I think this is going to be able to take out the Claydol, but like you said, still going to be 2 Pokemon left for Silent Beast. I think 1 fast attack from either of them is going to be enough to take the game.
Silent Beast sends in the Jumpluff, 1 Fairy Wind, picks up the knockout. That's going to be a Game 1 win for Silent Beast.
Yeah, very clean win. Felt like he really had control of the alignment throughout the game. And I like what Vergiverg tried to do, kind of dancing around, taking advantage of that 10 to 15 second desynchronized switch timer, but I think the alignment was just a little bit too much to overcome.
One pivotal moment in that matchup, the switch timer was almost available. Maybe a second to a half second from being up, and he wasn't able to save that play rough. Being able to save that play rough and not have it land where it was debuffed and resisted could have potentially been a difference maker there, but the decision to fire off that Rock Tomb really neutralized that Azumarill. It worked brilliantly for Silent Beast.
I think another option could have been to maybe just do the Mud Slaps, not throw any energy, but, you know, Tinkaton versus Azumarill can be very close, especially if those bubbles are doing a little bit more damage than they would without the Rock Tomb debuff. So Silent Beast really just secured that matchup with the Rock Tomb.
And this was that moment, the switch timer. It was so close, but not close enough. And then the Claydol getting that farmed on this Mud Slap, knocking out. No final charge attack reached by that Shadow Drapion. And that just set up Silent Beast so well in this endgame that with the debuff, Claydol was not getting knocked out by that Ice Beam.
Yeah, even with the alignment advantage, I also feel like you were saying earlier that the Claydol just feels so flexible for Silent Beast, and I have to agree. Like, yes, you do fear the Ice and Water type damage from Azumarill and Dugong, but you can hit back at Dugong with Rock Tomb, and you don't even have that bad of a matchup against Azumarill if you're able to get off the Rock Tomb first.
I really agree. I think Claydol lead sets up whatever Silent Beast decides to bring in the back so incredibly well, because realistically, there isn't a lead that you feel is an absolute disaster and you must switch out of it. There isn't something like a Furret that is able to outpace you, boost up super effective Sucker Punches or anything like that. Even against the Dugong or the Azumarill, those matchups are not bad.
All right, well, if Fergie does want to counter the Claydol, one option could be to try and bring his best answers to the Claydol, right? Maybe the Azumarill, Dugong, and the Diggersby. I don't know if he's going to go for all three, but maybe some combination of those are going to be what he needs in game number 2.
We've got lock-ins for game number 2. Silent Beast trusting in the Claydol, but an adjustment from Verg as he sends out Dugong to greet it.
And Silent Beast is going to stay in here for just a little bit of time. He does get to that Rock Tomb at the same time as the Icy Wind for Dugong and is going to fire it off first.
Fergie not opting for the charge attack priority tie there, instead just looking to overfarm, will actually no-shield the Rock Tomb because Dugong does have a pacing advantage in this matchup. It is 5 to the first, 4 to the second, so we will see the double up on Icy Winds and no Rock Tomb available for the Claydol.
Yeah, that Rock Tomb did a lot of damage to Dugong, almost at 25% health here, but like you said, back-to-back Icy Wind, so if Verg wants, which it looks like he does, he fires off the second Icy Wind before the Claydol has a chance to react.
I really like how this initial matchup has played out for Verg. Silent Beast using Claydol as the setup mon could potentially send in the Golisopod. In comes the Golisopod. Verg choosing to stay in this matchup. Golisopod's going to get significant energy. There's the pivot out into the Azumarill, but Silent Beast can choose to farm up so much energy and then send in the Tinkaton, farming up almost to max. In comes the Tinkaton, and all this energy from Verg, it goes nowhere.
And that's exactly what he does. This looks very good for Silent Beast. Tons of energy. I think over 2 Aqua Jets, maybe 2.5 Aqua Jets stored. So this is going to be a really uphill battle for Verg.
Oh, that Golisopod energy. Normally Shadow Drapion can do pretty well into the Golisopod, but if you have 100 energy, that's going to completely flip that matchup.
Yeah, I mean, having multiple extra charge attacks is definitely going to be enough. Not to mention that this is a great matchup for Tinkaton, so I would imagine that Silent Beast is also going to come out of this matchup with a little bit of an advantage.
Another play rough from the Azumarill and another comfortable no-shield from the Tinkaton. We are seeing why Tinkaton has 75% day 2 usage in the Azumarill, can't even make the graphic.
Azumarill definitely getting outclassed as the weaker Fairy type here, all of its moves being resisted by the Fairy Steel typing, and you see just how dominant this matchup is for the Tinkaton. Play rough gonna land, and you know, this is also after Silent Beast came in behind a lot of energy.
He could potentially decide to let this go and go for even more Golisopod farm. At this point, he is committing. Golisopod energy will win him or lose him the game. There's the Shadow Drapion, but the Shadow Drapion is so far behind.
Yeah, Aqua Jet coming through. Verg's actually just going to let it go and take all of this damage. Puts the Drapion a little bit below half health, but there's still so much energy. Silent Beast continues to farm up, and now actually throws the X-Scissor, which they're actually the same energy cost, but at this point, I don't think it really matters.
Either move will be enough to knock out in this moment. X-Scissor is going to force the Protect Shield. We will see the Aqua Tail bait fired off by Verg, but with only the Golisopod left, Aqua Tail is still something that will have to be respected.
There is still a couple opportunities for a catch coming up from Verg. He does still have the Dugong, which I think has maybe a couple Ice Shards. Obviously going to struggle against the Golisopod, but if Silent Beast anticipates that coming and is able to just get even more energy, if those Pokemon swap in, that could be great.
I catch could be very impactful for Vergiverg. I believe there's 3 Ice Shards of residual energy on that Dugong, which would mean, since it's on the 5 cycle, it is 2 away. We're now going to see the switch into the Dugong. Dugong trying to get the move, but the perfect counting by Silent Beast, denying this energy with a well-timed Aqua Jet.
I love the way he has maneuvered around with this Golisopod. Really brings back memories of how people maneuver around Azumarill with Golisopod, or sorry, with Feraligatr and Shadow Drapion. Vergiverg now has the Drapion and the very, very low health Azumarill left, and his options are quickly dwindling.
And there's just not the energy available on that Shadow Drapion, and Golisopod taking Milwaukee by storm in this matchup, banking all that energy. When we did see the Azumarill switched in, proves to be a winning strategy, and that's a dominant win for Golisopod and for Silent Beast, as he's going to take this series 2-0.
Dominant plays with the Golisopod, but I feel like the Tinkaton was really, really there to support it. In both of those games, we saw Vergiverg switching in the Azumarill, locking it in, and that gave Silent Beast a huge opportunity to farm up in game number 2 with the Golisopod.
I really liked the adjustment from Silent Beast. We had discussed in game number 1, could have potentially banked that Rock Tomb, didn't have to throw it, and then still could have brought in that Tinkaton into the Azumarill. And we saw the adjustment saying, even if I won, maybe I can optimize my play even more. And that Golisopod energy was just terrifying.
Yeah, this is the lead matchup, so even though Vergiverg, had alignment, if you look at that backline Pokemon, Vergiverg, again, we call him an old school player. Look at that Drapion Azumarill core just struggling so much against that kind of newer, shinier Tinkaton Golisopod core.
And farming up all that energy. I think that was 12 Shadow Claws of energy. And then the Tinkaton, this decision to let the Tinkaton go and saying, if I'm going to win this game, Golisopod energy is what's going to do it. And that was exactly correct.
May have even been a little bit over 100 energy, but it didn't matter. Still outpaced all these Pokemon, and like you said, the precise counting from Silent Beast, knowing that Dugong had 3 Ice Shards and knowing that he could only do 3 Shadow Claws before his charge attack priority, really just helped him kind of seal the game.
Just wonderful energy management and a display of the level of precision that is needed at this high level of competitive Pokemon Go PvP. Being able to, even if you've banked all this energy, keep in the back of your mind, Dugong did 3 Ice Shards. It did the 5 cycle and the 4 cycle. It's back on the 5 cycle. So that means that if they bring in the Dugong, I can throw exactly 3 Shadow Claws and go for the charge attack priority tie there. It is just a bewildering amount of mental math. And to see it displayed so well and so accurately, I just love competitive Pokemon Go PvP. It's just wonderful.
What a great conclusion. I mean, I definitely agree. I love how Silent Beast played. I mean, I already said this, but I do want to call out, like, he managed the energy so well. He did all accounting. He basically did everything perfectly. And for someone who hasn't, I think, reached the top 8 in quite a while, this could be a great opportunity for him. He's looking really, really sharp, knows all the matchups, and I'm excited to see how far he can go.
I really liked how he was able to utilize the Claydol, because Claydol, it's not necessarily known for its pacing. So if you end up bringing it in the back and there's a Shadow Drapion safe switch and you switch it in, Drapion can apply so much pressure, but he said, I feel Claydol is strongest in the lead. Even if I see one of these water types, what's the worst that can happen? I can potentially set up incredible Golisopod farm, and for Vergi, he was in a really uncomfortable position. If he stayed in with that Dugong, Golisopod would have so much energy, and even Azumarill, which walls it, does not win the 2-shield, so he ends up pivoting out, and then that's exactly how you punish a pivot out play if you have something that walls it. Save all that energy, and wow, that was just brilliance on display.
And this is why Tinkaton is so great. I talked about the Tinkaton Golisopod core, but it also covered the Claydol very well, right? Covered those 2 waters that it had to look out for, but we're already getting into our next match. We've got Nighttime Clasher on the left. I don't even know how many top cuts he's had this season, facing off against XX Great Wolf on the right.
So taking a look at these teams, Nighttime Clasher, another one of these Malamar plus ground course that we've seen have very nice results here in Milwaukee. And for Great Wolf, we do see, I believe that is a Shadow Primeape here, or actually might be a regular Primeape. I stand corrected there, a regular Primeape, and this Primeape is actually rocking the close combat.
Yeah, and Great Wolf, one of the very, very few trainers here in Day 2 who doesn't have the Tinkaton, right? I think we just saw Vergiverg as one of those other very few trainers. So we'll have to see whether he's able to adjust, play without the Tinkaton against one of these very dominant meta teams. He actually does have more counters to Tinkaton than I've seen on most teams. He has the Shadow Feraligatr, the Talonflame, and the Shadow Marowak.
I really like trainers who are trying to be prepared, understanding that this is going to be a meta threat. So if I end up team building and 5 of my 6 are weak to Tinkaton, it's going to be an uphill battle in a lot of situations, because even though it was only 39% usage in day 1, these battlers are trying to team build for if I can get to day 2, and day 2 it's everywhere. So I do really like the decision of, if I'm not going to run Tinkaton, I'm going to try and make it so my opponent can't run it either, with 3 very, very good counters.
Exactly. I was talking to Dunebug, who, you know, basically brought his Monterey team, which didn't have Tinkaton, and he said, you know what, I didn't even have one to bring here, like, you know, 12 of the trainers here in day 2 did have a Tinkaton, but I think the adjustment from Great Wolf, recognizing that he didn't have it, but still having kind of the coverage needed to play around it, was a really smart move.
And getting to talk with Dune after day 1, he actually mentioned that he was able to, by chatting with new trainers, making new friends, he was actually able to trade for a very good Tinkaton. So the exciting thing is by getting to go to these regionals and meeting new trainers, getting to these low friendship trades, is you can get access to Pokemon. I know there were some very particular stat checks he was looking for, and he got it, so he was over the moon.
Well, Tinkaton at 75% here in Milwaukee. I'm very curious to see how that percentage shifts as we look towards later parts of the season, like Portland. I'm definitely expecting that day 1 usage will increase as trainers like Dunebug are finding trainers, kind of networking, looking for those very low friendship trades to do Tinkaton.
And I do really like seeing that Shadow Jumpluff in the 2nd spot. I believe it was 56% day 2 usage, because Shadow Jumpluff, if it's able to play out that 2-shield matchup into Tinkaton, despite being walled, Shadow Acrobatics is just such an incredible move that you can make that matchup very, very close, or potentially, if the Tinkaton is more attack-weighted, potentially even flip that matchup into 2 as long as you're able to land your Acrobatics. So I do really like Shadow Jumpluff. When it ran Energy Ball in previous seasons, I was less of a fan, but with Acrobatics, there's so few flying resists, and if the main flying resist is something that matchup is kind of okay, and especially if you can get a little bit of damage in a different matchup, suddenly Shadow Acrobatics feels very threatening. I love Shadow Jumpluff's neutral role in this meta.
Acrobatics is a very efficient charged attack, and even more so, I think recently it got a little bit of a buff, but also Shadow Jumpluff is just one of very few Mud Slap resists that is also just a very good generalist, right? If you're bringing Tinkaton, one of the things you want to cover for is Pokemon like Claydol, like the Shadow Marowak that we see on Great Wolf's side. So I think that's why a lot of trainers are looking at something like Jumpluff to kind of cover the Tinkaton.
And specifically, if you do have a very high-ranked Shadow Jumpluff in that Claydol matchup, Ice Beam is double super effective damage. But a high-ranked Shadow Jumpluff says, that's fine. Your Mud Slaps are triple resisted, good luck farming down, and can still stay on the field and apply so much pressure. Even at -1 attack, Shadow Acrobatics is still incredibly threatening.
Yeah, you talk about that interesting dynamic, kind of similar to Golisopod and Diggersby, where the fast attacks are doing basically nothing, but the charge attacks are really what you need to watch out for. And I think kind of understanding when those different trade-offs happen throughout the game is really what starts to separate those top trainers from the next tier.
And that's what we get to see so much of in day number 2, and why we saw some unbelievable battles in day number 1. But day 2, you mentioned earlier, it's a bit of a chilly morning here in Milwaukee. Our walkover was on the colder side of things, but the action only heating up from here.
All right, well, let's take a quick look at these teams. I think our trainers are taking just a little bit more time to lock in. I know Nighttime Clasher has been loving those Psywave users, Malamar and Lapras, so we'll have to see which of those, if any, he decides to bring.
And look at the accolades for Nighttime Clasher. Top 4 in Monterey, top 8 at the European International Championship. I don't even have time to read the accolades. These battlers locked in instantly, and it's a nice lead for Nighttime. Tinkaton into Shadow Drapion.
Yeah, nice lead because you can 2-shot with the Bulldoze, but it takes 3 Aqua Tails to come close, and you're not even guaranteed to take out the Tinkaton. And Nighttime Clasher is wasting no time at all, going straight for the Bulldoze.
And by Great Wolf running the Shadow Drapion lead with the Superior in the back, this is a bit of a tricky situation, running a line that is ABA weak to the Tinkaton, where the lead Pokemon and the closer are both weak. But for Great Wolf, if he's able to neutralize the Tinkaton with 2 waters in the back, then Superior could look very, very interesting.
Yeah, I'm curious if Nighttime Clasher is going to anticipate that, maybe wants to swap out at some point, maybe hoping that once the Drapion is dry, he can kind of aggressively switch out and start farming up some energy. But it looks like for now, he is going to be content to stay in, throw this Bulldoze, and start to threaten this Drapion or try to take its first shield.
With the Drapion out of the way, potentially a Shadow Feraligatr pivot, or in this case, it looks like he is clicking on the Lapras, so he is anticipating it. In comes the Lapras, and he's able to successfully lure out that Superior.
That's right, super effective damage coming through from the Serperior, but it does have to watch out for the Ice Beam, which it looks like Nighttime Clasher is going to fire off first, but Grey Wolf not going to take any risks and shielding it up.
Taking advantage of the energy lead that Lapras has. Normally, Lapras would get outpaced to the Ice Beam, but with a few Psywaves head start, suddenly this matchup feels very different.
Well, let's see how well Great Wolf can manage the energy on the Serperior, because even if the Tinkaton comes back in, yes, it resists all the damage, but it's been severely chipped. Nighttime Clasher maybe realizing the kind of precarious situation he's in and going to start shielding up these Frenzy Plants.
He shielded one. Now he's going to have to double shield, and this is where the pacing of the Serperior could be a problem. Serperior through both of its 6 cycles. Now it's on the 5 cycle, so Lapras is going to find itself in a pretty precarious position now.
Yeah, not baiting yet again. Nighttime Clasher going straight for an Ice Beam. Let's see if Great Wolf tries to call it. He doesn't. Shields it up correctly at just the last second. He's almost at another Frenzy Plant, and it looks like he is going to win the race to the charge attack. Nighttime Clasher realizes that and comes back into the Tinkaton.
But we see the switch to Feraligatr, and Feraligatr just barely able to outpace Tinkaton, almost making it to a devastating play rough. But Shadow Feraligatr says no. Hydro Cannon connects, and all that energy for Tinkaton is instantly lost.
Nighttime Clasher forced to come back in with his own Feraligatr, desperately hoping he can still take out the Serperior with an Ice Beam later down the line. But for now, we're in this Zero Shield matchup, which is very precarious for both sides, as this Shadow Hydro Cannon does a ton of damage.
This Shadow Feraligatr, so healthy, in an instant, into the red health. Nighttime Clasher looking to farm up to the back-to-back Hydro Cannons, gets there. The Feraligatr for Great Wolf is low enough, this will very comfortably knock out, and Nighttime does get to exit this matchup with energy.
All right, he has energy, but is it going to be impactful energy? He's only able to reach a Hydro Cannon, but the Serperior has been severely chipped by the Psywaves, so it's going to come down to whether it can survive the Hydro Cannon and enough fast attacks to land the Frenzy Plant on the Lapras.
He switches, he gets the combo. Oh my goodness, Nighttime Clasher. It was a really tough call to make as Great Wolf. Does Nighttime stay in? Does he switch? He switches into the Lapras, snipes down the Serperior. What a brilliant play by Nighttime Clasher.
And I think Great Wolf had the health to hang on, but he also needed the foresight to realize when exactly is Nighttime Clasher going to switch. He did have the banked energy, and I believe Serperior can win the charge attack priority against Lapras. So it was really just kind of a game of when is he going to switch, and can I anticipate that?
And Nighttime mentioned in his interview yesterday, he is all about these 50-50s, and that's that exact moment you have to figure out, is Nighttime going to switch and try and predict, or does Nighttime stay in, maybe thinking that Grey Wolf will try and predict?
All right, this is that drawn-out Lapras Serperior matchup, which I think is what took almost all, if not all, of the shields. Pretty nice counting from Great Wolf. For example, here we see him throwing the Hydro Cannon right away. Doesn't want to risk a play rough from Tinkaton, but Nighttime Clasher really able to manage the energy on the Feraligatr to put the Serperior into Aria range.
The energy management by Nighttime of saying, I don't need a super effective move. The health range, I can actually throw 2 water moves at this grass type, and it's still going to be enough damage to take the win. A really creative way to figure out a win con in that game. Just brilliance on display from Nighttime.
Tons of accolades and tons of experience at this point for Nighttime Clasher, so he's been in enough games where, you know, he realizes sometimes you have to come up with multiple ways to take out a Pokemon, right? We saw him going for those Ice Beams, and when that didn't work, he had to kind of stack 2 resisted charge attacks to come up with the damage together.
Just very, very well played. But enough about game 1. They've already locked in for game number 2. Here we go. Nighttime Clasher versus Grey Wolf, but not the lead diggers we was hoping to catch, as it's going to be met with Serperior.
And Nighttime Clasher is sort of ABA weak to Serperior. He's got the Lapras in the back, so I'm guessing he's just going to try to stay in and soft lose this matchup. You can hit back with a super effective Fire Punch.
And one Frenzy Plant, even though it's super effective, will not be enough typically to knock out a Diggersby. Diggersby does have a pacing advantage. So it could be another one of these situations that we saw brilliantly executed in the previous round with the Claydol. If you can kind of soft lose this matchup, neutralize your problem Pokemon, and then hope that Lapras will have nice play in this endgame.
I'm wondering whether Great Wolf is going to recognize that Nighttime Clasher is weak to the Serperior. Let's see if he decides to preserve it. He does actually put up the shield there, so maybe realizing that Nighttime Clasher has maybe one of the water Pokemon in the back, but it is a little bit tricky because we talked about the efficient Shadow Acrobatics, so going down his shields could be a little bit risky.
Thought about the farm down, decided against it, did not want to risk that farm down, going to fire off this Aerial Ace. And for Nighttime Clasher, I think the Serperior throwing again, probably for him, is considered a win.
Yeah, and this Jumpluff also gets to absorb the Aerial Ace, so at this point, with the Serperior pretty much dry, you don't really have to worry about it as much, but looks like Great Wolf, oh, actually he does preserve it, but he actually comes into the Shadow Feraligatr, down a shield and down energy into Jumpluff.
We're gonna see the Hydro Cannon CMP tie here with the Acrobatics. Nighttime Clasher knows this is resisted damage, but does he want to preserve the jump bluff? No, he's choosing to let this go. So Lapras is going to have to put in incredible work for Nighttime in the end game.
That's right, Grey Wolf only has one shield left, decides to let this attack go, and it is that heavier hitting acrobatics, pretty much one-shots the Shadow for Alligator. That's going to give Nighttime Clasher just a couple of extra Psy Waves on the Lapras.
Lapras will want that energy head start because it's going to be met with the Superior once again. This is a range where Sparkling Aria could threaten. Nighttime could also potentially decide to go for the farm down, but no, not going to risk it. Just needing the Superior off the field as soon as possible.
Yeah, he's either going to take it out or pull a shield. Looks like Great Wolf does put up the last shield, so it's going to be the latter. He's going for the Aerial Ace bait here, but I'm not sure if you have enough health to hang on through the Psy Waves and get to another charge attack.
The Aerial Ace bait could potentially be impactful if it's aligned against the Jump Fluff in the end game, because Fairy Wind not going to do quite as much damage as the Psy Waves. So now we will see the switch into the Shadow Drapion, but with no Protect Shields remaining, Sparkling Aria, if a second one is reached, will be devastating for the Shadow Drapion.
Yeah, the Shadow Drapion does hang on to the first Sparkling Aria, so Nighttime Clash is going to keep tapping his screen. Gonna try to get to the second Sparkling Aria before Drapion can land another Crunch, but he still also got his shield, so I'm thinking this is looking pretty nice for Nighttime Clasher.
Crunch connects. That does a lot of damage. We do see a defense drop, but Drapion will immediately be removed from the field of play. And now with that Shadow Jump Fluff and a shield, Superior, what's it gonna do? It's not gonna be able to Vine Whip down. That's double resisted damage.
It was in a great position earlier on in the game. It does reach this Aerial Ace against the Jump Fluff, but it has 1 HP, and Nighttime Clasher is already at a charge attack, so I think this is going to be Nighttime Clasher's game and series.
Very well played by Nighttime Clasher. There was a problem Pokemon on the lead, but he was able to play out that matchup, soft lose it, and it set up that Lapras Shadow Jump Fluff combination brilliantly. Nighttime Clasher, so many accolades that I wasn't even able to list them off on broadcast. Seems like he's trying to add to those accolades today.
And this is where the experience really comes through, right? You're on day 2, you're against a trainer who is obviously doing very well, even with the disadvantage of not having a Tinkaton, but really able to take advantage of all the energy. And even though Great Wolf, like you said, had that kind of problem Pokemon, the Superior, Nighttime Clasher able to come up with really creative ways to play around it.
And those creative ways included fully sacrificing that Diggersby, sending in the Jump Fluff, and Jump Fluff full sending the acrobatics. The Feraligatr down a shield, has to try and make a call. And then this decision to send in the Lapras, getting that small energy head start. The Crunch not being enough to knock out, but that energy advantage right there. He outpaces by 1 singular turn. That decision to bring in the Lapras, get the energy head start, was so key in this matchup for Nighttime.
I feel like the bulk of Lapras was really on display. I think it's the only Pokemon that he brought to both of the games. We saw it kind of going head-to-head with Pokemon like Drapion, Pokemon like Superior, where you might actually think it's at a typing disadvantage, but because of its bulk and kind of the different coverage of its attacks, it's actually able to fight back in those matchups.
Especially a Shadow Crunch from a Shadow Drapion. We've seen that time and time again. That's devastating damage onto everything. But Lapras was said, fine, you can even debuff me. I'm still getting this charge attack. Lapras showing why it is now the water type of choice, Azumarill, for so many seasons. With dominating due to its bulk, its coverage, but Lapras with the better pacing and an ability to kind of overwhelm the Azumarill. Lapras is running the day here now as the premier water type for Pokemon Go.
Exactly. Lapras, the premier water type, Tinkaton, the premier fairy type, so it kind of feels like Azumarill is slowly being squeezed out of the meta. It is still very flexible, and you know, in a vacuum, it has great coverage, great typing, great bulk, but kind of in the meta that we're in right now, there's just kind of better versions of it.
And trending down, oh, this poor Azumarill, he looks so happy, but he's on the trending down graphic. While still reliable and flexible, Azumarill's slow pacing is slowly being outclassed by other fairy and water types, and that's where Azumarill, even to the Ice Beam, it's 15 turns, whereas for the Tinkaton, I mean, it's 14 turns to that first Play Rough, and for the Lapras, it's very consistent, like 12 turns to the first Sparkling Aria, and Psy Wave is just so devastating. Those Psy Wave damage just adds up more and more, so even though your charge attacks are completely walled, Lapras still emerges victorious.
Fantastic Lapras gameplay from Nighttime Clasher, but let's actually hear from him and see if he has anything more to say on it. We have an interview with him.
Thank you so much, Soph. I can start off with that question right away. Tell us a little bit about the Lapras gameplay.
Lapras is just like such a good Pokemon, like up shields, like up anything, or just neutrally. It was just such a monster into that team. And I think even against like the superior, like Ice Beam is like pretty good coverage, and it paces a little bit slowly, but like it still gives you a lot of options to deal with like opposing superior, which is basically the only answer on his team.
I was wondering if perhaps you had some advice for trainers who when they're about to go onto stage, feel like they're going to like throw up. Can you tell us a little bit, maybe give us some advice for that?
Yeah, so actually before the match, like I think I breathed in something wrong because like I got some pollen in my throat, and instead of like trying to drink some water like a normal person, I thought I needed to like throw it up, but I wasn't successful. I drank some water, and it's all resolved. So maybe a little different than some other things that people experience, but overall, it'll be okay.
All right, good. Drink water, trainers. Stay hydrated. My final question for you is, what advice do you have for the Malamar boys who are in the loser side of the bracket now? You've got Pocket and your brother Sustenance Eater. What advice do you have to the other two Malamar boys?
So Malamar is like really good against Tinkaton because the superpower is neutral. Therefore, the matchup is pretty fine because, you know, Play Rough is just such a slow move. And again, remember, when you're Malamar against Tinkaton, just no shield. It's always a bulldoze. Stress less and Psywave more.
All right, want to send Malamar off? Whoa! Back to you two.
Thank you so much, Stephanie and Nighttime. Unfortunately, I'm not able to replicate that incredibly sick Malamar Psywave animation. I just don't have it in me. I don't know how to do it, but I'm back here on the desk with my wonderful co-caster, Softove. We've gone through the 4 winners round 1 matchups, and now we still have a whole side of the bracket that we have not seen yet today, and now we'll get to see some of the action from the losers bracket.
Yeah, we're actually going to be jumping into Losers Round 2. So Losers Round 1 was actually played off stream, so 4 trainers have already lost and been eliminated from the tournament. So these matchups coming up are going to be one trainer who drops down from the winner's side playing against someone who won their first match on the loser's side. So take us through the path that our first matchup is taking.
So it looks like Dijon the Jin was able to beat the C2U 2-0 and will now be up against August Isley. Rounding out the rest of the matches, Pranav able to emerge victorious over Man of the Planet, Out of Pocket, continuing the loser's run, and we do see Teddy Bear beating Dirk as well.
Yeah, so unfortunately we weren't able to see how those matchups played out, but I'm sure they were fantastic battles. And, you know, in terms of the trainers making it to the next round, I'm really excited to see Pranav. I think the last time he made top 8 was actually in Milwaukee a couple of years ago. And just as a recap, these are the winners matches that we just saw and that we get to look forward to. So Snots will be facing off against Rise to Occasion, Silent Beast facing off against Nighttime Clasher, and the winners of those matches will go to the winners finals.
What unbelievably good matchups. I cannot wait to watch those matchups. Snots versus Rise. Silent Beast was just surgical in gameplay there, and getting to go up against Nighttime Clasher. I mean, we have just some unbelievable matchups on deck.
We are very lucky to see all of this great gameplay. And, you know, Nighttime Clasher, one of his students, August Isley, actually making it very far in this tournament. He did, I believe, lose his earlier round, so now still alive on the loser side of the bracket, facing off against Dijon.
And we do have dueling Tinkatons in this matchup. August having the regular Jumpluff, Claydol, Tinkaton, Lapras, Malamar, and the Shadow Drapion. And for Dijon the Jin, opting for that Shadow Lapras over the regular.
Yeah, both of these trainers have the Tinkaton, Lapras, Jumpluff core, although the Shadow statuses are a little bit different, with August, I believe, opting for both regular Jumpluff and regular Lapras.
And I believe they both have Claydols as well, so 4 of the 6 Pokemon. A lot in common here, but I am a bit intrigued about the Pokemon that are different. We do see the Credilli for Dijon the Jin, not a Pokemon that we've seen a lot here in Milwaukee, but Credilli, it does have some pretty nice coverage into that Claydol, Lapras, Jumpluff trio.
I know Credilli is one of Dijon's favorite Pokemon even before it got access to Rock Tomb and that very efficient and powerful charge attack now, so I'm sure he's happy to bring it here, but he might be opting for the other Rock Tomber on his team, and that is Claydol, because if we look at August's team, outside of the Jumpluff, those matchups are not bad at all for Claydol. In fact, I think they're favorable, potentially against up to 4 of those Pokemon.
Yeah, this is very reminiscent of the matchup that Silent Beast Claydol was looking at, where realistically there isn't one incredibly problematic matchup. Even against Malamar, you can survive a foul play, you can apply a lot of pressure with Mud Slap plus Rock Tomb. So I would definitely expect to see quite a lot of Claydol from Dijon, as Claydol just looks pretty much unchecked.
And we've heard a lot of these trainers talking about how much they love using Psywave on Pokemon like Malamar and Lapras, but one of the places where Psywave falls short is in that Claydol matchup. I think you're literally doing 1 damage as a Lapras versus a Claydol, so really need to be landing those Sparkling Arias.
Yeah, 1 damage really not going to cut it against the Pokemon with the bulk of Claydol, as Claydol, especially after it applies those debuffs. Granted, you're not going to be doing any less than 1 damage, but it reduces your Sparkling Aria damage as well, and Claydol can be really difficult to remove from the field of play.
All right, well, both trainers have locked in. We're getting into game number 1 of Losers Round 2, and Dijon did bring the Claydol, but it's seeing its worst matchup in that Jumpluff.
Jumpluff, it is opting for the double flying moveset here. So even though it is the regular Jumpluff, it is still on the Acrobatics. Acrobatics immediately fired off by the Jumpluff, and Dijon more than happy to no shield.
And you see that the Mud Slaps are really doing very little damage to Jumpluff, but Dijon maybe gonna hope to start taking shields. He does threaten the Ice Beam, builds all the way up to the 6 Mud Slaps, but August with an instant no shield of the Rock Tomb.
I like this no shield. No matter what is thrown, it's not going to be enough to knock out, so you know this is a charge attack that you can survive, and it looks like alignment could be very, very impactful in the back, as Claydol would love to try and track down that Poison-type Drapion.
Claydol barely able to hang on through the Acrobatics. Dijon is going to reach another charge attack, so if this lands and he can take switch advantage, that could be critical, just as you were saying. Let's see if August decides to shield.
Going to let it through. The Ice Beam will connect. Down goes the Jumpluff. In comes the Drapion. And I misspoke earlier. A Claydol is looking to hopefully track down the Tinkaton, but it's not going to see it. Tinkaton instead finds the Drapion, and this is not where you want to be as the Drapion player.
A little bit ahead on energy as the Drapion, so not the worst matchup in the world, but we're going to be seeing the Claydol versus Jumpluff matchup happen again very soon. This time it's actually a Shadow Jumpluff from Dijon, so those Acrobatics are going to be doing more damage than we saw in the lead.
A free Fairy Wind is conceded there, but it does allow August to apply a debuff before any charge attacks are thrown, helping to kind of artificially increase the bulk of that Claydol, which already has some pretty nice bulk to begin with.
And I don't think August actually built up to the Ice Beam, so that was a pretty easy no shield for Dijon. August, on the other hand, is going to start shielding these Acrobatics.
Really needing this Claydol to survive this matchup and deal meaningful damage into the Tinkaton, because Tinkaton, it's going to be very, very difficult for the Shadow Drapion to gain ground in that matchup.
Another super effective Rock Tomb coming through, and this time Dijon does put up the shield. He notices that he's already in the yellow, meaning that he is below 50% health, and he is going to fire off, I believe, another Acrobatics.
This one is 2 times debuffed, so we will finally see the no shield. That is going to connect. Now there's the switch into the Drapion. When does Dijon switch? He's going to bank the Acrobatics, send in the Tinkaton, and Tinkaton will instantly be met with another Aqua Tail.
A little bit behind on energy, so that Acrobatics could come in handy later, but for now, it might mean that the Drapion actually gets to these Aqua Tails just a little bit too quickly. But actually, I saw the damage on the Aqua Tail. I don't think it did enough to two-shot the Tinkaton.
Tinkaton's now going for the harder hitting Play Rough. It's going to land. This is more damage than a Bulldoze, rocking that Shadow Drapion. Drapion will make another Aqua Tail, but this will not be enough to knock out.
And at this point, if you're Dijon, I don't know how much you need this Tinkaton. You know there's still a Claydol in the back. You know you have energy on your Jumpluff. So really all you need is to get 2 more charge attacks off in this game. Well, not the Bulldoze, but
exiting with the Bulldoze is very nice for Dijon, as Bulldoze, it's not a particularly high damaging move, but this now should put it in a range where instead of needing the Acrobatics, you can just go for the Aerial Ace.
Yeah, Aerial Ace is definitely going to be enough to deal with the rest of this Claydol. It's below 25% health at this point. You see August cringing a little bit, maybe recognizing that, and Dijon already at the next Aerial Ace, and he's going to be able to take game number 1.
Dijon controlling alignment in that game proved to be so incredibly helpful. Tinkaton dodging the Mud Slapper and instead getting aligned onto the Shadow Drapion and that Shadow Jumpluff. Even though it was fearing that super effective charge attack, just being able to outpace, and Dijon's decision to bank energy before sending in the Tinkaton, saying, Drapion energy, I'm not worried about it if I have Tinkaton. 2 Aqua Tails will still not be enough to knock out.
Recognizing those damage ranges and recognizing that 2 Aqua Tails, like you said, is not meaningful enough damage to threaten, I think that's the kind of high-level calculation that you need to succeed at day 2 of a regional championship. And, you know, just taking a little bit of a closer look at Dijon's team here, I definitely expect to see him double down on the Claydol, because it saw its worst matchup in the Jumpluff and was still able to win switch advantage for him.
Claydol, as a setup mon, leading it has been a winning strategy again and again in these few games that we have watched. Here, August did actually stop tapping for a little bit, trying to set up extra farm, but exiting with the bulldoze for Dijon meant that unfortunately, it took it from acrobatics range into aerial ace range, and from there, that bank to acrobatics just made it so comfortable for Dijon.
Setting up extra farm with Claydol is pretty difficult because you see how much damage each of those mud slaps do. It's really easy to get you get a lot of energy from a bigger farm done when there's more health to be farmed, but it is also risky because you take a little bit more damage.
I do want to highlight that Dijon, I believe I mentioned this yesterday, he's someone who is one of our judges a lot of the time. So you will see him not in one of the competitors' chairs, but in one of the judge chairs. And it's awesome to see someone who plays, he plays at such a high level, and him stepping from the judge chair into the battler chair. And he's just been on an absolute roll so far in Milwaukee.
Well, he's certainly seen and played a lot of battles in his lifetime, so let's see what he's bringing into game number 2. We're both locked in. August again leading the regular jump bluff, and it's met once again by Dijon's Claydol.
Dijon saying, it worked the first time, may as well bring back that Claydol. And I believe this is actually the exact same team from both trainers.
Well, let's see if August, remembers the first game and tries to play this matchup a little bit differently, because losing switch advantage, even once, the Claydol was out of the way, the Drapion had another counter waiting for it. So have to wonder if August is going to try to preserve this jump bluff.
If August decides to go down a shield, that could potentially set up the Shadow Jump Bluff for Dijon very nicely. As Shadow Acrobatics, I mean, we technically consider that it could be a bit of an uncomfortable matchup for, like, going up against the Shadow Drapion, but if you're up a shield, if you're up energy, Shadow Acrobatics does massive damage into that Drapion.
All right, well, in game number 1, Dijon went straight for the Ice Beam. Same thing here, and August no-shielded, which kind of cost him the game, and this time we see the adjustment from August, deciding to put up the shields and taking switch advantage.
But now, I think if you're Dijon, you're very happy to let this get farmed down. You can send in Tinkaton. This energy is debuffed. August going to stay in and fire off this debuffed energy, trying to play for alignment, but I think this is going to play right into Dijon's hands, where Dijon, with that Shadow Jump Bluff, things could get very, very scary in that endgame for August.
Yeah, I think August needed to decide a little bit sooner whether he wanted to maybe switch out and save the Jump Bluff and all its energy, but at this point, maybe you just have to stay in. You're dry after you throw this resisted, debuffed Acrobatics, but like you were saying, Jump Bluff versus Drapion, not the worst matchup in the world for the Jump Bluff, especially up a shield.
Really nice overfarm by Dijon, getting close to the maximum of 100 energy without going over it. Will full send the play rough, the no shield from the Jump Bluff, and that will be enough to pick up the knockout.
August gonna send in Claydol, getting the alignment he wants, and now he does get to align the Shadow Drapion on the Jump Bluff, but if you're Dijon, I think you can just go straight for the Acrobatics and deal a lot of damage.
If the Acrobatics lands, this could get very, very interesting. The Poison Sting damage is something to keep in mind here, because normally an Ice Beam would not be enough to knock out, but every Poison Sting that lands gets it closer and closer to a range where a Claydol charge attack could be very problematic for the Jump Bluff.
Acrobatics coming through, and it does land on August. Drapion puts it at very low health. He committed to the crunch and didn't get it, and loses the Aqua Tail as well.
Oh, losing that energy is so unfortunate. Dijon not baiting, and it pays off in a massive way. And now this Acrobatics is going to be shielded up by the Claydol, but this Shadow Jump Bluff is flying high in game number 2.
No need for baits here on Dijon's side. We saw him going straight for the Acrobatics against Drapion, and again in this matchup against Claydol. At this point, Dijon is going to put up the shield. It's actually just a Rock Tomb, not the double super effective Ice Beam, so he is going to lose a little bit of his attack here, which means that the next Acrobatic's not going to do as much damage.
The residual energy on Tinkaton will come into play here, because he did overfarm very close to 100 energy before firing off that Play Rough. This is not quite a range where Play Rough could knock out, but this is a brilliant aerial ace. I love this play, because this is now going to guarantee that a Play Rough will be able to knock out that Claydol.
Exactly, and you know that this is one of the situations where in the end game, obviously Claydol versus Tinkaton is a bad matchup for Tinkaton, but at this point you resist all of the energy, so you're not actually worried about the energy that could come out of this Claydol, and you see Dijon just reaching for the Tinkaton, going straight for that Play Rough. Bulldoze might even be enough at this point. I think this is going to take game number 2.
Great plays by Dijon. How do I get rid of this Claydol? A debuffed Acrobatics, and then that aerial ace saying, I don't need to do all this damage at once. If I can just guarantee that a Play Rough will knock out, I'm going to be in a pretty nice spot. And Dijon, great series there. He's going to be the winner and advancing into losers round 3.
That was actually a really fun match because we got to see the same exact teams played out in 2 different ways. So usually when you play a game, whether it's the Go Battle League or Show 6, you might go back and think, hey, what if I had done this differently? I don't know how that game would have turned out. We saw August try to make that adjustment, but Dijon was absolutely ready. He had the backup plan. Even if he didn't have switch advantage, he could sweep with Jump Bluff.
I really liked the decision to send in the Tinkaton because it made it a very complicated calculation for August, where August would love to pivot out and save the energy, but if you send in Claydol and Dijon has the ability to switch, then suddenly your only Tinkaton counter is gone. You don't really want to send a Shadow Drapion that's down energy and down a shield into a Tinkaton, so it almost felt like a bit of a situation where there wasn't necessarily a right answer, and that's just a very nice line of 3 that Dijon was able to craft, where whether switch advantage was won or switch advantage was lost, either way, he had answers for what August was bringing.
Yeah, a lot of great planning happens before the battles, but there's also a lot of precise play and calculation that happens during the battles. Let's take a look back at some of those battles that we just saw, and we'll be right back.
It's like a 50-50 there.
Homicides Henry live on the floor here with August, who just punched his ticket to day number 2 here at the Regional Championships here in Milwaukee. And not only that, but this is his first day 2 on the winner side of the bracket. Talk me through the emotions of that moment as you clutch the 2-0 victory.
Relief and quite a bit of pride, right? Like this is like the 7th regional that I've played in this year, and fun story, 6 of those have had Pocket in my bracket. And I was complaining to the judges about that, not really complaining, but and they were like, well, if you want to not be in his bracket, just have better results. I'm like, but you see how that requires beating him, right? Like, this is a bit of a chicken and egg situation you've set up for me. But no, just like huge relief. Like you were my first coach back in late 2023 when I was just starting to get into the game. And it's so cool to kind of have results that align with how much I know I've grown and kind of advanced as a player, getting into the deeper mechanics. And like your streams and everybody else's have, like, it's been really cool to get into the more nuanced, more technical aspects of it, because there's so much depth to the game, and being able to actually execute on that depth in real time is just like, yeah, it's a really cool feeling. It's like, okay, I'm pretty good now. Like, that's pretty cool.
And the growth has been so evident from just your improvement throughout the course of the season and the path that you took today as well. In your path here today too, there was an international champion and regional champion in Out of Pocket. There was a 2-time regional champion in SJ, and you were able to defeat both. And it really seemed like the star of the show in the SJ games was Malamar. Talk to me about this pick and how it's helped you succeed here in day number 1.
100%. So yeah, Malamar was kind of the glue that is kind of putting the team together and makes the rest of it kind of work. I was really struggling the past couple of weeks after Atlanta to figure out a team. I was trying Stunfisk for a while, and then I was even trying like Astonished Dunsparce, which like I like the concept of, but like execution wise, it's like I really need to workshop that one a bit. But yeah, just having something that is this neutral into this meta, even if it doesn't win every matchup, it's like it's a soft loss into Tinkaton that can then like set up farm for a Drapion or Lapras or even another Tinkaton. Like, it's just such a great setup mon, even in the matchups where it's not hard winning. And so it really lets me play the rest of my team without having to worry about what if I get hard blocked by this, or like, what if they bring a Clodsire? I can't bring Ting. It's just, yeah, it really opens up the choices that you can make.
And we saw that in those games. Malamar proved to be extremely flexible, even in its matchups that on paper you would think are negative, like against the Jumpluff. Psywave and Foul Play really add up over time.
It does fine against Jumpluff is the thing, right? It's like, it's a loss, but it's not a hard loss. And it's better when you don't play out the twos. So as long as you're playing to the win con you know you can do kind of well in, play to the ones, either they shield the second one to preserve health and then you come in with something else, or you get them low enough to, I think you can actually get it to farm on a Lapras without them making a fourth move at that point, based on IVs. But like, you can kind of see how that's progressing as the match goes on. But like, then you can kind of play it bigger, but it gives you the ability to make that choice.
So the bold choice to bring Malamar, it's working incredibly well. Big congratulations again on making day number 2 on the winner side of the bracket. And the final note that I want to leave this interview on is the feeling of community. It's something that August shouted out in this interview, was the fact that by watching other community members learning, like working on these advanced mechanics.
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but it's been massive. Like, yeah, I think yours was the first community that I joined, and then I started getting really into like the Flash tournaments, and then the Candle Cult tournaments, and then joined a faction or Battle Frontier team, and really getting to like talk shop and really getting to get into the collaborative nature of it, because there's going to be so many creative thinkers, so many creative personnel, like King Alexander and K-Pine and Mountain Dugong from my team. Like, they just getting to like workshop and play Great League with them have been just such kind of like a mind-opening experience for like thinking, oh, I was trying to play for this angle, but then having them actually, getting to bounce it off them is just, it's how you improve after a certain point. You can't get better in a vacuum after you get to a certain point of skill, if you will.
Iron sharpens iron, so to speak. Getting to practice and learn from these really talented trainers. I mean, it's paying off in a massive way. So again, massive congratulations, and we'll see you back here for day number 2.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. Stephanie Christine here to take you through the 2025 San Antonio Regional Championships. The Dual Destiny meta lived up to its name by showcasing some of the biggest rivalries in Pokemon GO PvP. The 8th career meeting between Rise to Occasion and Dunebug 97 was dubbed the Tangle in Texas. While the two trainers Shadow Drapion fired Aquatails back and forth, the difference maker was Rise's Mandibuzz. Another rivalry came to a head when Elite was able to sneak a game-winning Ice Beam through 2 of Out of Pocket's Protect Shields to secure a spot in the losers finals. The winners finals was a showdown between Rise to Occasion and Stud Muffins. The momentum of the series was a tug of war, with both trainers white-knuckling their win conditions and digging in their heels. Rise took the winners finals 3-1 on the wings of his Mandibuzz, proving that it is the superior Dark-type flyer in the current meta. After a grueling 4-game series against Stud Muffins and his Galarian Moltres, Elite skyrocketed into the Grand Finals, proving that there is good, then there is great, and then there is Elite. The Grand Finals and the Grand Finals reset was the Shadow Marowak show. Despite Rise taking advantage of even the smallest of Elite's mistakes, it wasn't enough to conquer the oppressive power of Shadow Marowak. Elite claimed his 3rd regional championship to etch his name in the history books alongside friend and rival Wild Jeffs III.
And he is going to be your 2025 San Antonio Regional Champion.
We are waiting for you to join in on the action. Go to Pokemon.com/compete to find events near you.
And we are back, trainers, here at the Milwaukee Regional Championships for Pokemon GO. I am Stephanie Christine, and I am joined by Nick, or Alpha Feed.
San Antonio Regional was one of the best this season, but we have another one happening here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. The battles have been fierce, but it's only going to get fiercer as we continue through the loser side of this bracket.
The loser side of the bracket is, in my opinion, the most exciting. It is win or go home for these trainers as they are fighting tooth and nail to make it through this bracket. Look at how far we have yet to go. It is a long road ahead. The two trainers we are going to be seeing next are Sustenance Eater and Pranav. You can see that Pranav beat 2-0'd Man in the Planet and is sitting and waiting for Sustenance Eater, who was knocked down from the winner side of the bracket by Rise to Occasion. But we still have lots of trainers who are fighting it out, trying to get to the losers finals for that shot to get back into Grands.
And on the other side of the losers bracket is Out of Pocket, so there is the potential for them to be able to play for that spot with the mirror team. And of course, the winner's side, we still have Snots and Rise waiting up there, as well as two others. But let's refocus back in on the loser side of the bracket, where we have to play out a number of matches in order to move our way through the bracket. Up on stage, we have Sustenance Eater again and Pranav. The winner of them will face off against Dijon, who is going to be waiting. Sustenance Eater is running the same team as his brother, as well as Out of Pocket. It's going to be that Tinkaton, Shadow Jumpluff, Diggersby, Shadow for Alligator, excuse me, the Malamar, as well as the Lapras. A difference of those ground types, as you called out before we started, as well as the difference between the Feraligators. One Shadow, one non-Shadow.
And then, so we saw Sustenance Eater coming in from the winner's side of the bracket. Pranav actually came in from the loser's side today. So if Pranav is going to continue forward, it is a long road ahead. I see on these two teams, when we take a look, we've got two different ground types. We've got the Diggersby by Sustenance Eater, as well as the other Malamar boys, all running Diggersby. And then we have Claydol as the ground type of choice for Pranav. Claydol being a lot better with fast attack pressure with that Mud Slap, where Diggersby using quick attack, but it has a little bit more variety, being able to run Scorching Sands and Fire Punch.
And I think this is actually the second Shadow Primeape that Sustenance Eater has faced off against, because I believe he was playing Rise in the winner's side. Rise was able to utilize that Shadow Primeape to great effect. One key difference, though, is that Pranav's Shadow Primeape has Ice Punch as opposed to Close Combat, so not quite as threatening against some of the normal types, but very threatening into that Shadow Jumpluff with that double super effective damage.
Taking a look at our first game of losers round 2, we are going to see Pranav launch this acrobatics into the Lapras to start off the game, and Sustenance Eater puts up a shield, recognizing this is going to be one of the heavier hitting attacks into this Lapras.
Sparkling Aria coming out as a bait for Sustenance Eater. Pranav puts up a shield, not going to be very happy with that shielded bait attack. Ice Beam going to be reached at a 1 turn before the next acrobatics. Second shield coming up from Pranav. Looks like this trainer is heavily investing into his Shadow Jumpluff.
Yeah, and that Shadow Jumpluff has a lot of energy, so it makes sense to want to protect it. Sustenance Eater bringing in the Tinkaton. Pranav is going to chip it a bit with acrobatics before swapping into the Feraligatr to apply some damage. Now, Pranav not running a Shadow Feraligatr, running the regular version instead. So that is going to change some of the matchups. It's not going to be able to hit as hard, but it's going to be able to tank something like this Play Rough a lot easier.
Yeah, I really like the over from Pranav there, because I don't think that the Tinkaton is within singular Hydro Cannon range from the normal Feraligatr. Even now, I think it's going to be just enough to pick up the knockout. It was really close. The Shadow variant easily would have picked up the knockout, but the non-Shadow variant just doesn't do quite the same amount of damage. You'll see it in this Lapras. Lapras going to be able to shrug off this no problem.
And we can see here that Lapras is going to be trying to Psywave down. Sustenance Eater knows this is only a Hydro Cannon. It's not going to be enough to knock out. However, yeah, it's not going to be enough out. Can it get the full Psywave down? It can. So Lapras is going to exit this matchup with a bunch of energy. Now, neither Lapras is running Skull Bash, so the mirror is rough because you can only throw resisted charge attacks.
I'll be curious to see if Sustenance Eater builds up to another charge attack before switching. No, instead opting to switch immediately. In comes the Jumpluff. 1 shield remaining on his Malamar, so this is going to be a very crucial shield decision from Sustenance Eater. Does he think think this is a bait or does he think it's an acrobatics? He shields the aerial ace. I think this jump left is going to be slightly outside of foul play range, and he reaches for another acrobatics. Great timing from Sustenance Eater here, throwing the foul play. Will this be enough to pick up the knockout?
I think it might. Let's see, just barely not, but Pranav not able to throw his charge attack there.
Yeah, one singular Psywave able to pick up the knockout, 2 superpowers loaded at this point. Neither charge attack from Pranav able to threaten a knockout. It looks like Sustenance Eater has wrapped it up in this game number 1. 2 charge attacks loaded. Foul play this time, not necessarily the right or wrong move, but it's going to pick up the knockout nonetheless.
Both of those are knockout moves as Sustenance Eater has brushed himself off and has claimed a victory here against Pranav for game number 1. Now, Nick, can you tell me a little bit? Pranav looked like he maybe made a mistake. Was it a mistake or did he have that charged attack? He looked frustrated regardless. To knock out. We're going to see it here in the replay in a little bit.
With the Malamar?
Yeah.
Yeah, so he had the move. However, 1 turn fast attacks usually apply their damage before the charge attacks can be thrown. Very infrequently, or somewhat infrequently, that is not the case. But with 1 turn fast attacks, it's most commonly going to be able to pick up the knockout before the charge attack can go through. So that's probably why he's a little bit frustrated. He was really hoping he could survive that singular Psywave. That was a really great catch by Sustenance Eater. He had built up a lot of energy and was able to get that catch onto his Tinkaton to neutralize a lot of that energy that Pranav had built up. And then Hydro Cannon, just not enough damage into the Lapras. Lapras able to get the Psywave down.
Yeah, so just wanted to check there. Was really hoping because we were like, oh, is foul play gonna knock out? Just barely no, but because the Psywave damage applied before he was able to throw the charge attack. Those 1 turn fast attacks, like we were talking about earlier, they have a lot of advantages.
They're just so good, and I think that's why this team composition has probably been built around both Tinkaton as well as the Malamar. Most common ground types in the meta don't really fare super well against Malamar, whether it be Diggersby or Clodsire. Clodsire taking super effective damage from those Psywaves. Diggersby being threatened by these super effective superpowers. Other ground types that are common in the meta right now are the Mud Slappers, which I guess are fairly neutral into the Malamar. The most common one right now is going to be that Claydol taking super effective from foul play. Anyways, into game number 2, it's a solid lead for Sustenance Eater, but a quick swap out from Pranav.
Yeah, looks like Sustenance Eater is happy to stay in this matchup. What are you noticing here, Nick?
I'm seeing Sustenance Eater say, please, 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 praying for the defense fall. He gets it. His prayers are answered. In comes his own standard Lapras, able to soak up all of this Hydro Cannon energy and is going to be able to potentially get a full Psywave down.
Yeah, I think that defense fall is going to be very beneficial to Sustenance Eater. We were trying to read his lips, trying to figure out what is he hoping for, and it was for that defense drop to hopefully get as close to a Psywave down as possible. Looks like he is going to have to throw a Sparkling Aria in order to take the Feraligatr out.
Yeah, just shy of the farm down. I think another Hydro Cannon would have threatened the knockout into the Lapras, so great call from Sustenance Eater to utilize his energy at that point. Another Sparkling Aria being able to be thrown at this point, going to do nice neutral damage to the Tinkaton. Tinkaton not really threatened by it though, it is a very bulky Pokemon.
Yeah, this isn't even going to take Tinkaton down into half health. It is just fine. And now Pranav maybe looking to see if he can get a debuff of his own. I'm not sure. Is Sustenance Eater going to protect this Lapras? Decides not, just let it go. Actually, Bulldoze not even enough to knock out. Needs to throw an additional Fairy Wind, but that's not too bad. Being able, having that additional residual energy on the Tinkaton could be helpful for later.
It's almost like that Bulldoze undercharged itself so that Pranav could get an extra Fairy Wind of energy. In comes the Malamar, and Pranav now has a choice. Does he want to bait the Bulldoze or go straight for the Play Rough?
Ooh, and Sustenance Eater has to make a call. Do you shield the Play Rough? He does shield it, but it is just a bulldoze. And now Sustenance Eater is going to be throwing back-to-back charge attacks. Pranav has to make a decision. Do I shield them? Shields up a foul play. That wouldn't have been enough to knock out. But here we have Sustenance Eater doing a quick pivot into his own Tinkaton. Pranav counters by throwing a bulldoze, looking for another defense drop. Does he get it? He does.
Bulldoze would have been a charge attack tie here. Pranav throwing first, Sustenance Eater going for an overform, recognizing that he can likely take the second Bulldoze and be just okay. Will Pranav switch into his jump bluff at this point? No. Bulldoze coming through for Sustenance Eater. If this lands, then it'll be really interesting to see, does Sustenance Eater try to throw a Bulldoze into that Shadow Jump Bluff to try to get a defense drop, or will he go straight for the play rough?
I think Sustenance Eater has a ton of energy, so it makes sense to go right for the play rough. Pranav wisely puts up a shield, recognizing that this is likely the heaviest hitting attack left in the game.
Given that the shield comes up, it would have been a really cheeky Bulldoze. Pulling the shield, potentially getting the debuff. In comes the Malamar. First foul play coming through now, going to do nice neutral chip damage. The question is, will Pranav be able to get another bait with Aerial Ace, or will he go straight for the acrobatics?
Ooh, Sustenance Eater has to make this decision. Is it Aerial Ace? Is it Acrobatics? He shields the Aerial Ace. That is a tough call to make. That's going to allow Pranav to get up to this Acrobatics, but it looks like maybe he waited a moment to throw it.
I think he's over farming, trying to get some energy into the final matchup, given that he knows he needs that energy into the remainder of Sustenance Eater's Tinkaton. Acrobatics coming through. This is going to be more than enough to pick up the knockout, but will he get Fairy Winded down by the same type attack bonus Fairy Winds?
No, he got the he got the energy. I heard the cry from the stage that he was so on 1 HP and a dream. That jump bluff is hanging out and able to keep Pranav's tournament dreams alive. We are 1-1 here. We're heading into a decisive game 3. Now, Pranav has been on the loser side of the bracket for a while now. He lost to Bopper yesterday in the winners semifinals for his group, and then had to go on to play losers round 5, losers round 6, and then beat Bopper 2-1, the person who knocked him down to the losers bracket in the first place. So he's played quite a few more battles in this tournament than Sustenance Eater has.
Able to secure the revenge knockout in that game against Bopper to make day number 2. Let's look again at these teams. No option for that Shadow Primeape here in game number 1. Sustenance Eater did play fairly strong into it with the Malamar and the Tinkaton. However, Pranav utilizing that Feraligatr to be able to take out that Lapras, even though it is not the best matchup. Sustenance Eater did pray and hope for that debuff, was able to get it, but it was not quite enough.
And we are setting ourselves up for that decisive game 3 as Malamar watches on from the stage. Will we potentially see more Malamar action from Sustenance Eater? It has a lot of really good play. What we haven't seen on the side of Pranav is that Primeape at all. It has some solid matchups here against something like the Diggersby. It can do okay into Tinkaton, we've talked about, if it can Rage Fist up a little bit first. It can do okay into Lapras. But again, the whole time Primeape is also taking super effective damage from Psywave.
Yeah, I have to imagine the reason that Pranav's not leaning into it as much as Rise was is because he does not have access to close combat. Here we go. Decisive game number 3. It is going to be Lapras into Shadow Jump Bluff. This is a fairly neutral, fast attack matchup, but watch out for those super effective Ice Beams.
Yes, and Lapras gets to that Ice Beam just after Jump Bluff gets to its Acrobatics. However, it looks like Pranav over-farming a little bit, allowing Sustenance Eater to throw that Ice Beam first. Now we have to decide, is this going right away for the Acrobatics? Is it a bait right away? It was the Acrobatics. Sustenance Eater puts up a Protect Shield. All of that energy kind of going to waste here.
Sustenance Eater throwing a secondary Sparkling Aria bait, pulling the second shield. Pranav is going to be grimacing after that. Bold shields used on resista damage. I'm have to feel like the Ice Beam at this point will come before the final acrobatics. Sustenance Eater double shielding his Lapras in return for those hard-hitting neutral acrobatics. Switch out into his own Lapras. I have to imagine Sustenance Eater might switch out. He built up so much energy and switches out into his own Tinkaton.
Yeah, Sustenance Eater, by making those calls, by pulling off those baits right away in the beginning of the battle, has set himself up for a lot of success. Pranav is going to have to work overtime to find a win condition here.
I'm a little bit surprised that Sustenance Eater overfarmed so much but didn't throw a single Sparkling Aria. I thought a little bit of chip damage would have been nice in order to shore up this mid-game matchup, because all of the energy that he has on his Lapras won't go super well into Pranav's final Pokemon, that Feraligatr, so he's going to really want to maintain switch advantage here.
The Sparkling Aria connects, and Tinkaton is just shy of a knockout. Play rough. Sustenance Eater, no shields remaining. The Sparkling Aria is going to connect and wash Tinkaton off the field. That's so unfortunate to go down with that much energy.
There is a little bit of residual energy on the Lapras. Aerial Ace going to be caught onto the Feraligatr. This is a standard Feraligatr, very easily able to sustain this hit. However, I have to imagine Sustenance Eater is going to build up to the point where Ice Beam is available and then switch into his own Lapras.
Ooh, and he does successfully make that catch onto the Lapras. All of that Ice Beam energy is going to, or all of that Hydro Cannon energy, it was actually Hydro Cannon.
Yeah, it was a great call from Pranav, expecting the catch at the Ice Beam, so it is still a catch. It is still resisted, but it's not as big of a waste of energy as an Ice Beam would have been.
Pranav making those 5-head plays.
Sparkling Aria coming through once again. This is going to be more than enough to pick up the knockout into the Feraligatr. Feraligatr going to say bye-bye back into its Pokeball. Out comes the Jump Bluff, but all of the energy from the Lapras has been expended. There is only energy for a Sparkling Aria at this point, and in comes a Charge Attack from Pranav. I think it could be an Aerial Ace. That might be just enough to pick up the knockout.
We are going to have to see it. Does the Lapras hang on? No. And then Pranav had so much energy. Look at him. He's able to make that catch. So Sustenance Eater kind of makes a decision. Am I going to undercharge? Am I going to not undercharge? Ends up knocking out the Lapras and has the acrobatics. You can see him pointing to his head for those 5-head plays.
In it comes the acrobatics. It is enough to pick up the knockout. That is somehow heavy hitting damage, about 70 to 80% damage going across from one Shadow Jump Bluff into another. Great catch from Pranav there in the end game to secure victory. And unfortunately for us, it means that we won't be able to see the two brothers play against each other. But what a solid win from Pranav, really knowing his end game win conditions.
That was so exciting to watch. That Hydro Cannon throw, anticipating the catch, was really remarkable. And then making that catch at the very end, I think completely threw Sustenance Eater off guard.
And it really just goes to show that the top tier players aren't just trying to think about what they want to do, but they're also thinking about what their opponent wants to do. I knew Pranav was expecting the catch. I wasn't sure if he was going to overfarm or if he was going to go straight for the Hydro Cannon. I really do like the immediate Hydro Cannon. I think it's fairly safe because the final Pokemon on Sustenance Eater's side is that Lapras. You're going to guarantee that damage does land. As we see in the replay, though, it was an amazing catch onto the Lapras. This is just an Aerial Ace. I think maybe if Sustenance Eater had gone for the full undercharge, he might have had some play. However, it would come down to which of the Shadow Jump Bluff wins that charge attack tie, right? If Sustenance Eater had it as well and they both clicked it, yeah, pointing to his head, he's definitely in his opponent's head there, but if he had clicked it, that would have been a charge attack tie, and it would have absolutely just come down to the exact stats of each of this Pokemon.
So rather than leave it up to chance, Pranav able to throw that acrobatics and wipe away the opposing Jump Bluff. What an exciting series of battles from those two fantastic trainers. Now, one of the Malamar boys is out of the tournament, but there are two still remaining. We still have Nighttime Clasher and Out of Pocket, who all running essentially the same team, maybe like some variations a little bit. And then, yeah, I think both of them have a really good shot still of winning this.
Yeah, I have to say, Nighttime Clasher has just really been impressing me this tournament. His play has been so consistent. He's on top of his game. When we had the interview between him and Sustenance Eater, Sustenance Eater did say that out of the two of them, if they had head-to-head, face-to-face, Nighttime Clasher would be the victor. And I think that could be said about almost anyone in the field of play against Nighttime Clasher with how well he's playing.
And we can talk to, we actually have an interview with Soph and Pranav. I am so excited to hear about some of those 5-head plays that Pranav was able to pull off in that last match. Soph, take it away.
Thanks, Stephanie. I'm here on the floor with Pranav, who just advanced to the top 8 here in Milwaukee. How does it feel?
It feels really good. It's been a while since I have been in the top 8, and I know I'm at that level and I can get there, so it feels good to finally accomplish that, you know?
Definitely. You've been around for a while, and it's great to see you kind of performing to your reputation. I think Stephanie wanted to hear about some of those very high-level plays that you just had, maybe in that Game 3. Do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I cannot for the life of me remember Lapras counts because the Psywave, I swear, moves way too fast, but there's just like a lot of gut intuition and just reads I made ultimately when I thought he would throw energy and just understanding, okay, how can I put myself in the best possible position? And although like that lead matchup was a little dicey, I was able to make plays in the end that rounded it out for me.
We haven't seen you in the top 8 for quite a while, but do you want to talk about any special preparation that you did for this tournament?
I think I just did a lot of practice tournaments. I think it's a cliche, but practice makes perfect ultimately at the end of the day. And the more reps you get in and the earlier you finalize your team, the more it's going to pay off at these big events.
Cool. And then last question, do you have anyone you want to shout out who helped you prepare maybe for today specifically or just for the tournament?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think most importantly, shout out to Elite TMs, Soph, Signal, SJ Briggsy, Elam, Mi Hermano, Monahan, Snots, TMA, Smash, Nicest. I'm probably forgetting names, but I love you all and thank you for your support. And I'd like to thank my buddy Cash. It was his birthday on Thursday, and we were going to celebrate this weekend, but I was like, listen, I have this tournament. I'm going to go do well, and I love you, bro.
Well, you might have even more to celebrate. Congratulations again, and thanks for your time, and we'll see you later. Stephanie, Nick, back to you.
I don't think there's anyone who's been shouted out more in interview segments than Soph herself. You can tell that she is just such a vital member of this community, really supporting a lot of trainers. It was so much fun to hear from Pranav about, well, I should say Pranav, It was great to hear about some of those plays he made as well as that preparation. It is so important to put in that practice.
Yeah, like on top of preparation makes perfect. What was the other thing that he said? Having your team locked in well before the tournament so that you're getting that prep, you're getting those reps in with the team that you plan to bring to the tournament, I think is another crucial key part to actually all games in the Pokemon circuit. I've heard so much from people in VG about like, oh, these players are changing the stats of their Pokemon last minute. Maybe they're subbing in their Incineroar for another fire type. And it really, switching things up at the last minute can throw you off your game and you can make you less prepared for the tournament than you would want to be. So I think that's a really great key piece of advice of locking in your team, making sure that it's good, and then getting those practice reps with it.
I'm curious if Vergy and Out of Pocket locked in their teams earlier, if they made up their minds the morning of day one. In either case, they've both done very well for themselves in this Milwaukee Regional Championship tournament. So taking on, we've got, again, Vergy and Out of Pocket. We just saw this team, Pocket's team, with Sustenance Eater. We've seen it with Nighttime Clasher. However, a key difference is that Jumpluff is a non-shadow. It is just a standard Jumpluff. Also, Out of Pocket's Lapras is running Skull Bash.
You know, I've got a 5-head moment myself here. I feel like Out of Pocket ran the Skull Bash set just so that he could hard counter the Laprases from Nighttime Clasher and Sustenance Eater.
Well, he does right now. He is up against Vergy, and we have a Charge-a-Bug into Tinkaton. So going to be throwing a lot of neutral electric damage into Tinkaton. Tinkaton can either go for Bulldoze to get that, go for that fish for that debuff, or can go straight for the play rough like Out of Pocket is here. Vergiburg deciding to protect the Charge Bug early on in the game.
And normally you'd say, hey, this is a Steel type and a Fairy type going up against a Bug type. This must be an awful matchup for this Charger Bug. However, so much of Charger Bug's set is based around electric damage. You have Volt Switch, and now with Discharge being very similar to X-Scissor in terms of the energy it uses, it's a much safer matchup for this Charger Bug than it might have been in years past.
Yeah, it looks like even just a handful more Volt Switches would be enough to knock the Tinkaton out, but Out of Pocket at another Play Rough. Let's take a look and see how much is this Play Rough going to do to this Charge Bug, taking it down just barely into the red. And then Out of Pocket actually bringing in the Feraligatr, because if you look at Out of Pocket's backline, both of them are water types. Neither of them really wants to take this Discharge.
And you look at the backline for Vergi, he doesn't really have any great Pokemon that want to go up against this Feraligatr with an energy advantage. He brings in the Shadow Drapion, but a Shadow Hydro Cannon from a Feraligatr into a Shadow Drapion does so much damage, it almost picks up a one-hit knockout. And I think it's going to be possible for Out of Pocket to just shield here. I'm honestly surprised by an Aqua Tail Bait. And get a complete farm down. We'll have to see if this Aqua Tail Bait affords another charge attack from Vergi. No, he actually overtaps on the secondary Aqua Tail. Tried to go for the crunch, but just not enough health to do so.
No, so maybe it would have been more beneficial to go for the crunch, fish for that debuff, so the Poison Stings could have done a little more. But we will have to see how the rest plays out. We've got the Feraligatr coming in, going to start throwing those Hydro Cannons, trying to slowly chip away at the Dugong. What's really going to be powering through the Dugong, though, are the Shadow Claws, doing a lot of neutral damage.
Hydro Cannon number 2 coming through, going to knock this Dugong into the yellow. I have to imagine that Out of Pocket will switch into the Lapras before a Drill Run can be thrown. 4 more into the Hydro Cannon, expecting Vergi to go for the ideal timing. Vergi could have potentially thrown a Drill Run on inopportune timing to pull away the knockout. Instead, letting it go. Ooh. Hydro Cannon is going to, oh, sorry, not letting it go, shielding up and catching the Icy Wind, not Drill Run, onto the Tinkaton.
I wonder if Vergiburg was hoping that that second Volt Switch damage would apply there, because that would have potentially threatened a knockout. The last Icy Wind, not enough. The Feraligatr stands strong and is able to throw the Hydro Cannon, and Out of Pocket standing there with that Shadow Feraligatr at the end of the match. That was very close. He did still have the Lapras, though, in the back.
Yeah, a little bit of optimization from Vergi made that battle seem significantly more out of hand for him than it actually was. I think potentially not going for the Aqua Tail, just going for the crunch, or if you do go for the Aqua Tail, going for the second Aqua Tail so that the energy isn't wasted. And then the Dugong, when it was paired into that Feraligatr, just maybe some slight optimizations, throwing the Drill Run on bad timing in order to get the knockout before it could throw its Hydro Cannon on good timing, might have given Vergi a little bit of a better play in this endgame.
Yeah, we can see, I think, like, maybe hoping that last Volt Switch would have been enough, but the Charge Bug was just not able to hold on long enough. It didn't have enough HP, and we can see here Out of Pocket with just the slimmest of margins is able to knock out the Dugong, but he still, that entire Lapras was in the back.
Yeah, able to prevent Vergi from getting that information about what the third Pokemon was. He can now very safely bring that Lapras into this third game because it was never revealed. He's gonna have to try to play around that Charger Bug, though. It looks very safe from Vergi. I think it's going to be one of his better Pokemon in this matchup because if you're looking at the team, the best answer is going to be that Diggersby, but Diggersby is not that easy to play into Vergi's team because of the Azumarill, because of the Dugong, because of his own Diggersby being a fairly neutral matchup, as well as the Malamar having access to super effective superpower.
Will we see the Malamar, kind of the signature of a lot of these trainers here today? Are we going to see that make some play, or are we going to see more of something like the Diggersby?
I think it might be hard for Out of Pocket to bring the Malamar because it is incredibly threatened by the Charger Bug. Double super effective bug type damage with those X-Scissors is going to likely pick up a knockout, even with an attack debuff on it. Probably, I have to imagine.
And we see Out of Pocket going for the Diggersby right away. It is met with the Dugong on the side of Vergiverg, and Out of Pocket makes an immediate safe swap into that Shadow for Alligator, but it's meant with Volt Switch after Volt Switch, just kind of starting to chunk away at it.
Hydro Cannon coming through, going to do a lot of neutral damage here. Vergi's likely going to want to throw his discharge before the next Hydro Cannon is ready. One Volt Switch and throws. Out of Pocket is still a ways away from his next Hydro Cannon, but he might opt to try to play out the 2-shield matchup with one Hydro Cannon having gone through. I think a farm down is going to be possible here, even if Vergi decides to shield this Hydro Cannon.
He does decide to shield the Hydro Cannon. I'm not so sure about that. We throw the discharge out of, yeah, I think you're exactly right, Nick. I think Out of Pocket can simply shield this and then potentially Shadow Claw down.
I think it's going to be 3 Shadow Claws here. 1, 2, actually just the 2, so he takes 1 Volt Switch for it. Might be able to get off 1 more Hydro Cannon depending on what comes in. Vergi opting to show the Dugong in the back, trying to secure a potential sweep with his Diggersby in the endgame.
And then we have Out of Pocket making a decision, waiting out the clock. I anticipate we're going to see the Tinkaton come in, and then it's going to be Diggersby versus Diggersby at the endgame.
Drill Run coming through, going to do lots of super effective damage, and when I say lots, I mean not actually all that much, probably going to knock it just into the yellow. I think one more Drill Run might be just enough to pick up a knockout. Great timing from Out of Pocket, throwing the Play Rough right before the Drill Run's available. I'm a little bit surprised to see the shield, but it makes sense given that Dugong is good into the next Pokemon in the backline as well. Great patience from Vergi there, throwing this Icy Wind instead of the Drill Run. I would really like to see Vergi potentially build up to another Drill Run so that he could throw it later. Instead, actually just opting to immediately switch into the Diggersby because it's going to be good into Pocket's Diggersby that is now attack debuff, as well as the Tinkaton in the back.
But Scorching Sands has debuff potential as well. The first Scorching Sands lands, no debuff from it though.
Second Scorching Sands coming through, this time from Vergi's side. This is going to not pick up a knockout, but going to put that Diggersby quite low on Pocket's side. Looks like 1 more will be just enough to pick up the knockout.
And here is just a return fire from Out of Pocket. You can really see the difference in how much just a 1-stage attack drop can really do in addition to that Icy Wind damage.
Pocket gets 1 back, so it might mean that this Scorching Sands is just shy of picking a knockout. However, Vergi is likely going to get a quick attack down after, if not able to reach a Fire Punch here. I think he could have very safely gone for a Scorching Sands. He was I think he's very much outside of Play Rough range at this point.
So going for what he thought was a safer play before swapping in the Dugong. Dugong's going to have to absorb some Play Rough damage, and then probably we're going to see a quick attack down from the Tinkaton, because I don't think it's quite at 2 attacks.
I think it's actually going to barely survive. However, Fairy Wind applying before the Ice Shard. 1 more quick attack, likely going to pick up the knockout. And even if that Tinkaton had reached a Bulldoze, we've seen Bulldoze before, it would not have picked up a knockout into the very bulky bunny that is Diggersby.
Yeah, I thought when Out of Pocket, when in that middle matchup, it seemed like Verg recognized, I think Pocket's going to safe swap that Shadow for Alligator again, just like he did in the first game. So Verg brought the Charge-a-Bug to counter it. And I thought maybe Out of Pocket was turning it around for himself when he 2-shielded his Shadow for Alligator to get that farm down energy. What do you think the turning point of this match was?
I think it was just the team composition from Vergi recognizing, okay, I think Dugong's going to do quite well into the remainder of Pocket's team. It happened to be the Diggersby in the back, as well as the Tinkaton, both of them able to take super effective damage from the ice and ground coverage of that Dugong. Really great coverage in the overall meta. Things that resist ice type damage are like ice and steel. Steel takes super effective from ground, ice takes neutral from ground, so it's really great typing coverage.
Yeah, we thought perhaps when we got this new and improved Lapras that Dugong maybe wouldn't be as popular, and it definitely isn't. Lapras is much more popular now, but perhaps Vergi is showing that, hey, I don't think Dugong's done yet.
I think the introduction of Tinkaton might be switching it back a little bit because the steel typing is going to resist the Psy Waves from the Lapras, but it's going to make it susceptible to the drill runs from that Dugong. It still resists the ice shards from Dugong, so maybe it's not so clear-cut as to which of the ice and water types is better against that Tinkaton.
And our trainers are locked in and ready to go. This is a decisive game number 3. We have Azumarill up against the Malamar. The Malamar just not finding the matchup that it wants.
I have to imagine that Out of Pocket's going to build up energy to the play rough is ready at Vergi's point. Try to catch it on the Tinkaton. In comes the Dugong answer, and in the back is going to be the Charger Bug, so this is not looking too amazing for Out of Pocket. Will he be able to work his way around this team compositional advantage that Vergi has?
It is definitely going to be tough, but if anyone can do it, it is Out of Pocket. He has been cooking all weekend. But what we are going to see first is Vergi with a pretty solid advantage is going to be going for those drill runs. Drill runs do about half of Tinkaton's health, so you really only need 2 to be able to knock out.
Shielding up the first. Second is allowed to go through. This is going to take the Tinkaton quite low in health, just above the red. One more play rough is ready now. Will Vergi return a shield in pair, or will he opt to let the Dugong go? Dugong is let go, not quite knocked out yet, but 2 more Fairy Winds likely seal the deal.
And Tinkaton is down on energy, but not out. Or down on health, but not out because it has a lot of energy to throw. Out of Pocket at the play rough, and Vergi decides this is where I want to use my Protect Shield. This is the most heavy-hitting attack I'm going to have to deal with for the rest of the match.
Out of Pocket wins switch advantage and then immediately gives it up, bringing in the Malamar, throwing the foul play, recognizing that he needs the Tinkaton potentially later in the matchup for some charged attacks, potentially against a Pokemon that deals a little bit less fast attack pressure than this Charger Bug. Both foul plays coming through unshielded by Vergi. I'm a little bit surprised that he hasn't switched out into that Azumarill. Maybe his switch clock isn't up yet, but I could have sworn it was.
Ooh, and an X-Scissor does super effective damage. The Malamar goes back to the Pokeball, and then Lapras trying for the Psy Wave down, but Vergi's Charger Bug gets to that discharge first. Out of Pocket decides to protect the Lapras. It's Lapras against the world.
And really crucial here, this Lapras has Skull Bash, catches the play rough on the Tinkaton. I think it is not going to be quite enough to pick up a knockout. A little bit of an undercharge here does mean it still does. I was expecting maybe a little bit more of an undercharge from Vergi. Now the Skull Bash is going to be reached before the play rough, going to lower the amount of damage it can do. A shield call here now from Vergi. I think he shields because throwing the Skull Bash immediately is the best play for Out of Pocket.
And the defense is slowly going to start rising on this Lapras. Will the Skull Bash be the difference maker here? Because without Skull Bash, Lapras has a really tough time in the Azumarill matchup.
Yeah, Skull Bash now making it so that the next play rough won't pick up the knockout. A second Skull Bash now going through before the third play rough means it's going to do just that much more, less damage.
Just that much more less damage. I thought you were, I guess you're the math person, not the English person, Alpha Phoebe. We see this play rough come through, and it does a lot less damage here. The Psy Wave going for potentially the knockout. I don't think the Charger Bug left with the move. No, it was Energy Dry, and Out of Pocket being the one to really turn that advantage around. Vergi started that matchup really positively and was able to, Out of Pocket, really able to switch things up.
Yeah, I think Vergi would have had a little bit of a better time in that endgame if he neutralized that Malamar energy onto his Azumarill, because Out of Pocket had hard swapped into that Malamar, maybe expecting another Pokemon in the back that is a stronger answer to the to the Charger Bug, like the Diggersby. Getting my Pokemon confused on which order I want to speak about them in. And with that, actually trying to save his Azumarill in the back for a potential Diggersby.
And here we have the replay of that last match. Here's the Malamar that you were talking about out of Pocket, kind of hard swapped into it, but it got knocked out by that Charjabug, and really setting up kind of Lapras against the world here. And the key difference maker between out of Pocket's Lapras and the other two Lapras of the two Malamar boys, Sustenance Eater and Nighttime Clasher, is that out of Pocket is running that Skull Bash. Maybe that Skull Bash hurt him in some other matchups, but it really helped here in the Azumarill matchup.
You can't forget the catch of the first play rough onto Out of Pocket's Tinkaton. That really allowed his Lapras to ramp up its defense, take those second and third play roughs significantly better. I think that was really a key for him to victory in that match. Had that play rough not been able to be caught, Virgie could have gotten a few extra bubbles in, and maybe that energy advantage would have been all he needed to secure victory.
I'm really excited to hear from Home Slice Henry and Out of Pocket about how Out of Pocket was able to turn that match around, and maybe Home Slice can also ask about that regular jump pluff and maybe that Skull Bash. Maybe we can get some answers Out of Pocket today. Go ahead and Home Slice.
Thank you so much, Steph and Nick. I'm here joined by Out of Pocket, fresh off a 2-1 victory. Looked like it was a pretty difficult matchup there, game 3, with Charjabug looking to be the perfect core breaker for that Malamar Lapras. But talk me through how you were able to survive what looked to be a really scary matchup on paper.
While it may seem really bad, I actually kind of like the Malamar matchup into Charjabug. The side waves do a lot of damage, and you maintain pacing. You're straight 10 turns, and Charjabug alternates between 12 and 8. So therefore, you're actually either positive or even on pacing, which means that you can actually win the 2-shield scenario. I was actually hoping to lead into Charjabug with Malamar lead, because I was going to play the 2s and then have Lapras in the back, which beats just about everything.
And that strategy ended up working out very nicely, where you were able to use the Malamar to basically neutralize that Charjabug, and then Lapras ended up being a real MVP there in that end game. So we've seen a lot of Lapras on Ice Beam, and you opted for Skull Bash. Talk me through the thought process there of, was that kind of a day one decision, or as you were practicing leading up to the tournament, did you end up feeling like Skull Bash had more value?
I would say that day one in prep for Milwaukee, I was on the Ice Beam train. trying to find some off-meta picks. I was running like Scrafty, he knows. I was running Scrafty, Astonish Dunsparce, stuff like that, some silly stuff. But sometimes like Ice Beam makes a lot of sense in the comp. Originally, actually, the comp that Eric, NTC, and Sustenance Eater and I kind of came up with, the group project, we agreed on Ice Beam for the jump love. But honestly, in scrims, the one thing I hated the most was, like, it's something that I noticed when I played. When a Lapras with Ice Beam farm something down, I'm just smiling, bring my own Lapras in, sponge all the sparkling Arias, and then it's whatever, right? But that's one thing. I hate getting my energy walled for free, because if I can play like it, my opponents can too, right? So that's why I opted for Skull Bash. I feel like it has way more potential to close out games and run away with sets.
And it really was impactful in that game number 3. Azumarill already had that play rough loaded, and with a bit of damage already on that Lapras, 2 play roughs could have potentially been danger, but just ramping up the defense more and more. And those play roughs, I mean, at that point, Lapras was very, very comfortable. So big congratulations for Pocket here. He is making quite the loser's run here in Milwaukee, and I'll send it back to the casters.
Thanks, Henry. It was great to get those insights onto all of the questions you basically wanted to ask at Out of Pocket. I almost said Nighttime Clash. I'm getting the two mixed up. Their teams are so similar. They are absolutely not similar in any aspect. But
they're both silly goofballs.
They're both silly goofballs, and their play. They're both really talented. They've both been playing so excellently here in Milwaukee.
They have, and it was great to hear from him. So Out of Pocket is going to continue on his losers bracket run. I am keeping my fingers crossed, because that is the trainer that I think is going to win it all today. But we have a couple other trainers who are going to be competing now, still in the loser side of the bracket. We have Great Wolf, who is going to be just coming off of losing 2-0 to Nighttime Clasher, so trying to keep his tournament dreams alive. And then we have Teddy Bear XD. Teddy started the day in the loser side of the bracket, had to defeat Just Dirk 2-1, and now this is losers round 2 of day number 2.
As we move to this stage, I want to call out that since Great Wolf lost to Nighttime Clasher, if he does manage to beat Teddy Bear, he'll be playing out of pocket, so he'll have to maybe take some lessons that he learned from that winner's match into the loser's side, because it is, again, the same exact team.
With 2 key differences.
Yes. Focusing back in on this losers round 2 matchup where both of these players have to be putting their focus as well. There is going to be that Shadow Primate for Teddy Bear and a non-Shadow Primate from Great Wolf, so a little bit of a key difference there between these two teams.
And as our trainers get locked in and ready to battle, we will have to take a look and see which ground type is going to be superior here. We saw actually Shadow Kanto Marowak did really, really well in San Antonio. We watched that recap video a little earlier. Elite just absolutely tore through teams with it, opponent after opponent. That was the key signature Pokemon. And we're going to see it right off the jump right now. Shadow Kanto Marowak into Shadow Feraligatr. This is actually the matchup we saw the most with Rise to Occasion, and Elite time after time after time. So I remember that Shadow Kanto Marowak can just 2-shield through this.
Yeah, it's a very deceptive matchup. You might be thinking, hey, a water type into a ground type, this must be so favorable for that Feraligatr. However, the oppressive damage from those mud bombs and the mud slaps, bone clubs and the mud slaps just adds up time and time, and you're able to win the 2-shield matchup. Teddy Bear going to throw a second Hydro Cannon here. It comes out just before that charge attack from the Marowak. Marowak now throwing a Bone Club into a single shielded Shadow Primate. Primate really needing to utilize the shield. Bone Club, while not the heaviest hitting damage, is coming from a Shadow Marowak, which does a lot.
And here comes Talonflame, another Pokemon that I was really hoping to see here in day number 2. I think Talonflame has a lot of play into most teams, especially with how much Tankaton is on the rise. Great Wolf has to try to land this Incinerate to throw a charged attack. How much is this Rage Fist going to do? It's been boosted 1 time, and that is enough for the knockout. All of that energy on Talonflame going to waste.
Great Wolf's now in a pretty tough position here. He has 2 Pokemon left. Neither Pokemon wants to take a charge attack from this Primate. Primate just staying alive and on the field to throw this final Rage Fist. In comes the Shadow Drapion from Great Wolf. It's going to be met by the Jumpluff potentially, or maybe even the Feraligatr. I think the Feraligatr might have a little bit of energy remaining. I think maybe Teddy Bear will opt for a catch. No, instead just coming immediately in with that Shadow Jumpluff.
Yeah, I like this play, just being able to go straight for the Acrobatics. Great Wolf is going to get to throw this Crunch first, but Acrobatics is not going to be far behind.
Crunch coming through, not enough damage to pick up a knockout. Acrobatics going to come through in return. I think it's going to be just a little bit shy of a knockout, or maybe just picking up the knockout. Is going to pick up the knockout. That is going to be game number 1 going over to Teddy Bear. Great Wolf struggling a little bit with how to manage that Shadow Primate down a shield, because he needed to invest those shields in order to try to win switch advantage with his Shadow Kanto Marowak.
So Teddy Bear makes it sound like, cuddly, soft, and nice, but looking at that line of 3 he just ran, he ran 3 Shadow Pokemon. Those Pokemon look angry to me, and I think being able to utilize the raw attack power of that Shadow Primate really led Teddy Bear to victory here.
Yeah, and the counter swap into the Talonflame looked fine for Great Wolf up until that second Rage Fist was reached before the fly could be reached by that Talonflame. Rage Fist just enough damage to pick up that knockout there, and afterwards it was able to land another charge attack into that Marowak to pick up the knockout.
So what we have here, Teddy Bear is going to try to claim 1 more win. If he does, he will go on to face Out of Pocket in losers round 3. Great Wolf needs to win 2 in a row just to keep his tournament dreams alive. I'm curious if we're going to see that Shadow Kanto Marowak again. It is a great Pokemon being able to outlast that Feraligatr. We can see here, this is Great Wolf's first achievement, top 16 in Milwaukee. Teddy Bear, we've seen make several top cuts, actually top 4 in Peoria, NAIC top 8 in 2023, but still looking to make that grand finals appearance.
Yeah, still trying to get his medal here in Milwaukee. I think Great Wolf is gonna really need to figure out a plan for that Shadow Primate. His singular flying type, that Talonflame, does struggle when it's behind on energy, when it's down completely on shield. Shadow Primate just is so hard to deal with without a fairy type on your team.
And our trainers are locked in and ready to go. Teddy Bear needs to secure this win to move on. Great Wolf needs a win to stay alive, and we have two Shadow Feraligators staring each other down. We also have two Primates in the back, a regular versus a Shadow, and then we're gonna see Drapion and Tinkaton later on. This looks like it could be a very close game, just looking at the Pokemon alone.
Tinkaton in the back means that there aren't that many great places for the standard Primate to go for Great Wolf. He'll need to be very careful about energy management in the endgame. Hydro Cannon coming through from the Shadow Feraligator. Immediate swap into his Primate. Primate is now answered by a Shadow Drapion. However, this Primate does not have access to close combat, so Ice Punch coming through, not going to threaten a knockout, but going to do a lot of good neutral damage in return.
It's so tough. We've talked about all of the different attack sets that Primate can run. Ice Punch does a lot of super effective damage in this meta, but is nowhere near as threatening as a close combat. We see Teddy putting up a Protect Shield, recognizing that this Primate can do a lot more work.
A slight error from Teddy Bear here. I think he could have done another Karate Chop to pick up the knockout. Now instead, utilizing that energy, had he gone for that Karate Chop, Great Wolf would not have been able to reach an Aqua Tail. Another Rage Fist reached here from the Shadow Primate, going to need to shield up his own standard Primate is Great Wolf.
I really like that play of protecting the Shadow Primate, going to throw another Rage Fist here. Teddy's gonna shield the Primate. I'm not sure about that. We'll have to see how that plays out later on, because I think, Great Wolf not actually able to Karate Chop down. So Great Wolf has to commit a second shield. So that actually was a really solid play by Teddy.
The one difficult thing for Teddy here is that neither of his Pokemon in the back want to take a super damaging close combat. Tries to catch the close combat there. Full farm down from Great Wolf. I think Great Wolf wants to probably throw a Rage Fist into a close combat, or actually he has two close combats loaded. One Fairy Wind won't do enough damage to pull a knockout even after the defense drop, so a second will be able to go through, and that's going to be so much neutral damage.
Yeah, close combat is only neutral, but it seems super effective at times just by how much raw power it has. So Great Wolf showing the regular Primate can still pack a punch. Even if it's not a Shadow, it can do a lot of really heavy damage.
Energy advantage was key there for Great Wolf in the end game, although Teddy Bear played the middle game a little bit better, in my opinion, switching into his Shadow Primate to be able to get that energy advantage into that secondary matchup. However, lack of a hard-hitting charge attack really was a drawback for Teddy Bear there. Not able to pull the shield with that Ice Punch, having to shield back the Aqua Tail, and then a little bit of a miscue in the end of that matchup by throwing that second Rage Fist, not going for the full farm down here. You see one more Rage Fist was needed from Great Wolf in order to reach the charge attack, but that was just the exact amount of health that was remaining for that move.
So Teddy Bear has to go back to the drawing board and try to think, how is he going to keep his tournament dreams alive now that Great Wolf has swung the momentum back in his favor? We are 1-1 in a decisive game number 3 here in Losers Round 2. Again, the winner of this is going on to face Out of Pocket. The loser ends their tournament run here.
And I like the pivot away from that Shadow Kanto Marowak from Great Wolf. Although it was really strong in past metas where Bone Club and Rock Slide could hit super effective damage across basically every Pokemon in the meta, it's just not quite as threatening in this meta, where maybe there's a bit more bulk on teams, where there's maybe a little more pressure with those Shadow Primates where you don't want to utilize both of your shields on a singular other Pokemon.
Here we have decisive game 3, and it is regular Primeape into Tinkaton. Remember, this Primeape has access to close combat, which is very, very threatening, but we're in a very different situation now where shields are in play.
Close combat going through. immediately Teddy Bear chooses to no shield. This is going to do about 2/3 of the remaining health of that Tinkaton. Quick switch into the Shadow for Alligator. Energy advantage now going to be on Great Wolf's side, but he needs to shield up the player. No, opting not to. It is not enough to pick up a knockout, and a Karate Chop comes through. It is going to be just shy of being able to put pick up a full farm down before the next Hydra Cannon, but I don't think Great Wolf will be reaching a second here.
No, the Karate Chop damage is just going to be too strong, and one of Great Wolf's biggest damage dealers goes down. Great Wolf has to make a decision. Nothing really wants to come into this. The Shadow Primeape on Teddy Bear's side is up 2 full Rage Fist. First one's going to get fired into the Drapion.
And again, he can very safely no-shield this first charge attack. Rage Fist comes through, going to be resisted by the Dark typing on that Shadow Drapion. A charge attack tie here, great counting by Teddy Bear here, but I think this is a fairly safe shield from Great Wolf at this point because it guarantees that he gets the Aqua Tail off into that Shadow Primeape. I'm not sure if Teddy Bear will shield or not here. I think either play is okay. He opts to shield to try to play out the rest of this matchup. I expect Great Wolf to try to throw the Aqua Tail immediately. If it's a charge attack tie, no, instead actually opting for a catch. Teddy Bear giving up those Rage Fist boosts that he had. Aqua Tail going to be just shy of picking up a knockout. Oh, actually the undercharge not enough. In comes the Primeape from Great Wolf, but it's going to be really, really close. I think Teddy Bear has a good amount of energy on his Shadow Primeape as well.
So the Great Wolf brings in his own Primeape, and Great Wolf does have a shield as well. I am not sure if Teddy Bear is going to be able to get to the second Rage Fist because he needs one more Karate Chop, and he is able to get there. So we are going to see a boosted Rage Fist go into this Primeape.
It's going to do a lot of good neutral damage, able to pick up the knockout. Attack raises once more, and in the back is a Shadow for Alligator. It's going to take a lot of good neutral damage from the crunch, but I don't think it's going to be enough to pick up the knockout.
No, it is not going to be quite enough. Shadow Drapion throwing a crunch into a Shadow for Alligator does a lot, but not that much. The Shadow Claw damage applies, and Teddy Bear claims this 2-1 in a very, very close endgame.
And that was really, really close there in the end. The crunch not able to pick up the knockout. I think we might have Great Wolf raising something to the judges. I think there was a little bit of a desync when the Primeape came in, as you saw that there was not a sneak from Great Wolf's side when the charge attack was being thrown. The question is that actually a game issue or not? Because Teddy Bear had thrown a charge attack. When you come in after a charge attack, you typically get a 0-turn switch. However, Great Wolf, I don't think had switched in himself, so he shouldn't necessarily be behind a turn. So I think that's probably what's going to be discussed here in this match under review.
Yep, so we can see on our screens, match under review, request by Great Wolf, something around the Primeape versus Primeape. So it looks like the two trainers talked it out, and they are going to review that matchup.
Yes, again, it is not only if an error occurred, but also if the error that occurred affected the outcome of the game. So we're going to have to wait for our judges to deliberate on that. I think, as I had called out, and the thing that is being disputed, Great Wolf believes he lost a turn when he switched into his Primeape, as he was behind in that sync of Karate Chop into Karate Chop.
And we always just want to encourage trainers that you do have the option to review if you're not sure if it was a game issue or if you made your own error. There is absolutely no shame in asking for something to be taken a look at again. Pokemon Go is such a fast-paced game where the turns are just half a second long. If you blink, you might miss something.
It can be really crucial because, as I had mentioned, very frequently after you throw a charge attack, if you click to switch your Pokemon, you'll get what is called a 0-turn switch, where you come in immediately and you're able to utilize your fast attacks immediately. However, If you click a little bit slowly, you might be getting a one-turn switch, which I've heard Soph maybe affectionately call a Briggsy swap. Maybe he's one of our trainers is maybe known a little bit for switching a little bit slowly. As we saw in the review there, that was the desync between the two primates with their karate chop. So again, waiting on our judges to see if that was an issue and then deciding whether or not that issue is impactful or not.
Yeah, because remember, we did have at the very end of the game that very full health Feraligatr on the side of Teddy Bear anyway. So I'm wondering, like, do you think that that issue could have snowballed? Like, if there was an issue here, could that have snowballed to be able to take out that full health Feraligatr later on?
Like, potentially, if Great Wolf was able to have a farm down option and come out with a charge attack, that's the sort of thing that could impact the game to the point where a full health Pokemon would just be gone. You know, as we've seen, a close combat from a Shadow Primate is able to one-hit knock out a lot of Pokemon in the play of field. I'm not 100% sure if it's able to 100-0 a full health Shadow Feraligatr, but as we saw, there was the crunch that landed from the Shadow Drapion as well. So those two things in combination might be enough if he did lose out on getting a charge attack from that Shadow Primate, or excuse me, from his non-Shadow Primate. I'm so used to the Shadow Primates.
Another thing the judges might be taking a look at is his Drapion losing a Poison Sting, perhaps earlier on in the or later on in the battle as well, to knock out the opposing Primate.
Yeah, so lots of potential issues. We're gonna let our judges debate on that. We can go ahead and think a little bit about if there is a rematch, how both of these players might want to go into that rematch, given the Pokemon that they've just seen. You know, Shadow Primate from Teddy Bear has been such a potent Pokemon in this matchup. I think Great Wolf has tried to adapt his own Primate as a potential answer for it. You know, Karate Chops into a Shadow Primate, although it is just neutral damage, they can add up pretty quickly. And if the Shadow Primate is out of shields, just a singular Rage Fist can lead to a potential Karate Chop down.
And we will have to see again. Our judges are deliberating. It looks like they are having some conversations with players. We might be getting some more information soon. Here we can see another piece of the puzzle from that match that is being taken a look at. We can see that a swap does take one turn. Something to remember as well. Typically, I think the way it is can you tell me more about the swaps taking a turn, Nick?
Yeah, so it has sort of changed over time. I think in the original few years of Pokemon Go having PvP, all switches, besides coming in from a feint or a knockout, takes one turn. Which means that, let's say you're in a bad lead matchup and you switch into a Pokemon that you have in the back, usually, let's say all of the Pokemon are using 2-turn fast attacks, maybe like Counter or Bullet Punch or Sucker Punch. If you switch out in that matchup, you'll no longer be in sync where your fast attacks are occurring at the same cadence. It will then be the person who didn't switch out one turn ahead of the person who did switch out, and that can garner some advantages, such as if the person who didn't switch out throws a charge attack before the person who did switch out, you can deny a fast attack, which can often be very influential in mirror matches. If let's say you're in a Azumarill mirror match, if you reach that final play rough to pick up the knockout one fast attack earlier, that can be the difference between winning and losing a game.
So again, our judges are making that decision. They are taking a look at a couple of different moments in that matchup. Again, there is a lot on the line. Just to kind of refresh our viewers, if you're just coming in now, we have Great Wolf versus Teddy Bear. They were 1-1. Teddy Bear won the last match, but that is currently under review. Great Wolf found a couple pieces that may have influenced the end of the match. The loser of this goes home. The loser of this ends their tournament run today, and the and winner goes on to face Out of Pocket in losers round 3. If we could take a look at the bracket, or we can just kind of talk about the bracket and going back at the winner side of the bracket, currently waiting for their turn to battle again, we have Snots versus Rise to Occasion, which is going to be a really interesting match, considering Snots being more of a young trainer, being, I wouldn't call new to the game, but definitely a little bit newer to the tournament scene, someone we don't see in the game as often, where Rise to Occasion has so many accolades under his belt.
To be fair, Rise to Occasion is also fairly young as well, at least comparing to us.
Yes, right. That is something we often forget when I think of the younger trainers of the game. I often don't put Rise to Occasion in that group because, one, he's so much taller than I am, but also he just has all of those accolades. He's been in the tournament game since it started in the first season of Pokemon GO in 2022.
Yeah, I guess if you're like expecting someone to have like 1 or 2 tournament wins a season, but they have like 8. Then that feels like the tournament, or 9, or I don't actually know how many wins he has, but let's say you're expecting 1 a season and he has 9, then he's been playing the game for 9 years, even though we haven't been in the tournament series for 9 years.
So he seems to have a lot more experience, and I think he's been told too, he sometimes exudes a little bit more age than what he actually has.
A little more maturity.
Mm-hmm. Very, very true. So hopefully that catches us up. And then we also have Silent Beast, who is your pick to run it all, still on the winner side of the bracket with the Shadow Typhlosion, who is going to be facing off against Nighttime Clasher, who is another trainer who is favored to take the whole thing.
You know, before you mentioned it was going to be up against Nighttime Clasher, I was going to say, I actually think I'm more interested in seeing the Snots versus Rise to Occasion matchup because Snots has been playing so well. But Nighttime Clasher has been playing as well as Snots has, so I'm gonna reverse that decision and say that I'm actually more interested in that secondary matchup, and it looks like we have a ruling here, given that we are back on the stream. I'm assuming that means that that match is going to stand as is.
Yeah, that would be my guess as well. I saw the trainers shake hands, which usually means that the decision has been made. So usually that means a decision has been made. So I'm going to go ahead and congratulate Teddy Bear for taking that win, and then is going to go ahead and face Out of Pocket in losers round 3.
Yeah, so I think the key thing there was that the switch in from Great Wolf was supposed to take 1 turn based on when it was done, and that allowed for that desync to occur, which allowed for Teddy Bear to reach that charge attack first.
Let's go ahead and watch those highlights and take a quick break. We'll do a caster swap, but don't go anywhere. We have lots of battles left. Championship Sunday here in Milwaukee.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. Gabby Snyder here with Home Slice Henry. Henry, what am I doing here?
Well, I have invited you here today because we're going to talk about the wonderful benefits that there are for playing Go at a regional championship.
Oh, you know, it's been so long, I almost forgot. That's actually a lie. I play Go at every single one of these regional championships I attend, and that's because there are some incredible bonuses. So if you are attending a Pokemon Regional Championship event and you go into your Today tab in Pokemon Go, you can actually see there is a bonus event running called Let's Battle. And if we could go ahead and take a look at the phone screen right now, you'll see that you get 100 additional Stardust per each catch, 3-hour standard lure duration. You get event-themed Pokemon spawns attracted to those lure modules. You get event-exclusive timed research, and of course, my favorite, 2 extra special trades for a total of 3 special trades a day. And Home Slice Henry, I don't know about you, but being able to utilize those special trades is always so exciting.
It is, because normally we have only 1 special trade per day, and a special trade, it can be a real difference maker, because especially with some of these newer, powerful meta Pokemon being released like Tinkaton, if you haven't been hatching your eggs, going to a regional is a really good opportunity, because you can also trade with people who you have low friendship with and have a better chance of getting one of those Pokemon that has like a low attack, very high 8 HP in defense, a Pokemon that's really well suited for the competitive scene.
I gotta make a confession to y'all. I know this is a safe space. I took my dog Cheese on many walks during the Tinkaton event, and unfortunately, we did not get lucky. I did not hatch a single Tinkatink the entire event. I got one from my husband, but it did not roll a low attack. It rolled very high attack. Henry, is there anything I can trade you to possibly get a good Tinkaton for PvP?
There is, yes.
Okay, let's make a deal.
All right, that I think we can do. I am still looking for Galarian Corsola.
I have 2 of those I could trade you.
That would actually be perfect.
Let's do it. All right, let's jump into the trade screen here.
Perfect. So we are doing live trades here on broadcast. So I'm going to be sending over the Tinkatink. And Tinkatink, of course, is the first stage that will be able to evolve into Tinkaton, which is just unbelievable. I believe it's been eligible for 2 regional championships. And you know how many it's won? Both of them. It is 2 for 2, so it is doing quite well. We have the Galarian Corsola for the Tinkatink, and fingers crossed on our reroll here.
And we also got progress towards the special research going on.
Oh, perfect.
I know, everything works, right? All right, let me check the IVs on this one.
How'd we do?
Oh,
okay,
bad.
okay.
All right, let's try one more.
We do have 2 shots at this.
We do. Oh, I like that your buddy is a shiny Corsola as well. That's one of my favorites.
Yeah, I was lucky enough to actually get that at the World Championships in Hawaii this past year.
Oh, that's awesome. All right.
And I've been slowly working on those XL candies. All right, second time's the charm. I believe. Come on.
I believe.
Good IV Tinkatink for Gabby. Let's see it.
All right. Let's see this.
How'd we do? Oh, so close. If attack and defense were switched, that one could have gone crazy. I did end up with a really good Corsola, though.
All right, that's low attack, high HP, and decent defense. That's pretty good.
Absolutely. So that is by far the best Corsola that I had, because previously all I had access to was hatch IVs. And that's one of the nice things is having these extra special trades is you have an ability to swap a Pokemon like a Tinkatink, a Galarian Corsola, or if you're still after one of those legendaries as well, like I know it hasn't seen as much play recently, but something like a Cresselia or a Registeel in seasons past, they were dominant forces to be reckoned with. So they're just, even if you go to these tournaments as a spectator, they have spectator passes, and being able to, they oftentimes have community days during these regionals as well. And so if you get a boosted dust community day and the boosted dust from being at the regional, you're swimming in Stardust.
I know. That's exactly why I make sure to play every time I'm at a regional championship. So, hey, next time you attend a regional championship, or maybe this will inspire you to attend, make sure to open up Pokemon Go and take a look around. You never know when you'll make a new friend or maybe make a new trade that'll help your next Pokemon Go Battle League run. So thanks for watching. We'll be back with more Pokemon action soon.
Gabby. I'm back here with Henry, and we're going to be bringing you more of these winner's side battles in day 2 of the Pokemon GO Milwaukee Regional Championships.
And we have what honestly feels like what could easily be a grand finals matchup here in winners round 2. It's going to be Snots versus Rise to the occasion.
That's right, Rise to occasion. As we all know, 4-time regional champion has won a regional title every single season. Recently took down Sustenance Eater, a little bit of revenge from Atlanta, to advance to these winners semis. And then after Snots versus Rise to occasion, a little bit of a sneak peek there. The winner will be facing off against the winner of Silent Beast and Nighttime Clasher.
Interestingly enough, on our winner side of the bracket, every match so far has been a 2-0 victory. But with both of these trainers, they're just so incredibly talented. I do secretly hope that no matter who wins, we get to see a Game 3, because we're going to be in for some truly amazing gameplay.
I think as we get later and later into the bracket, I am expecting more things to go to Game 3s, or later on maybe even Game 5s as we get into, you know, winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals. Obviously, those will be best of 5s. But for now, we're still in just the winners semis, so best of 3 coming up right here.
And Rise, he has won quite a few regional championships, but Snots is more of like an up-and-coming star here at the Milwaukee Regional Championships. He has made it pretty far in a day 2 before. I believe it was actually in a Milwaukee in seasons past. And now he is looking to try and make a play for the crown. But there is a tough challenge awaiting him in Rise to Occasion.
And Snots is definitely no pushover. I believe he's been #1 on the GO Battle League leaderboard in at least 3 separate seasons, so he's definitely been honing those mechanics over the years, been practicing a lot since that last Milwaukee run. Let's take a look at these teams really quickly. I believe the players have been thinking about this matchup for quite some time now. I noticed both of them have the Unnovan Stunfisk, and I actually feel like looking at these teams, it could be a pretty safe pick for both sides.
I absolutely agree. Taking a look across Rise's team, he has the Shadow Primeape, which does have access to the hard-hitting close combat, but that's still, because the Unova Stunfisk is so bulky, it can actually survive that attack. You have several water types, your own Unova Stunfisk, a steel type, and a grass that would normally be good, but with mono flying moves, is actually walled by that Unova Stunfisk.
I think those Pokemon with the fighting coverage, Primeape for Rise and Malamar for Snots, could be key in terms of how they deal with the opposing Unovan Stunfisk. Let's see what these trainers have decided on for their strategies. Rise is leading that Shadow Primeape, and it's against the Psywave Malamar.
Primeape will have a pacing advantage in this matchup, but the super effective Psywaves will hit so hard. We are going to see a switch out now into the Jump Bluff. Jump Bluff will be answered by the Unova Stunfisk.
And this is an interesting matchup because obviously both of Jump Bluff's charge attacks are resisted by the Unovan Stunfisk, but as we know, Acrobatics a very efficient and heavy-hitting charge attack, so I believe that Jump Bluff can actually win this matchup in certain shielding scenarios.
That Acrobatics did not look particularly resistant in that one, hitting for quite a lot of damage. Discharge, not known for its large damage output, but for Unova Stunfisk, it's about how many discharges can you get to, and it's already well on the way. Discharge number 2 coming through, and only a few 3 Thundershocks away from discharge number 3.
But we can see that Rise's Jump Bluff at this point is still in the green, implying that it can hang on through that discharge and a couple more Thundershocks. Rise is going to fire back with another Acrobatics.
This Acrobatics will immediately be no-shielded by Snots. This does not threaten to pick up a knockout. Discharge will be fired off here shortly by the Unova Stunfisk. This is going to be very close to see. Can this Shadow Jump Bluff survive this discharge?
And even if it survives, Snots could go for a cheeky kind of snipe. Looks like it does hang on. Rise may be worried about the snipe. Actually brings back in the Primeape to start getting ahead on energy.
But Primeape does get the 1-turn switch, which means it's not able to get to that Rage Fist before the Mud Bomb is reached. Mud Bomb is going to immediately grab a Protect Shield from the Shadow Primeape, and Malamar re-hits the field, but now at an energy disadvantage.
Now Snots able to maintain alignment and is currently up a shield, but does decide to put up a shield on the first Rage Fist. With those boosted Karate Chops, Snots may have been worried about a potential Karate Chop down.
And he will fire off the Foul Play. It's resisted, but this is a Shadow Primeape. That plus the Psywaves would be enough to knock out. We will see the shield from Rise. Rise will continue to boost up these Karate Chops. He gets to the close combat. This is boosted. It's neutral damage, and Snots is immediately put on the defensive as he must commit a Protect Shield.
And I think we just went from 4 to 0 shields on the field combined from both of these players. A nice Psywave down for Snots, and he actually comes out with quite a bit of energy. Rise going to send in his final Pokemon, and that is the Unovan Stunfisk.
Unovan Stunfisk is in a bit of an uncomfortable spot here because neither Charge Attack will be enough to knock out the Malamar from this health range. So this Malamar health could be very pivotal for Snots, as he will connect with the foul play, and every attack that lands is just going to get this Stunfisk lower and lower and closer to a range where I know Bulldoze is not known for its damage, but Bulldoze may be able to secure a game.
Not known for its damage, but it would be super effective, and Tinkaton, as we know, very bulky, would be able to hang on. Looks like Snots actually goes for the catch, but Rise sees it coming, does a couple more Thunder Shocks, I believe went over 100 energy to get that, and does throw the Mud Bomb here.
This does reset that superpower attack and defense drop onto that Malamar, so Malamar is going to be back at its normal attacking power. Snots going to wait down the switch timer here, send back in the Malamar. Malamar trying to get to the foul play, but unable to get there. And now we will see the Mud Bomb unleashed by the Stunfisk.
And I think this does do enough to take out the Malamar. Tinkaton going to come back in, and Rise needs to have probably a catch to have any hope, because I don't know if 2 Mud Bombs are going to take it out, but look at these Fairy Winds already chunking away.
I believe there is a charge attack loaded still on that Shadow Jump Fluff as well. Mud Bomb will connect. 2 Mud Bombs look like, oh, we see an attempt, but the energy's lost. And for Rise, he is not going to get the catch that he needed. Snots with a deep sigh of relief as he's gonna clutch game number 1.
Both trainers brought the Unova Stunfisk, but Snots kind of brought the better fighter in that situation. Rise opting for the Primate, but it does lose to the Malamar. We saw just how much damage those super effective Psy Waves were doing.
I really like the decision to bring the Malamar. Malamar, even against Tinkaton, we've seen as a lead, it's able to outpace. Superpower is going to hit for nice neutral damage. You can kind of dance the Malamar in and out, maybe farm something down later, get more energy. So even if it is in one of these quote-unquote bad matchups, like against the Tinkaton, there's still a lot of play there. We've seen Malamar versus Jump Fluff quite a few times, and Malamar, I mean, I just don't know what beats this Pokemon at this point, so because Malamar is just incredible.
We've seen that Malamar in the lead position a lot because of its ability to superpower and dip, especially in a matchup like against the Tinkaton. I wonder if Rise is going to anticipate that, maybe try to bring one of the Fairy users in the lead again instead of in the back. But taking a look back at this game, we saw Rise's Unova Stunfisk just had a little bit too much to do, had to not get the Unova Stunfisk, finish off the Malamar, and then land probably 3 Mud Bombs against the Tinkaton.
I really like the team building from Snots. That Unovan Stunfisk supports that Malamar incredibly well. And here was that catch attempt, hoping to catch the Bulldoze, because if you catch the Bulldoze, it's triple resisted. Maybe you can still get the Aerial Ace as well, but it was not to be. And now Rise needing to win 2 games in a row to stay on the winner side of the bracket.
Still taking a little bit of time to lock in his team, maybe thinking, do I still stick with the Shadow Primate? Because it did get demolished by the Malamar, but it is also maybe one of his best answers to that Unova Stunfisk.
And these battlers now, we have one battler locked in, Rise, making some last-second adjustments. He knows his tournament hopes here, the winner's side of the bracket at least, are on the line. We've got lock-ins here. It's going to be, it's like staring in a mirror. So, Unova Stunfisk versus Unova Stunfisk.
And this matchup might come down to who wins charge attack priority, because I don't think this matchup ends with either side getting Thunder Shocks down. I believe those are triple resisted Thunder Shocks, so probably just doing 1 damage on both of these Pokemon.
I was going to say, if you've ever wanted to see what 1 damage looks like, exactly 1 damage, you're seeing here triple resisted Thunder Shocks. Thunder Shock already not known for the amount of damage that it outputs, but now we get some very interesting information as to who wins the charge attack priority in this matchup.
That's right, Mud Bombs coming through. It looks like that you need 3 Mud Bombs to take out an opposing Unovan Stunfisk. But the nice thing for Snots is that I think once the Unovan Stunfisk is out of the way, his Tinkaton really doesn't have much to worry about, except maybe that Shadow Feraligatr, which Rise did not bring.
If Shadow Primate is able to get an energy advantage, then it could look a little bit scary, but as long as that Primate is not allowed a big energy advantage, I do like how this looks for Snots. We are going to see a double CMP tie here. And it looks like Rise is actually going to win that CMP tie this time.
Yeah, maybe these Unova Stunfisk have the exact same attack stats, but Snots coming in back with the Malamar, and Rise maybe going to be happy to just take switch advantage, make sure his Jump Fluff gets to see the Malamar rather than his Primate once again.
That's a pretty massive surprise there. So the 2 Unova Stunfisk, I mentioned it was like looking in a mirror. Turns out they have the exact same attack stat as well. Malamar is going to get very healthy farm, but Shadow Jump Fluff does a great job at neutralizing these foul plays.
Yeah, Snots is building up a lot of energy, already at back-to-back foul plays, but this Malamar is quite low. I have to imagine after a couple of Fairy Winds, might even be in Aerial Ace range, but just as a reminder, Snots still has the Tinkaton lurking in the back for the fighting type Primate.
Snots continues to farm. He is Ooh, does not throw the energy quite yet. Rise going to fire off the Aerial Ace, and this will pull an early Protect Shield from Snots.
Yeah, Aerial is coming through, but like you said, Snots has so much energy. Gonna throw a foul play here at the jump left. I think the jump left can hang on, so Snots might maybe farm up just a little bit more energy before trying to fire at that last foul play.
If you're Rise, you save both shields for that Primeape. Primeape, ever scary when it does have an advantage. Rise is thinking about this decision. Does he trust in the Primeape? He does! Down goes the jump bluff, and he's putting his hopes on 2 shield Shadow Primeape.
2 shields, but like we've said time and time again, you cannot shield these fast attacks. And look at those sideways. It's been literally a couple of seconds of this Primeape being on the field, but it's already almost at 50% health.
Now if you're Snots, you're not even building up to the play rough. You're all about debuffs here. Any debuff you can get will be helpful. Snots, oh, he knows he can just farm down. He's saying he's not even going for the bulldoze. It's looking good for Snots here as the Shadow Primeape just does not have the health to close out this game.
Oh, but I think Rise needed a close combat there, but wasn't able to reach it. Snots with a 2-0 victory over Rise, continuing the trend of these sweeps on the winner's side of the bracket, taking down a Titan on the play Pokemon scene to advance to the winner's finals.
Malamar. It was one of my caster picks, and oh my goodness, Snots, thank you. You are making me look far smarter than I actually am here in this moment. That honestly felt like the Malamar show. I know Unova Stunfisk was really helpful, but I honestly felt like Unova Stunfisk was more of a supporter in that matchup. It did a great job at neutralizing energy, setting up farm, and then that Malamar, my goodness, those Psy Waves onto that Shadow Primeape. Shadow Primeape, I think, only took 8 or 9 Psy Waves, and it was half HP. Where did the Primeape go?
I think Snots did a really good job with the team construction. He knew that Rise was thinking that the Unovan Stunfisk was really safe, maybe had to bring the Primeape for it, but Snots anticipated that and brought the Malamar and the Tinkaton, which are, of course, his best answers to the Primeape.
As we take a look back at the footage, the Mud Bomb landing, Rise trying to set up switch advantage, but this Malamar, it just put in so much work. He put his hopes on the Shadow Primeape, but these Psy Waves into the Primeape were just too much to handle. Look at the Psy Waves go. Rise ending up throwing the move, so he exits boosted, but Tinkaton knew these Fairy Winds were just too much damage for the Glassy Primeape.
Just a little bit too much health on the Malamar to get a Karate Chop down. Like you said, forced to throw the energy at the end, or, I mean, even just a couple more Psy Waves probably would have put that Primeape close to like 20% health. The level of play by Snots, it's just been brilliant so far. In day 1, just very consistent execution, and in day 2 now, he's going up against great competition, and every match is ending in a 2-0. I also really like how versatile Snots seems with his entire team of 6, right? We said in day 1, maybe his MVP was that Corviknight. It's just so flexible and kind of a core breaker into a lot of teams. But we didn't see it brought there against Rise to Occasion, but he knew still all of those matchups inside and out.
And let's take a look back at some of these most valuable Pokemon. We have Snots with that Corviknight. Corviknight wasn't needed in that series, but he ended up maybe taking a page out of Pocket and Nighttime Clashers book there with the Malamar. And Malamar has just been consistent excellence anytime it's on the field.
Yeah, Malamar was definitely an interesting meta read. We see a couple of our top trainers here bringing Malamar, of course, the whole Nighttime Clasher, Out of Pocket Sustenance Eater crew, as well as Snots, though. So people coming to the kind of independent conclusion that Malamar might be the right call, even though Tinkaton has seen such a big rise in the meta, is really interesting to me.
This, to me, feels a little bit like the Annihilate Vigoroth meta that we had at the most recent World Championships, where Vigoroth offered so much neutral play, as long as you manage to avoid that Annihilate. And it feels like people are finding that with the Malamar, with the Shadow Drapion and Azumarill as falling Pokemon that we're not seeing as much. Those were kind of 2 of the matchups where Malamar felt a little bit uncomfortable, especially with the Foul Play rework. It lost a little bit of its power in exchange for increased speed. It could no longer win Azumarill 2s. But with Azumarill gone, and suddenly a Fairy Steel that you can superpower, you outpace it, you can kind of dance in and out, then Malamar just feels so safe, and it's been a consistently great Pokemon.
Yeah, even an upgrade compared to Vigoroth versus Annihilate, right? Like you mentioned, you can actually chip the Tinkaton quite a bit, and I think the Shadow Malamar even chips it more with that superpower. But, you know, we're going to get to see a little bit more Malamar action on the stage here. We've got Nighttime Clasher coming up. of course, running the same team as Out of Pocket and Sustenance Eater, and he'll be facing off against Silent Beast, who I have to say really, really impressed me in his first round on stage.
Silent Beast plays in that first round that we were lucky enough to get to cast were so precise. It really felt like there was intention behind every single action taken in that game, and it all worked together brilliantly to just form a whole lot of wins for him on stage. I started a thought and I didn't have anywhere to go with that one.
I think Nighttime Clasher, though, to his credit, also just playing really, really precisely. We saw him kind of navigating very creatively out of some difficult team compositions. So I'm really interested to see how both of these very kind of precise players have their battle against each other.
And as we take a look across the teams for Silent Beast, there is obviously Gliscopod, a Pokemon that if it's able to land an X-Scissor onto that Malamar could be danger, but in the 2-shield, the Psy Waves from the Malamar, Gliscopod not necessarily known for its bulk, Malamar could definitely hold its own there.
One of the interesting Pokemon on Silent Beast team, which I think may have been Phoebe's caster pick, is the Shadow Typhlosion. And we didn't see Silent Beast bring it, I think, in the earlier matches in the day, but it does look pretty safe into Nighttime Clasher's team. If you can get up 1 Incinerate, you can definitely sweep through a lot of these Pokemon. Thunder Punch, of course, super effective against Lapras, pretty much one-shots the Feraligatr, and then, of course, a great core breaker for Tinkaton plus Jumpluff.
We saw Claydol being led very frequently from Silent Beast because it did a really nice job of being able to set up those backline Pokemon. Now, taking a look at this matchup with a Shadow Feraligatr, Claydol doesn't feel quite as safe because Claydol has a really significant pacing disadvantage there. So I'm interested to see what adjustment Silent Beast makes now that Claydol isn't completely unchecked.
Yeah, this looks like kind of a similar matchup to one we saw earlier where the Diggersby looked really safe. So, and it's also pretty good against what I mentioned maybe with Silent Beast's best Pokemon, the Typhlosion. So let's see whether these trainers have brought those key Pokemon. And we're actually starting off with a positive lead for Silent Beast, Gliscopod into Malamar.
A Nighttime Clasher will actually stay in and play this out. One thing to watch throughout the course of this match, we see a catch attempt onto the Lapras, banking Malamar energy, and now he's going to bank an even more energy on the Gliscopod before sending out Tinkaton.
This is a nice play from Silent Beast and one that we've seen before, right? Banking up energy on the Gliscopod, the kind of offensive Pokemon, and coming in with Tinkaton to kind of sponge all of this energy. Because of this a regular Lapras, you're actually going to be able to hang on through 2 Sparkling Arias quite comfortably.
Using Tinkaton where it almost feels like it can be at its strongest in a defensive role. Its typing is incredible. Fairy Steel does such a good job into this meta. And Nighttime Clasher, he has the back-to-back Sparkling Arias and will need both if he wants to actually threaten a Protect Shield, because Silent Beast knows this Sparkling Aria not nearly enough to knock out.
Sparkling Aria lands, and Nighttime Clasher, recognizing that Silent Beast was just 1 Fairy Wind off the play rough, is going to throw it. And Silent Beast actually happy to let go of the Tinkaton, maybe saving his shields for his very offensively oriented backline here, and that is the Shadow Typhlosion coming in, trying to get a little bit of an energy head start.
Typhlosion would love this farm down, can't get it. We see the switch to the Gliscopod. Saving on that Sparkling Aria is massive for Nighttime. He's gonna send out Diggersby, 2 Aqua Jets. Typically, if it's a high-rank Diggersby, will not be enough to knock out here. You will need some Shadow Claw damage as well.
But this is a great destination for all the energy that Silent Beast had banked up. Like you said, these are super effective Aqua Jets, and even though I don't think that this next one is going to be able to knock out the Diggersby, even the double-resisted Shadow Claws are going to start to threaten.
That is actually going to be a charge attack priority tie. Fire Punch to the Aqua Jet. Gliscopod, very attack weighted, able to win that charge attack priority tie. And Nighttime Clasher seems content to just let the Diggersby go. And now Malamar hits the field once again.
Had some energy banked into Nighttime Clasher. Perfect counting there. Able to throw this foul play before the Gliscopod can fire with that double super effective X-Scissor.
We will see a shield from the Gliscopod, and now the switch. Oh my goodness, the simultaneous switch in. Sparkling Aria immediately forcing a shield from that Typhlosion.
The Typhlosion did get a very fat Incinerate through, and that's going to mean he has a lot of energy for this Malamar. Not quite at 2 Thunder Punches yet. I think he needs 1 more Incinerate, but now Nighttime Clasher still has 2 shields up, and he calls the Thunder Punch.
Oh my goodness, beautiful plays by Nighttime as he tries to stay alive. Will the Incinerate register? No, it will not. That was 3 Psy Waves. On 4, the Incinerate would register. Register. So he's able to get this move, foul play into the Typhlosion, but Typhlosion hangs on. The Incinerate will register.
Oh, but he doesn't get that final Incinerate, and now Malamar, I believe, not quite at a charge attack, so it's going to come down to these fast attacks.
He takes it! Oh my goodness! Nighttime Clasher! Unbelievable! He is going to fight back from near impossible odds to secure a Game 1 victory.
And I was loving all of Silent Beast's very precise plays, managing the energy and dancing around so well. But Nighttime Clasher, super fast reflexes, not allowing himself to get sniped, making sure he saved energy, also counting perfectly on Silent Beast's end. So I have to give a lot of credit to both of these trainers.
Nighttime Clasher. Oh my goodness, the Malamar play there was unbelievable, dancing the Malamar in and out. Malamar in a bad matchup, stored energy, fully sacrificing the Diggersby, saying, even if I can just get rid of all of this energy on the Golisopod, it will be worth it.
And that Golisopod energy could be key in the rest of this matchup, but let's see how game number 2 plays out. Silent Beast now leading the Typhlosion, met by the Diggersby.
This is a matchup where, to the first charge attack, we will see Diggersby be able to outpace, but Typhlosion is going to be only on 2 Incinerates to the next Blast Burn, but a Fire Punch bait will help out Nighttime's pacing, and it does grab a Protect Shield from Silent Beast.
Recognizing that Typhlosion is extremely glassy, and Silent Beast is probably not going to take the risk of letting it go down with all the energy, but Silent Beast not baiting back, actually just going straight for this very heavy-hitting Blast Burn.
Nighttime Clasher with the no shield. Diggersby gets rocked. We're going to see a switch into Golisopod. Banks the Scorching Sands for later, and Golisopod will be answered with Lapras.
And getting a little bit ahead on energy with the Golisopod, but obviously not threatening to snipe the Diggersby because of those double resisted Shadow Claws. But now you're able to reach this X-Scissor.
X-Scissor not threatening to the Lapras, but with a few more Shadow Claws, a second X-Scissor will get it deep into the red. This is open team sheets, of course. No Skull Bash to worry about, so immediate no shield from Silent Beast.
Definitely expecting to see Silent Beast maybe save those shields for the Typhlosion, especially because Nighttime Clasher did save that Scorching Sands, I believe, on the Diggersby.
Having that Scorching Sands banked is so valuable for Nighttime Clasher. This X-Scissor, it's also not KOing. Nighttime knows it as well. He's going to let that through. Nighttime farming up here. He is going to throw at the last possible second.
And Silent Beast actually had a charge attack himself, but maybe thinking that this 1 HP on the Lapras could be a very juicy Incinerate for the Typhlosion. Nighttime Clasher, though, sees it coming. He's already tapping for the Malamar.
Malamar going to hit the field. Typhlosion will go for a Thunder Punch bait. Nighttime Clasher called it last game. Does he end up calling it this game? No, he will actually put up a Protect Shield.
Does shield a Thunder Punch, and now Silent Beast is going to come into the Claydol. These foul plays will be super effective on the Claydol, but like we were saying earlier, these are resisted Psywaves, which means Nighttime Clasher is going to need to land 2 foul plays to take out the Claydol.
Very close to the 2 foul plays, not quite there yet. The Rock Tomb is available for Silent Beast, so will Silent Beast throw it instantly? Yes. Silent Beast wants to immediately reduce the amount of damage coming out from the Malamar. The Psywave's not really what you have to worry about in this matchup. It's all about reducing the damage on that foul play.
Nighttime Clasher doing the math, thinking, am I going to have to take another charge attack in this game? Thinking maybe he doesn't, just going to shield the Rock Tomb, and he's, I think, almost at 2 foul plays, if not already there, and Silent Beast is just going to let the Claydol go.
Foul play will connect. Thanks to that debuff, it will not be enough to knock out, and he gets the Psywave down. Nighttime Clasher exits with so much energy and will fire off this debuffed superpower.
Maybe wanted to make sure that that 1 Incinerate didn't take it out. Silent Beast is leading back, realizing he has to shield this, but there's so many charge attacks on Nighttime Clasher's side. There's the Scorching Sands he banks from the beginning of this game, and Nighttime Clasher with a 2-0 sweep.
Nighttime Clasher, the energy management on Diggersby was so good. Brilliant plays by Nighttime Clasher, and we continue a trend we've been seeing. A lot of 2-0 victories on the winner side of the bracket, and some brilliant, brilliant gameplay.
Nighttime Clasher has been really on the upward trend this past year, and he's really showing why he kind of belongs in that tier of elite battlers at this point. Another fantastic run here in Milwaukee, and I think this probably makes maybe 4 straight tournaments of him being in the top 6 or better.
And this is now, if I'm not mistaken, guaranteed top 3. So Nighttime Clasher will be battling against Snots in winners finals later on today. And from the caliber of play from both of these trainers, that's going to be such a good series, and that will actually be the best of 5 as well.
Yeah, I'm so excited to see how that plays out. Like, we've been just seeing such precise surgical plays from all of these players. I know Nighttime Clasher, we saw this a couple of times where he does 3 Psywaves and throw against the Typhlosion, right? He really understands exactly when that energy or when that damage is going to register.
And in that particular instance, the foul play didn't quite knock out, so the Incinerate did end up registering, but that call of the Thunder Punch was so pivotal. He had 2 Protect Shields saying, if I have 2 Protect Shields, surely you assume that I always have to shield, so it's a safe Thunder Punch bait. But Nighttime Clasher said, no, I think I can win this if I call the Thunder Punch, gets it right, and then from there, just absolute cinema. Unbelievable.
Well, we have a lot of great plays to look forward to, but let's look back for a second at some of those fantastic plays we saw from both series.
Well played. GG's.
Let's go! Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. My name is HomeSliceHenry, and welcome to A Slice of Home, a segment where today we're talking about some of the local tournaments that players can participate in and earn championship points in between these regional and international championships. Today, I'm joined by a special guest, Rainfall, who is here to talk about his local community and how that has influenced his journey as a Pokemon Go player.
So, back when I first went to my first local, I remember I was more of a casual Go player at the time, and I decided I would try out my first local. Little did I know there would be like professional players there, and in my very first local, I got defeated by J-Jan, which made me decide, okay, I'm gonna take this a little more seriously. So from there, I just kept attending locals, and eventually I made it to my first regional almost 2 years ago, which, with a top 16 finish, made me realize, okay, I'm not as bad as I thought I was. So from there, I've just been working basically in the shadows since, and finally I'm back at a regional once again.
And we're definitely happy to have you back, but it's awesome to hear that these local tournaments and sometimes running into some extremely ferocious competition like J-Jan, a regional champion, can kind of ignite that fire of competition. So it sounds like you have been continuing to go to these local tournaments and improving from there, which is just unbelievably exciting to see. So in your time with these local tournaments, how has that kind of shaped you and molded you as a player?
It's helped me be better with team composition for sure. Okay. Team composition and matchmaking decisions, because since I'm going up against players of higher skill levels, they're going to be doing a lot of more things you would probably see on stage at these kinds of events, and therefore I just learn from what I see and learn from my mistakes.
That's honestly exciting to hear, because oftentimes, I believe there's an old expression that iron sharpens iron, and going up against these good players can continue to help you adjust your strategies in terms of not only what 6 Pokemon am I bringing, but what 3 of the 6, what order am I playing for a shield advantage, a switch advantage. So it's exciting to hear that these local tournaments have helped you improve so much as a player, top 16 performance under your belt, and now seems like the world is your oyster here in Milwaukee, so making your return there. But what would you have to say if you had any advice for someone who's maybe on the fence? They've played some in the Go Battle League, but they haven't quite taken that step towards going out in person and going to one of these local tournaments.
Honestly, just take that step. That step is what you need to get out there. That step is what changed my trajectory with this game in general.
That's awesome to hear. Thank you so much for joining us today, Rainfall, and thank you for sharing your words of wisdom and what has helped your Pokemon Go journey. And now let's get back to some exciting Pokemon action. Welcome, Pokemon trainers. My name is Home Slice Henry, and welcome to A Slice of Home. Here, I'm joined by the one and only Rise to Occasion, the only trainer to have won a regional every single season that Pokemon GO has been a part of the competitive series. And now he's here today looking to reclaim his crown. He's the 2023 Milwaukee champion, maybe even the 2025 Milwaukee champion. How are you feeling today, Rise?
Feeling pretty good. It's good to be back home here in Milwaukee, visit the fam, and I'm excited to get going.
Glad to hear it. Now, something you've mentioned in previous interviews is throughout the course of your journey here in the Championship Series, the impact that these local tournaments that you've had have really helped mold and grow you as a player. So I'd like to hear a bit more about that.
Absolutely. I think local tournaments are a great opportunity to test things out. The main example that comes to mind for me was Los Angeles at the end of last season. I was testing out a double dark moveset Umbreon that a lot of people thought was pretty crazy. And I tested out and actually won a few locals with it against some really solid competition. And that gave me the confidence to actually bring it to a regional. And then it went pretty well.
More than pretty well. He was the Los Angeles regional champion with that double dark Umbreon. So it's awesome to hear that the strategies that you can kind of build up and mold in these local tournaments can have such good results in these official tournaments. And another question that I do want to have for you, because I know that obviously we have a large crowd watching here today. We are going to have players who, like yourself, have competed in many tournaments. There's going to be some players who queue up in the Go Battle League but have never gone to a local before. So what advice would you have to a trainer who's looking to make that jump from just playing in the Go Battle League to potentially testing the waters here and trying out a local tournament?
I think locals are the best place for you to start if you're making that transition, because it's just a different feel, right? Interacting with people in person, sitting right across from them, not from the comfort of your own home. And I think that interaction as well is a lot of fun. To me, it's more fun battling people in person when you have that interaction than remotely. So I think it's a ton of fun, first of all, and also great practice for the big time events can help give you that confidence.
That's good to hear. And I mean, it certainly seems like the confidence has paid off for Rise. As I mentioned, he's won a regional every single season. That's, I believe, now 4 straight seasons, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, 4 straight. All 4 we've had go as part of the championship series.
Well, hey, it shows that when you put in the time, the results can come. Big thank you to Rise for joining me here today, and good luck competing this weekend. And we'll send it back to the casters. Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. My name is Home Slice Henry, and welcome to A Slice of Home, where today we are interviewing more trainers, talking about the local scene and the impact that it's had on their tournaments. Now, today I'm joined by Sceptile Ice, a trainer who, throughout this 2025 competitive season, this has been a season of transformation from a battler who attended quite a few regionals and was able to get a top cut or two to now pretty consistently top cutting. So talk me through what has helped you kind of make that jump here in your play.
As much practice as possible and studying matchups, knowing the ins and out of my entire team.
That's awesome. And it sounds like from what you're mentioning off camera as well, that a lot of that practice can take place in your local tournaments. It sounds like you have a pretty accomplished competitor as one of your locals, and that can kind of help with this process of really testing teams and really working out, like, is this going to be a strategy that can help take you to the top?
Yes, Out of Pocket is my local, so I do see him from time to time. We're not always at the same tournaments, but it's always one of us there, so it gets pretty competitive, and it's very helpful for practice.
Glad to hear it. And now, so walk me through this season so far, because I did allude to it a bit earlier, where you've had quite a few top cuts here. So what has been your results so far this season?
I am 4 for 5 on top cuts. My only bad tournament was San Antonio, where I got 17th. I have Toronto, where I was finalist, so pretty good.
Honestly, if 17th is considered an off tournament, it seems like the process is really working for you. And again, another case where we see these local tournaments having pretty big impacts on helping battlers have really consistent results from tournament to tournament. Now, final question here for you, Sceptile, while I have you, is what advice would you give to a trainer who is potentially looking to kind of branch out and test the waters maybe and try out a local tournament for the first time?
Just go out there. It's a lot of fun. Everybody's nice. We always have a good time. You can run off meta picks. You can run serious meta picks. Either way, it's a good time.
Thank you so much for sharing your insight, Septile, and back to the Pokemon action.
Thank you so much, Henry, for that interview with Septile Ice. Septile Ice says just go out there, just try it. And we are here out there at the Milwaukee Regional Championships for Pokemon Go. I am Stephanie Christine. I'm joined by Nick, also known as Alpha Phoebe.
We are slowly working our way through the loser's side of the bracket here. We're going to have a few more. I guess we did just spend a little bit of time on the winner's side. We have finalized those two trainers who are going to be waiting a while in the winners finals, but we have a few more matches before we get to those top 5 best of 5 matches.
Our top 8 has been settled. So we have 2 trainers still waiting up on the winner side of the bracket. We've got Snots and we've got Nighttime Clasher, which are 2 of the trainers, I believe, that the casters picks. I believe those were Soph and Henry's picks to win it all.
We're feeling a little left out here, right?
Yeah, but you know what? Our picks are still alive in the loser side of the bracket. My pick is sitting on the right-hand side. That is Out of Pocket, running like one of the Malamar boys, running the same team as Nighttime Classer and as Sustenance Eater. Sustenance Eater is out of the tournament after having lost to Pranav, but Out of Pocket is still in it. Running this team, and his opponent is Teddy Bear XD, who is looking to get his first Grand Finals appearance here today.
Yeah, Teddy Bear with that Shadow Primate, one of the most potent Pokemon that I feel like we've seen go up against this tried and tested team that Pocket, as well as the 2 brothers, have been running. Pocket has been really great about maneuvering around this team. It's very safe. A lot of the Pokemon don't have any major hard answers, as we have seen the non-Shadow Jumpluff that much safe into the Tinkaton. And of course, I feel like it's a very necessary bring that or the Malamar into a team that has the Shadow Primate.
We saw just how much damage that a Malamar can do to a Shadow Primate with the Psy Waves alone. It is just devastating. However, we've also seen the devastation that a Shadow Primate can wreak across the battlefield. We have starting off the Fairy-type Tinkaton up against the Psychic and Dark-type Malamar. Because Tinkaton's also a Steel-type, it is going to resist this Psy Wave damage, and this superpower is going to be neutral.
Yeah, I think we've seen this play from Pocket once before, throwing the superpower and immediately dipping into the Jumpluff. Jumpluff comes in, Play Rough coming through. It's gonna do good neutral chip damage here. However, Play Rough is not that strong of a move when it's coming from a very bulky Pokemon like Tinkaton.
And the Jumpluff is building up a bunch of energy. Looks like Teddy Bear throwing on the charge attack priority, going to throw the Play Rough first, and then we're going to see the Acrobatics come in right after.
I'm not quite certain this Acrobatics will be enough to pick up the knockout. It is coming from a non-Shadow Jumpluff. However, I think the Jumpluff might be able to pick up the Aerial Ace immediately after. Instead, though, Teddy Bear opting to switch into the Shadow for Alligator, shielding up this Aerial Ace. I think, I don't know if Pocket was at the move or if he was one before.
I think he was at the move. I think he was right at the Acrobatics and threw the Aerial Ace instead. Dipped out into the Malamar. So now we see the matchup between the Shadow for Alligator and the Malamar. Out of Pocket, saving his Tinkaton for the very end, but Teddy Bear also has that full health Shadow Primate that has an opportunity to really ramp up.
Pocket deciding to overfarm here, allowing this next Hydro Cannon to come through, putting up a shield. He's going to likely build up to 2, so superpowers maybe a little bit more. Doesn't really want to cap out on energy. Foul Play now available, going to be able to pick up a knockout with a second in the back. I like the no shield call from Teddy Bear.
Yeah, Teddy Bear still has that Primate available, so now kind of what this Primate kind of needs to do is start to ramp up in energy, and look at this catch on the Tinkaton. That could really save Teddy Bear here, being able to kind of use Tinkaton as an additional shield.
Yeah, really great stuff from Teddy Bear there. really needed to neutralize some of that energy. It'll be really impactful now if he's able to get a full fast attack down. Doesn't look like that's going to be possible though. Out of pocket likely going to maneuver out after the superpower lands. In comes the Tinkaton. Here's the issue for Teddy Bear. He doesn't have access to that super hard-hitting close combat, so he's going to need to rely on Rage Fist boosts in order to win and secure this final matchup. I'm not sure it's going to be possible though.
I don't think so either, especially with the energy that this Tinkaton has. Bulldoze is not a great move, but Primeape is pretty squishy. It takes almost all of Primeape's health, but I think even if Primeape had been able to throw another Rage Fist, I don't think it would have been enough to knock out. And Out of Pocket still had Pokemon remaining in the back.
And that's going to be the biggest drawback for Teddy Bear bringing his Shadow Primeape here is the Ice Punch coverage is not as good into Tinkaton, and it's not going to be as good into that Malamar. You really want the hard-hitting close combat for those two Pokemon because it's necessary to deal that neutral damage, that hard-hitting damage that's required to really threaten knockout blows when they're not at full health, but maybe at like 70% health.
And, you know, it's a lot more fun to cast the matches with Shadow Primeape with close combat because you get a lot of those boom one-hit KOs. Taking a look at the replay, we can see Out of Pocket. I remember he farmed up quite a bit in this matchup, a little bit of over-farming, and this Shadow Primeape just had too much to accomplish here at the end of the match with Out of Pocket still having all three Pokemon remaining.
And a slight misplay there from Out of Pocket. With a one-turn fast attack, you should be just fine to throw in the middle of the Karate Chop animation from the Primeape. So I think that's going to be some lessons learned for him going future in this matchup. It wasn't necessarily all that impactful in this game, but it might be the key piece for winning or losing a game in the future.
And this, again, we are in losers round 3. The winner is going to go on to face Rise to Occasion. Can Out of Pocket secure one more win? The lead looks really solid for Teddy Bear here with the Unova Stunfisk. Out of Pocket safe swaps into the Malamar. Teddy Bear happy to throw a charge attack before deciding what to do next.
No Tinkaton on Teddy Bear's team of 3 this game means that there are no really great answers to the safe swap of Malamar. Mud Bomb coming through, doing nice neutral damage. However, the second one that is loaded here is not even going to threaten a knockout. I have to imagine he wants to realign the Unovan Stunfisk back onto that Tinkaton. However, maybe Shadow for Alligator feels pretty okay into that matchup as well, and that's what he aims for. Interestingly enough, Out of Pocket did bring the Diggersby here, and it does not want to see that Primeape in the least.
Yeah, and Out of Pocket, these two trainers are probably imagining what the other one has in the back. You can already tell a lot just from this opening matchup from the fact that Teddy Bear did not swap out of that Unova Stunfisk.
Ooh, in comes the Shadow Primeape, and unable to get the fast attack down is a bit of a pain for Teddy Bear. And now that he's revealed his that the Shadow Primeape is on the team, that's going to allow Out of Pocket to line up the Tinkaton onto this Pokemon. However, the Shadow for Alligator still can threaten that Diggersby with that super effective Hydro Cannon, but that matchup is not nearly as bad because quick attacks coming back and the Shadow Claws from the Feraligatr just don't add up all that much.
They do not. What does start to add up are these Rage Fists onto the Tinkaton, but I think at this point, Tinkaton is pretty safe, especially behind that Protect Shield. These two trainers have one shield remaining each. Out of Pocket's going to be able to throw this Bulldoze. This is going to come close to knocking out if it does not completely. It does manage to knock out. Bulldoze actually knocked out a Pokemon. It is incredible, Alpha Feed.
I think it's the first time we've seen it all weekend.
Then Out of Pocket had plenty of residual energy left and is going to be looking to get a defense drop with this Bulldoze. Does not get it quite yet, but I don't know. This Tinkaton is looking really safe still, and Out of Pocket still has that full health Diggersby in the back.
Unfortunate timing from Teddy Bear there. Could have done one more Shadow Claw to really maximize the amount of energy he comes into this matchup with. He's going to need 3 Hydro Cannons here. 1 to pull the shield, and then 2 to be able to pick up the knockout. Can Out of Pocket reach 2 Scorching Sands or 2 Fire Punches in order to pick up a knockout?
I think the 2 Fire Punches might be enough, and Out of Pocket is almost there. We are going to see this first Fire Punch thrown. Teddy Bear decides not to shield it, recognizing that it's only a Fire Punch. However, that was just enough damage that he needed. Even if he had shielded it, Out of Pocket would have been able to reach another charge attack. So I think Teddy, like, the game was over for Teddy Bear regardless of that final decision.
Yeah, that was a great recognition from Teddy Bear, knowing that that game was over. Additionally, the 1 extra Shadow Claw that he could have gotten onto that Tinkaton was not going to be impactful. He was still like 3 or 4 away at the end of that game in order to reach that final knockout blow Hydro Cannon. You have to remember that when he throws the first Hydro Cannon, that Diggersby gets a quick attack through as well, so that damage would apply before the second Hydro Cannon could come through.
Yeah, it was just too much to have Shadow for Alligator have to contend with both the Tinkaton and the Diggersby in the back. It could handle one, but like having to take down both was too tall of an order for that Shadow for Alligator.
And I think the really key part of game number 2 here was the lack of Tinkaton on Teddy Bear's team. He didn't have a great answer for the Malamar, and then revealing the Primeape here, unfortunately unable to get that fast attack down, needing to put up a shield for this superpower would have been a lot of solid neutral damage. Even if he had come out with the Shadow for Alligator, I don't think he would have gotten a fast attack down, although the energy might have been a little bit more useful than that of this Shadow Primeape, given that the Rage Fists did not do all that much damage to this Tinkaton.
And there we can see the knockout blow from the Diggersby, the Fire Punch, and just needs to do a handful more quick attacks to put the Shadow for Alligator down.
I guess it's 3 quick attacks that makes a handful then, because it was 3 to pick up that knockout. Really solid plays there from our trainers. Out of Pocket really showing his mastery of his team, and a really great showing here in Milwaukee from Teddy Bear.
And taking a look at some of their teams, there's something that quite a few of these Pokemon have in common. We've had Hoppip Community Day. We've had Totodile Community Day. We've had Mankey Community Day as well. But we have another Community Day coming up. Not any one of those, but something a little bit new. We have Pawmi Community Day. That is going to be on Sunday, May 11th from 2 to 5 p.m. local time. Pawmi evolves into Pawmo, which evolves into Pawmot. That is going to be getting the charged attack Brick Break.
And with these event bonuses, we have 1/4 hatch distance, so make sure that you're stocking up on those 10K eggs and hatching them as quickly as you can to try to get as many Tinkatink as you possibly can get your hands on.
And then you want to find friends to trade them with, especially if you can find brand new friends. Tinkatink works really, really well with low friendship to do those trades. And another bonus is 50%. It's 50% off on trades for Stardust. What a deal!
That's basically a buy one get one free deal. That's crazy.
Amazing. I love that math. But taking a look, Pawmi has a great shiny. I am very excited for Pawmi Community Day.
Yeah, I slightly prefer the extra Stardust Community Days, but with the need of hatching 10 kilometer eggs for Tinkatink, I'm quite happy about that, and I'll make sure to go out there, hatch my eggs, try to get my first Pokedex entry of the Tinkatink, because I've seen here in Milwaukee just how good Tinkaton is. It's 75% usage here. I'm curious, out of the remaining trainers, how many still have it, because it was only 4 that made it into day 2 who didn't have it, so there's a good chance that we're up at 100% usage right now.
We will have to see. Our trainers are getting ready down on the stage. Reminder, we are still looking at the loser side of the bracket. We're in losers round 3. The last match we just got done seeing was Out of Pocket and Teddy Bear. Out of Pocket continued on and will be facing Rise to Occasion in losers round 4. Up next, we have Pranav versus Dijon the Jin. And the winner of this match will go on to face your pick, Nick, Silent Beast in losers round 4 as well. So these trainers still have quite the ways to go in order to get to that grand final spot.
And I think the thing that speaks out to me about Dijon's team is that he is still utilizing the Cradilly. I think a lot of trainers have opted away from this Pokemon because of the rise of Tinkaton and the fall of Azumarill. There's fewer water types in the meta. It doesn't have as much play, and it is going to be fairly hard-walled by this steel typing of that Tinkaton. There haven't been too many steel types in the meta recently, and if they have been, such as like Steelix, they've had a ground subtyping that make grass types attack just neutral and really shore up that matchup a little bit.
And our trainers are locked in. Losers round 3, and we have a mirror match of Tinkaton. And we are going to see Dijon actually opt to go out of it right away into Lapras. And we can see that Pranav actually has 2 water types in the back, running both the Feraligatr and his own Lapras.
Bulldoze coming through. Do we see a prayer for a defense drop? Yes, he does. Pranav nods, comes in with his own Lapras, and although all of the energy is walled on both sides, Pranav's going to have a great advantage. He has a health advantage, and he has a defensive advantage at this point in time.
So all is looking well for Pranav and this Tinkaton. Neither Lapras has to watch out for Skull Bash. Both are running the charged attack Ice Beam instead. So it's just going to be Sparkling Arias being thrown. However, they're going to hit a little bit harder on Dijon's Lapras, seeing as that defense fall was successful.
Additionally, it is the Shadow variant, so its defense is 20% dropped. Low health. Psywaves comes through, picks up the knockout for Pranav. He has energy that can go into either Pokemon in the back. I expect the Golisopod, as it does wall the energy from this Lapras.
That's why I really like Golisopod. It has so many resistances that are key in the current metagame. Moving on, we have the regular Feraligatr, a little bit of an anomaly. We mostly see Shadow Feraligatrs now. But Dijon, this is an opportunity for Golisopod because X-Scissor ends up being able to do a lot of neutral damage across the board.
Golisopod getting quite low. We actually see, I think that was a one-turn wait from Pranav. I don't think it's all that impactful in this matchup. He knows the 2 Pokemon remaining. Hydro Cannon going into either the Golisopod or the Tinkaton would be absolutely fine. X-Scissor coming through, pulling a shield from Pranav. Will Pranav try to throw before the next X-Scissor is ready, or will he continue to garner energy?
So it looks like he's trying to get energy and throwing a little before Golisopod can get to that knockout blow. Dijon has to decide, do I want to shield farm down? It looks like he's going to try, but, oh, not shield farm down, but just shield and throw the attack. I don't think a farm down would have been possible.
I like this throw from Dijon. He's going for the Aqua Jet as opposed to the X-Scissor, just in case Pranav went for a catch on the Tinkaton. No shield from Pranav means that the Tinkaton is going to be able to get a Fairy Wind down. We see a shield on the Aqua Jet. Aqua Jet, although it is just neutral as opposed to the super effective Bulldoze, is probably going to do more damage overall. An immediate throw by Pranav, trying to once again pray for the defense drop of the opposing Tinkaton.
I like we both got quiet. Can we hear the defense fall? And no defense fall was to be had. However, Pranav is able to get to the Sparkling Aria, which is going to provide a nice little bit of chip damage.
I'm not 100% sure I like this play from Pranav because he's allowing for Dijon to get a complete farm down. Dijon almost at 2 Bulldozes now. I like this from Dijon, throwing immediately. I think he'll be really critical here. If he's able to get the defense drop, will the next one be able to pick up a knockout?
No defense drop to be had. I don't think this one's going to be enough. I think Pranav's Tinkaton is just a little bit too healthy, and now Dijon's Tinkaton is energy dry. However, the one from Pranav has energy on it. The Dijon's Tinkaton, I'm saying the word Tinkaton a lot. Dijon's Tinkaton is a little bit lower in health. It almost gets knocked out. One more Fairy Wind is going to do it. And Pranav is on a roll today.
A very minute critique of Pranav's play in the end. I think he should have thrown the Bulldoze immediately. Again, try to get that debuff as early as possible. Overfarm doesn't really affect too much in the endgame. It didn't pick up the knockout, and had Dijon been 1 or 2 more Fairy Winds ahead, then maybe the extra Fairy Winds afterwards, he could have reached a charge attack. However, he was still 2 or 3 away at that endgame, so didn't really affect anything for Pranav there.
It was a very close match. I'm really interested in why in the mirror, Dijon immediately pivoted out rather than staying in for a little while.
There are 2 possibilities in my mind. Maybe Dijon has a very bulky Tinkaton, so he knows that he loses the charge attack tie. The other option is he feels like his 2 Pokemon in the back have a better matchup in the mirror, or maybe he's trying to pull out the Jump Bluff, or maybe the Shadow Primate from Pranav. However, neither of those Pokemon were on the team, so Pranav just comfortable staying in that matchup, and switching out after getting that defense drop, I think was very crucial for his victory in that very tight endgame.
Both of our trainers are working on locking in. You can see Pranav specifically really thinking it through. He was pointing to his forehead before for some of those plays, trying to see if he can lock in and move to losers round 4. Remember, he is going on, if he can secure this win, to face Silent Beast and that Shadow Typhlosion. However, Dijon still has an opportunity. He's down but not out. Let's see, can Dijon turn this around, or will Pranav lock it in? We have Shadow Jump Bluff into Tinkaton.
So this is not the best matchup for the Jump Bluff, as we've spoken to before. The non-Shadow Jump Bluff actually wins the 0 shields, but this isn't the worst matchup possible. You can still do lots of good resisted damage, you know, that's kind of a funny thing to say, with the acrobatics, because it's such a great move, and you're going to be able to get 2 of them off before you're really threatened by a knockout. Acrobatics number 1 coming through here, going to drop that Tinkaton just above the yellow. A few more Fairy Winds and it might be knocked into just over half HP. Great catch from Dijon. It's the Play Rough into his own Tinkaton.
And we are going to see this Play Rough do some resisted damage, Tinkaton being that Steel-type Pokemon, then Dijon switching right into that Shadow Lapras.
Shadow Lapras building up energy, Sparkling Aria available, not throwing it right away. Play Rough instead coming through just a little bit late. Great timing from Dijon there, able to get the Sparkling Aria off. I don't think it's going to threaten a knockout, though.
It is not going to threaten a knockout at all, but this Play Rough also not going to threaten a knockout, but is going to do quite a bit of damage.
Play Rough coming through, going to chip this Lapras into the yellow. Bulldoze now available, not getting farmed down by those Psywave. Will we see another defense drop from Pranav's Tinkaton?
And let's see, the Bulldoze connects. I did not hear the defense, that critical defense drop sound that we always listen for. And we can see that Sparkling Aria coming through, just doing a little bit of chip damage. Lapras doesn't have a lot to fear from the opposing Lapras. No Skull Bashes here.
Looking in this endgame, it's very, very close. Dijon has a low HP Lapras, I believe, in the back, and Pranav has a very low HP Tinkaton. Those are going to be available for catches. They also have fairly healthy Tinkaton and the Shadow Jump Bluff, so you're going to have to watch out for catches. The maneuverability in this endgame is going to be very key to decide who is able to be victorious.
The Sparkling Aria is going to come through. This is resisted damage. One of the reasons I love Golisopod so much. Golisopod going for that Shadow Claw down, but isn't going to make it. Dijon throws the Shadow Claw. Pranav uses this opportunity to throw an Aerial Ace.
I think the X-Scissor is going to be just shy of picking up a knockout at this point, so maybe 1 or 2 more Shadow Claws. However, Pranav has 2 shields remaining. First one coming up right now to block this first X-Scissor. Do we see a pivot out into the Tinkaton? No! Another Aerial Ace coming through, going to be able to pick up a knockout into this Golisopod.
The Golisopod is gone, but Dijon still has Pokemon in the back. That Tinkaton is alarmingly healthy, but it needs to get to the Play Rough. It's going to get there.
Good attempt at a catch from Dijon, however, it is not fruitful. Believe this is going to be an Acrobatics coming through. It would make no sense for this to be an Aerial Ace, as there are no shields remaining. It's not going to be enough to pick up a knockout, but there is so little damage there.
It was an Aerial Ace, Alpha Phoebe.
Oh, it was an Aerial Ace.
That was an Aerial Ace. So Pranav, through the Aerial Ace, is going to shield this Bulldoze, and then is going to throw the Acrobatics for the knockout.
He was baiting one more time, trying to get the shield out of the way. You know, the invisible third shield.
The invisible third shield is right. And Pranav able to secure that victory. It looks like the phones are going down, the headphones are coming off. Pranav and Dijon, shake hands. I love to see that embrace of good sportsmanship there on the stage. Congratulations to Pranav for moving on. You will be facing Silent Beast in losers round 4 with that scary Shadow Typhlosion.
Yeah, I'm going to have to be supporting Silent Beast there. Of course, that Shadow Typhlosion, it's my pin, and it was my MVP pick for Silent Beast. I don't think it had as strong of a showing on the winner's side of the bracket today as it did yesterday, but we'll have to see how he's able to maneuver that Pokemon around. Has to avoid Mud Slappers at all costs. As we go into the replay, we can see just how little damage that Aerial Ace was, or this is too early in the game, excuse me. The catch here was very impactful, reducing the efficiency of that play rough damage.
Yes, and the play rough, we saw the play rough. Here's the bulldoze, does very, very little, as well as the sparkling Aria. Lapras just has nothing to fear in this mirror match.
Yeah, even though that damage is resisted into the Golisopod, it looks almost as if it was neutral damage, doing so much because of the frailty of Golisopod. We see the attempted catch here, unable to get it. We see the Aerial Ace. I was very surprised with how little damage it did. And then the Acrobatics able to pick up that knockout in that end game. Maybe he was just trying to bait us as casters.
Perhaps. And I was very interested in that those quick decisions right there at the end. I actually gasped because at that attempted catch and how it was failed.
Yeah, that, and as well as the quick pivot into the jump left to try to get those charge attacks off before the Golisopod could throw its. I think Dijon did lose out on a singular X-Scissor, but there were still shields on Pranav's side, which would have been able to protect that that jump lift from that damage.
And if you trainers are playing at home, we've been enjoying the Steel type Tinkaton, but there's another Steel type that's going to be featured a little bit in an event coming up. The event is called Crown Clash, and there's a lot going on. We're going to have that Shadow Dialga being featured in Crown Clash Taken Over. This happens in the later half of the overall event Crown Clash that features Pawniard and as well as like a costumed Nidoking and Nidoqueen.
Oh, hello? Martine and Adequins? I just wanted to let you know that Shadow Dialga is coming to Pokemon GO, so you probably want to put that on your team of 6 for whatever next Play Pokemon event you're going to. Okay, goodbye. So need to make a quick phone call there. Sorry. Let me get back to the action here. Shadow Dialga, Shadow Tyrant, going to be one of the best attackers for raids. We love all sorts of battles here at the Pokemon Championship Series. PvP, of course, being the best, but, you know, you can't forget about raids, Dynamax, or Gigantamax.
And we are going to be looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to the main Crown Clash event because I'm looking forward to catching Pawniard to evolve into King Gambit eventually. So I think King Gambit is a really fun Pokemon. It's one of those evolutions in the main series games that's really kind of tricky to evolve. You have to take your Bisharp and battle other Bisharp that are specifically holding this item. It's one of those really tricky evolutions. In Go, it's going to, in order to evolve, you have to, I think, win 15 raids with the Bisharp as your buddy.
Good to know. I'm actually working on my Pokedex, filling out my Pokedex for Violet. It's a little bit late, you know, the game's been out for like 3 years at this point. I may or may not have just completed some of the post-game work, but let's go ahead and refocus in on this matchup here. We've got Rise to Occasion versus Out of Pocket, two titans of this game that we're playing up on stage, tapping our phones, trying to get these catches, sometimes failing, sometimes not. You know, it's a 50% shot, you know?
And honestly, this is another match. We had one in day one that felt like it could have been a grand finals match. This is another one that feels like if someone told me before the weekend that this Rise to Occasion versus Out of Pocket was the grand finals match, I wouldn't be surprised. But here we are in losers round 4 instead. Only one of these trainers has even the possibility of making it to grands.
And it's going to be the next time that we're seeing this team of Shadow Feraligatr, Tinkaton, Jumpluff, Diggersby, Malamar, and Lapras go up against a Shadow Primeape. Karate Chop, Rage Fist, Close Combat, the moves of choice for Rise to Occasion, so it provides him a little bit more threat into the team where only one Pokemon on the team does actually resist that fighting type damage. Here we go. Game number 1, Shadow Jumpluff into Tinkaton.
We've talked about how this is not an advantageous matchup for the Shadow Jumpluff, so we see Rise to Occasion immediately pivot into that Shadow Feraligatr. We're going to have to see how Pocket decides to respond. First things first, though, is throwing that Bulldoze, perhaps fishing for a little bit of a defense fall, and we get it. We hear that sound.
And this is a matchup that Rise is actually fairly familiar with. He used Diggersby a lot in the early meta to try to counteract the Shadow Feraligatr, although you might think, hey, a ground type into a water type, that should be really water type favored because of the frailty of Shadow Feraligatr, as well as the amount of damage that Quick Attack, same type attack bonus Quick Attack, does to that Shadow Feraligatr. It can win some very niche shielding scenarios if you're able to sneak a Scorching Sands through.
But not a Scorching Sands here. We actually have a slightly undercharged Fire Punch, but still enough to cause the knockout. This is a much better matchup for the Jumpluff, even though Jumpluff doesn't actually have anything in its arsenal to be able to hit for super effective damage. Where Out of Pocket Diggersby can hit with Fire Punch. Fire Punch just isn't enough. Just doesn't do enough damage as a Diggersby. Diggersby is not a very attack-weighted Pokemon.
Yeah, and this is looking pretty solid for Rise to Occasion. In the back, he has the Tinkaton, which really wants to avoid this Diggersby at almost all costs. Out of Pocket does still have his own Tinkaton, but remember, it is energy dry. It threw that Bulldoze immediately at that Shadow Feraligatr. I have to imagine that Rise to Occasion might build up to an Acrobatics and then pivot out, try to catch the next Play Rough onto his own Tinkaton. No, instead actually opting for the Acrobatics here to try to get some chip damage down onto Out of Pocket's Tinkaton. Look at me. Now I'm the one who's saying Tinkaton a bunch.
Tinkaton, 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 Tinkaton. And we have the Tinkaton throwing the Bulldoze, fishing for a debuff. It's really the only thing these two Tinkaton can throw at each other. And no debuff sound this time.
Bulldoze is loaded. We see Out of Pocket reaching for it first, going to be able to land the super effective damage into the Tinkaton. It is not going to actually look all that super effective. However, it's going to look like now that the double Bulldoze is reached, he could have actually thrown, but instead, great patience from Rise, now throwing the super effective Play Rough into the Malamar. Fairy type damage, one of the only things that can really threaten Malamar.
And Rise had so much energy, he's actually at a second Play Rough already. That is a big, heavy-hitting attack. Out of Pocket has no shields left, and the Malamar almost goes down here. Just gonna have an opportunity to throw one quick foul play.
2 shields on the side of Rise to Occasion. He puts up his first here, likely going to be able to reach a Fairy Wind down. Bulldoze almost perfectly loaded at this point. We don't have a Bulldoze on the side of Out of Pocket, and it does look like Rise to Occasion opts to throw his first. Out of Pocket going for an extra Fairy Wind. I don't think it's going to be enough to knock out, but it is so low health. There's no win conditions left for Out of Pocket, and that's game number 1 going to Rise to Occasion.
Yeah, Rise is cool, calm, and collected. I really liked that patience from him. Out of Pocket trying to make a catch, thinking Rise is going to be trying to think fast, get in that attack, but no, Rise is always incredibly patient and cool under pressure.
Yeah, with pivoting into the Malamar, the catch was absolutely necessary. Maybe he could have pivoted a little bit earlier so that the Tinkaton didn't have as much energy. Or potentially not going for the catch, letting the energy go into his own Tinkaton, and then playing out the Malamar matchup later once some of that energy had already been utilized.
And these two trainers are looking to move on from this game into game number 2. Rise only needs that one more battle to move forward. If Out of Pocket loses this, he's out of the tournament.
Out of Pocket doesn't want to be out of the tournament. Of course, that is not what his name is supposed to speak to. Really, really key here. You don't want to have Play Roughs go into your Malamar, so if at all possible Out of Pocket, you probably want to prevent that from happening.
Yeah, however, I do believe his good friend Nighttime Clasher gave him the advice of just never shielding. It's never going to be play rough. It's always going to be bulldoze. I don't know if we saw that in this instance. We'll have to go back and ask Nighttime Clasher about that piece of advice.
Unfortunately, that piece of advice would have been the worst piece of advice in this instance, where there is so much energy loaded up. There's absolutely no reason for Rise to Occasion to not just go for the heavy hitting nuke move there. Going into game number 2, Out of Pocket will really have to figure out how to better deal with that Feraligatr. It's going to be led into his Tinkaton. That's not the best place for it. However, the Tinkaton does have a slight bulk advantage in this matchup.
Yeah, you can already see those Fairy Winds really starting to chip away. It looks like Out of Pocket is going to be fishing for that Bulldoze debuff. However, Rise to Occasion's Shadow Feraligatr is definitely going to win that cap tie against a Tinkaton. Oh, actually, looks like it wasn't a tie.
I don't know if that was Out of Pocket waiting a turn or if he got a Fairy Wind through. Bulldoze coming through, going to land and gets the defense drop here. Over farming now by 1. Rise to Occasion really trying his best to make sure that he gets a charge attack tie. However, Out of Pocket not letting him get it, but no shielding, letting all that energy go for the cost of 1 shield. In comes the Malamar, able to take just neutral damage from those Shadow Claws. In comes the jump bluff. Rise to Occasion recognizing, hey, the Tinkatong's out of the field of play. I feel like this is a fairly safe switch.
If Out of Pocket can manage to handle this jump up with the Malamar and can also kind of neutralize a little bit of the Feraligatr with it, Diggersby looks great into the Tinkaton in the back, but instead opting to bring the Diggersby in here to try to get some energy on it. Diggersby is a little safer into Jumpluff now that its Jumpluff is no longer running Energy Ball.
You'd also rather be able to no-shield the acrobatics if at all possible, because Diggersby is so bulky, you're really not threatened to shield even a hard-hitting move like acrobatics. Fire Punch coming through before the acrobatics was available, so no shield from Rise to Occasion. In comes the Shadow Feraligatr. I think Pocket potentially, I don't think he could have no-shielded it. I think that would have knocked out. Puts up his first shield, reaching for the Fire Punch. It's going to come in right before the Hydro Cannon, but no, he's actually looking for a full farm down here.
And Out of Pocket needs to shield this in order for the Diggersby to be able to successfully pull off that farm down. Rise to Occasion not going to let it happen. Brings in the Tinkaton, but this gives Out of Pocket an opportunity to land a Scorching Sands.
Yeah, this is looking quite good for Out of Pocket. First Scorching Sands coming through. Actually switching out now into the Malamar is going to try to pace to a Superpower at the same time as the Bulldoze. Actually, Superpower going to do the most amount of damage into this Tinkaton possible. Will the Bulldoze be enough to pick up the knockout now, or will Rise to Occasion undercharge?
We will have to see. It looks like he's maybe thinking about an undercharge. Looks like he missed just a handful of bubbles and is going to be looking to get a Fairy Wind down, maybe exit with an entire play rough, but Out of Pocket able to get to another Superpower. Now this Superpower, it's neutral damage, but this Malamar is now 1-stage attack debuff, so the Tinkaton can hang on pretty comfortably.
Diggersby still quite healthy on Out of Pocket's side, but fairly energy dry. He switched out of this matchup very quickly. Play rough coming through. Rise to Occasion needs to be able to get to a charge attack either on this Tinkaton first or be able to catch onto his Feraligatr. Tries to catch, great patience from Out of Pocket, waiting a turn to throw in the middle of the Fairy Wind animation to land this Fire Punch. Can he get the quick attack down?
We will have to see. Couple quick attacks remaining, and I think it's going to do it. Out of Pocket, white knuckling his win conditions and staying in this tournament. So much patience from both of these trainers. They're trying to catch the other one off guard, and it is just not working out.
Out of Pocket pulling this win out of thin air. Really great energy management with the Diggersby. Really great patience with the Diggersby to make sure that that charge attack was not caught. Again, I would have really preferred for him to switch to gain a little bit more energy onto that Diggersby before switching out to really shore up that endgame matchup so that a catch would be less impactful. However, him switching as early as he did allow his Malamar to get to a Superpower before a charge attack was thrown by Rise to Occasion. So I can see a little bit of argument both ways there.
I cannot imagine which way this battle is going to go. We are in a decisive game 3. The winner of this battle gets to move on. Let's take a quick look back. Maybe this is going to give us some clues by looking back into the past.
Yeah, really importantly, Out of Pocket did not get a charge attack tie with that bulldoze. So it did allow Rise to Occasion to really think about how he wanted to play this endgame. He was able to get a really big Fairy Wind down, gets to the bulldoze, unfortunately unable to get to that switch in time. Fire Punch coming through, able to knock out the Tinkaton, and there's just not enough health remaining on that Shadow for Alligator. Shadow Claw's double resisted by the normal typing of Diggersby, not enough fast attack pressure from Rise to Occasion.
This could go either way. Both of these trainers are incredibly talented. We've seen them display patience, resolve, and determination here in Milwaukee, but only one can go forward. Will it be Rise to Occasion? Will it be Out of Pocket? We have an amazing lead situation for Rise to Occasion. Shadow Primeape into Diggersby.
And remember, this is the close combat variant, so it can threaten a singular close combat into a Diggersby, can threaten a knockout.
And but instead of swapping out of Pocket is actually staying in with the Diggersby for a little while, trying to pull a Protect Shield. This Primeape is going to become very scary incredibly quickly because this close combat is more than enough to knock out this Diggersby, I think, at this point.
I don't like this play from Rise to Occasion. He got a charge attack tie on the second Fire Punch instead of throwing one before it. Now he's going to be forced to utilize his second shield here. His defenses have dropped. Out of Pocket can now pretty comfortably no shield this next close combat, actually opting to take more damage from the quick attack, switching in to the Malamar to catch the next close combat. Close combat not going to be enough to knock out this Malamar as it is now only neutral, but look at that damage.
That was quite a bit. Landing the close combat and now landing a Rage Fist looking for the knockout. Out of Pocket just completely sacking his signature Pokemon in an effort to kind of set up the Feraligatr for success. Out of Pocket he's down Malamar, but he still has a Protect Shield where Rise to Occasion has none. He can hit the Jump Pluff with Ice Beam and he can start hitting this Tinkaton with Hydro Cannons. The important thing is is that Rise to Occasion has the potential to make a catch.
Bulldoze coming through, baiting the shield here, really crucially out of Pocket. Out of Pocket really needs to make sure that he's maintaining energy advantage here. Hydro Cannon coming through, going to do a lot of good neutral damage. He needs to make sure that if a catch does happen, after that catch, he can still outpace the Jump Bluff to an Ice Beam. Hydro Cannon coming through here now. It will knock out the Tinkaton. How much residual energy does Out of Pocket have? Can he get to an Ice Beam before Aerial Ace?
It is a race, and I see they get there at the same time. And this is an Ice Beam coming from a Shadow for Alligator going into a Shadow Jump Bluff. And that is some heavy damage, knocking out the Jump Bluff. Out of Pocket continues on in this tournament.
That's a really smart team composition from Out of Pocket, putting that Shadow for Alligator in the backline, recognizing that Tinkaton and Jumpluff core is really weak to that Pokemon if it's up a shield or up energy. Got up energy, got up shields, had both of those going into the singular Pokemon, and Shadow for Alligator just sweeps.
And it was really interesting to see how Out of Pocket took his signature pick, that Malamar, from the Malamar boys, and decided, you know what, Malamar, the best way you can serve me here, the best contribution you can make to this team is just by absorbing damage. Because this Shadow Primeape, I can't have it knock out my Feraligatr. I need that for the end game.
And I think that's going to be really crucial for that team composition going forward. We had seen how Rise was able to dominate earlier that same matchup with the Shadow Primeape, with the close combat, able to just really threaten so much heavy hitting neutral or super effective damage into the entire team outside of Jumpluff. It really puts so much of the weight onto that Jumpluff, but as we saw in that final game, it wasn't the Jumpluff that carried, it was that Shadow for Alligator.
and that was incredible plays from Out of Pocket. But again, rise to occasion, making incredible plays and having a great run through this tournament. So congratulations to both trainers, but Out of Pocket being able to move on to losers round 5. Out of Pocket will face the winner of the next matchup coming up, which is Silent Beast versus Pranav. I don't know. Out of Pocket has been playing out of his mind. I think he's kind of unstoppable at this point.
He might just be, but in order to find out, you all are going to have to watch these highlights from these past few sets that we've seen, and don't go anywhere because you'll want to see if Out of Pocket can continue his run through Silent Beast, or will Silent Beast be able to take a victory and move on himself. We'll see you then.
Two games.
Okay.
Home Slice Henry here live on the floor with Vergy Verg, who just punched his ticket to day number 2 on the winner side of the bracket. And I believe this is your first time making day 2 on winner side. So talk me through the emotions of that match, realizing that your day was done and you had clinched day 2 on winner side of the bracket.
Yeah, it was amazing. Like you said, it's my first time in winner's side. Only got in loser's side once, and that was like 3 years ago. So it's been a while since I've day 2'd. So amazing feeling to be here. And played an amazing opponent on stage, so.
I'm so glad to hear that. It was some great battles, and you're no stranger to battling. Not only have you competed in the past, but you've also, even before Pokemon Go was a part of the competitive circuit, you had competed in a lot of the grassroots tournaments and stuff like that. So talk me through how those kind of community-focused events help to build and sculpt the battler that is standing here today on the winner side of the bracket.
Yeah, back before Pokemon Play, Texas, I'm from Texas. Texas had a huge scene where you'd go like city to city, all the big cities playing like 80 person, like kind of like this, but just 80 people in a arena or whatever. But yeah, there's a lot of amazing battlers out in Texas, and they can definitely get you prepped up. So you got to be good to get through some of them.
It sounds like an unbelievable community to be a part of. And final question for you here. Is there a battler in the competitive series that you find yourself almost looking up to? Someone whose accomplishments or plays you're hoping to be able to emulate or to be able to achieve as well?
I think there's no way to go wrong in saying Rise. Rise is amazing. Like they say on stream every time, he's won a regional every year of Pokemon Play's been out. So yeah, I mean, he's amazing. He's also in Texas now as well. Yeah, I think everyone wants to be Rise, so look up to him.
That is a pretty terrific trainer to try and emulate your game off of. Again, big congratulations to Vergy and best of luck in day number 2. All right, back to the Pokemon action.
How did we get here? So far from home, on the untread path. But we're not alone, we got each other. So we got a lot, and now the moment's come to finally take our shot. Oh, look how far we've come, look how far we've come. We're so much closer now to the battles we've won. Oh, look how far we've come, look how far we've come. There's still a ways to go.
exciting action here at day 2 in the Milwaukee Regional Championships. My name is Homeslice Henry, joined on the desk, as always, with Soph Toph. And the battles we've seen have just been of such incredible caliber, and we've got some really exciting matchups on deck.
And this is really what you want to see in a high-caliber tournament like this one. The battles are just getting better and better as the day goes on, and I think I can count on one hand the number of matches we have left. We're going to be almost wrapping up the losers side of the bracket, I think. We're going to have Pranav versus Silent Beast on the stage, who is going to then, I think, play the winner of the last match we just saw, which is Out of Pocket.
So we started with, I believe, around 160 trainers, and now we're down into the single digits. This is crunch time. Every battle could be the difference between continuing that dream to become Milwaukee Regional Champion or, unfortunately, getting removed from the tournament.
And at this point in the tournament, all of the trainers left are so talented that if you just make one little mistake, you throw the charge attack at the wrong time or you lose count by maybe one move, you're really in a really bad position. So definitely want to be at the top of your game at this point.
We do have a little bit of a sneak peek at the teams here for Pranav and Silent Beast, and we have seen, it feels like a pretty solid resurgence of the Shadow for Alligator, but for Pranav, we actually see a non-Shadow for Alligator, so trading a little bit of the closing power for better survivability. So in those, when shields are down, those zero shield scenarios, that normal for Alligator, not quite as helpless.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of matchups where he might have been thinking that regular for Alligator could have a better time. And you know what, I'll tell you what, that for Alligator might have a little bit of work to do in this matchup because that Shadow Typhlosion for Silent Beast is just so threatening. It can hit everything on Pranav's team for super effective or very heavy neutral damage. So I think Pranav is going to need to be very, very careful with how he uses his shields and energy.
Shadow Typhlosion with any kind of an advantage. Claydol has Mud Slap, but it's still not going to like a Shadow Blast Burn. There are 2 water types which you can Thunder Punch, a Grass and a Steel that you can hit with Blast Burn. So this is going to be a very careful matchup where even if you haven't necessarily seen the Typhlosion yet, you have to try and preserve resources and maybe plan for it in the back.
Well, the best answers to Typhlosion on Pranav's side probably going to be that Claydol and that Lapras, so I imagine that Furret could also be a nice pick for Silent Beast. But I think one of our trainers has already locked in. 2 trainers have now locked in, and we're getting right into game number 1.
Game 1 between Silent Beast and Pranav. We are going to see a great call by Soph. It's the Furret, and Furret is going to find its target in the non-Shadow for Alligator.
Ideal for the Furret, resisting those Shadow Claws, and Pranav is actually going to stay in here, maybe try to throw these Hydro Cannons and start chipping down the Furret.
We will see the Furret overfarm past the Trailblaze there, so not wanting to risk a potential catch from Pranav. Hydro Cannon will hit for consistent neutral damage. The Shadow Claw is not doing a lot, and a great turn wait there by Silent Beast, trying to avoid a Trailblaze catch so it lands on its intended target.
Shields coming up for Pranav, and the Sucker Punches from Silent Beast are really going to start adding up. Maybe just going to go for Swift on the next charge attack, but Pranav, actually both trainers farming well past their charge attacks.
And now Silent Beast can look to match protect shields here, and we will see Furret commit the shield. This is now a +1 Furret, which means Furret, oh, we see a great wait, incredible patience by Silent Beast. Pranav was hoping for the Trailblaze catch, but instead, this is boosted neutral damage from the Swift.
It's also stab damage, so, it doesn't do a ton of damage to Jump Bluff, but for a very cheap move, that's actually not bad. And Silent Beast gonna go for the second Swift here, and Pranav just continuing to farm up energy on the Jump Bluff.
And it looks like the Jump Bluff may have actually clicked Aerial Ace. Swift is going to connect. Was that Aerial Ace clicked? No, it was not actually. So no Aerial Ace clicked here, but we see a CMP tie there. Oh no, the charge attack priority. Furret with the higher attack. And Pranav, unfortunately, looks very disappointed there as he loses his entire Jump Bluff.
Lost a ton of energy on the Jump Bluff as well. Now bringing in his Lapras, and Silent Beast has the answer in that Gliscopod. Not a fantastic answer, but definitely enough to be resisting all of the charge attacks from the Lapras.
And Gliscopod doesn't even necessarily need to win this matchup as much as just slowly remove Lapras's health, get it lower and lower, because there's still a whole 3rd Pokemon in the back for Silent Beast in that Claydol.
X-Scissor coming through, and I believe Silent Beast actually has another one stored as well. Pranav, on the other hand, I believe, is not quite at the Sparkling Aria, so Silent Beast is going to make sure to fire this off first.
And this X-Scissor Lapras should be able to hang on, but it would put it basically into farm down range. So Pranav is going to invest in the Lapras. The final Protect Shield comes out. Psywave's adding up, but it's never going to be enough for a farm down. So a Sparkling Aria is needed.
Yeah, throws just before the X-Scissor on the Golisopod. Doesn't want to risk another losing CMP, but Silent Beast actually going to preserve the Golisopod. He knows that tiny shred of energy is going to be enough to take out the Lapras, but it actually lands on the Feraligatr.
So Feraligatr being used as a third Protect Shield in this matchup, able to absorb that X-Scissor, and he really has to hope that Lapras can get to multiple charge attacks. These Mud Slaps coming through, Lapras running out of HP more and more as time goes on.
Very bulky Pokemon. It might be able to get to 2 Sparkling Arias here, but there's still 2 Pokemon in the back for Silent Beast that have definitely enough health to close things out. And Pranav does reach that second Sparkling Aria, but like we just mentioned, too much health, too much HP on Silent Beast's side.
This isn't the first time we've seen Silent Beast have all 3 Pokemon remaining in this endgame. In comes the Furret, 1 Sucker Punch comes through, and that's going to be a Game 1 win for Silent Beast.
Didn't actually even need the Typhlosion in that matchup, and we saw Pranav actually maybe over-preparing for it, brought both of the water types, but that Typhlosion was nowhere to be found. And meanwhile, Silent Beast, like you said, really precise plays with the Furret, waiting the turn, making sure that energy landed where it needed to.
That turn wait was brilliant. If Pranav was able to waste 7 Sucker Punches of energy there and catch a Trailblazer where it would have been double resisted, this could have been a very different game. There could have been a lot of value out of that Jumpluff, but Jumpluff ended up not really getting any value whatsoever because those boosted Swifts, the Furret, once it's ramped up its attack, just completely ran away with the mid-game.
And I think right here is maybe the kind of problem moment for Pranav. He farms up a little bit too much energy, ends up losing the charge attack priority to the Furret. So you mentioned, not getting a lot of value out of this Jumpluff, and that Furret basically took out the entire Jumpluff and did a big chunk into the Feraligatr.
Furret was just unbelievably strong. We did see Pranav trying to do what he could in this game with a nice catch, catching it onto the Feraligatr, using Feraligatr as a third Protect Shield. Lapras was able to get rid of that Claydol, but there were still 2 more Pokemon as Silent Beast did a good job at preserving them.
This is win or go home for Pranav. These are just best of 3 matches, and we're in the loser's side of the bracket. So if he wants any hopes of keeping his tournament dreams alive, he's got to figure something out right here.
We have one trainer who is instantly locked in, just very confident, and we have another trainer who is making some last-second adjustments, trying to craft the perfect line because the stakes only get higher the more this tournament goes on.
And Silent Beast has just been playing so precisely throughout the day. We keep saying it. He's been so on point with his energy management and with his counts, and it's just really paying off here in Losers Round 4.
We have a double lock-in, game number 2, Silent Beast versus Pranav. Silent Beast is going to be sticking with the lead that worked last game for it, and it's going to be answered with Lapras.
Pranav has changed out the water type that he's leading, and this isn't the worst matchup in the world for Lapras. Yes, you do have to watch out for those super effective Trailblazers, but Lapras, a very bulky Pokemon, I believe can survive to get off 2 Arias.
Yeah, for the Furret, ideally you would want to land a Trailblaze to boost up your attack and then maybe go for a Swift, but with the pacing Lapras, only 11 Psywaves to the second, Lapras is able to make a second charge attack there, and from the damage from this first Sparkling Aria, Furret, now we're actually going to see an aggressive pivot out into the Primeape, and that will swiftly be answered with Tinkaton.
Definitely a typing advantage here for the Tinkaton, but Pranav did get a couple of extra Karate Chops, and let me tell you, these Rage Fists add up so quickly on the Tinkaton. I believe you can even beat Tinkaton in some shielding scenarios, and you can see how the Tinkaton is already below 50% health after just taking a Rage Fist.
Silent Beast did not build up to the play rough, so Pranav is going to let this through. Bulldoze has never looked so mighty as this exact moment as it lands onto the Shadow Primeape and gets the defense drop as well.
Rage Fist coming through, and Pranav actually has the Claydol in the back. That is really scared of the Furret, so very risky swap out, and they actually end up simultaneously knocking each other out.
So it does seem like that was a particularly impactful defense drop there, making the Fairy Wind do a little bit of extra damage. And ideally, you would hope to try and exit with some energy on that Primeape. With the simultaneous knockout, Lapras re-enters the field, answered with the Furret, but Lapras is able to outpace.
And Pranav is able to reach the Sparkling Aria before the Furret fires off a charge attack, but I'm going to be honest, I'm looking at the back Pokemon here. Silent Beast going to reveal the Golisopod, and Pranav still has that Claydol, kind of quaking in fear in the back.
Claydol, this is not what it's hoping to see. We will see the Sparkling Aria launched at Golisopod. Does Golisopod decide to use a Protect Shield here? Golisopod lets it go. This is now going to be at around half HP, and I just don't think there's ever a world in which this gets mud slapped down.
We did see a game yesterday where a couple of those critical mud slaps sneaking through onto the Golisopod were enough to take it out, but in this situation, the Golisopod still has 2 shields, and it's still very, very healthy. I'm just not sure if Claydol can make this happen.
Claydol does have an ability to lower the attack with a Rock Tomb, but this Golisopod was at half HP, so there's going to be a lot of mud slaps landing, but they are all resisted damage. Golisopod really going to have to try and lock in as much damage as it possibly can.
And this is going to be a very narrow window of victory for Pranav, if it exists. Throws the Rock Tomb, trying to lower the attack of the Golisopod, maybe going to give him just a little bit more time to get off the damage with these mud slaps. And you can see there the Golisopod is actually very, very low health. If Pranav can just get a couple more fast attacks, he might be able to close the gap here.
I think Lapras can close out this game. I think he'll be able to get rid of the Claydol, but I don't think he'll have enough to. In comes the Lapras. We're going to see the charge attack fired. I believe the Psy Wave did go through, and now this Golisopod is in a range where one mud slap could potentially knock out.
Needs 1 mud slap to take it out, but how much energy is on this Golisopod? It's pretty much dry. Pranav throws the Rock Tomb here, not going for the mud slap.
Is this 1 HP? A shielded charge attack does 1 hit point of damage exactly. Golisopod shields, fades through the shield! Unbelievable recognition by Pranav. He knows the win con, he plays to it, and he stays alive here in Milwaukee.
Stays alive by the skin of his teeth there. I cannot believe he came back from that matchup, had a Claydol waiting in the back for a Golisopod with a bunch of energy, and really just found the perfect win condition there.
Oh my goodness, what a win condition to find. Not committing to the mud slap, saying, I think you have exactly 1 hit point of health, because a shielded charge attack in Pokemon Go removes all damage except for exactly 1 HP. So in that situation, that is the win con he played for. If the Golisopod's 1 HP, the shield will work. It will stop all damage except exactly 1. But with 1 hit point remaining, Golisopod faints.
I'll tell you what, those HP bars can be very hard to see sometimes. Sometimes it could have 2 HP, and if that Shadow Claw had gone through, I think it would have been very difficult for Pranav to win that game. But luckily for him, that Golisopod was literally at 1 HP. He chuckles a little bit, and tournament dreams alive for Pranav. That could be in the highlight reel if this goes into a good run for him.
What an unbelievable game, and I loved his reaction there of realizing this was my win con, I played to it, and it paid off. We identified the Typhlosion pretty early on as it could be an X Factor. Typhlosion not yet brought in this series. Will we see it brought in game number 3?
All right, we'll have to see Pranav leading jump off. Oh, and there's the Typhlosion finally finding its mark.
Oh no, this is not what you're hoping to see. There's so many Pokemon weak to Typhlosion. In comes Feraligatr, but it's down by a turn, and this will allow Typhlosion to throw the Thunder Punch instantly.
Great mechanics from Silent Beast, realizing that he can throw this Thunder Punch right away and no Shadow Claw is going to come through. Pranav forced a shield, even though it's actually a regular Feraligatr, maybe could have hung on there. But now Silent Beast, now that he's pulled the Protect Shield, he can come into Golisopod to absorb all of the energy.
And one important thing is the Golisopod is not going to be behind in this matchup because the Feraligatr left with exactly a Hydro Cannon, so Golisopod is actually ahead by a Shadow Claw in this particular matchup.
All right, X-Scissor coming through. This is the regular Feraligatr, and I think it can hang on. That might have been a charge attack priority as well, but I'm pretty sure the Golisopod, in turn, will also be able to hang on to this Hydro Cannon.
This is an interesting call to make a Silent Beast. Silent Beast letting this Hydro Cannon go. This is resisted damage. Pranav going for an undercharge, not wanting to pick up the KO. We're going to see an aggressive switch into Jump Left. Switch Clock unavailable for Silent Beast, and Silent Beast will be able to connect with an X-Scissor.
Pranav going for the full Fairy Winds down. Maybe not happy about it though, as he's probably expecting the Typhlosion to come back in as soon as it can. Silent Beast, even not tapping the screen, wants to get in as fast as possible without being locked into a Shadow Claw.
I believe Pranav went for an Aerial Ace bait, but against a Pokemon like Shadow Typhlosion, even an Aerial Ace will do monster damage. Typhlosion will commit the shield, 2 Fairy Winds, and another Aerial Ace is reached. And Pranav able to apply some really nice pressure in this matchup.
Yeah, you might think this is a horrible matchup with Jumpluff versus Typhlosion, but Pranav actually able to pull both shields with just the Aerial Ace, but I think he does get incinerated down there, and Typhlosion now has a full Blast Burn loaded.
This is so dangerous. Typhlosion at an advantage. 60 energy banked, I believe here. In comes the Lapras. Typhlosion already at the back-to-back moves. We see a catch by Pranav, able to absorb a full Blast Burn, 50 energy onto this Feraligatr.
That wasn't even a super effective Thunder Punch. Actually went for the Blast Burn. Pranav maybe a little bit surprised there. Lapras gonna come back in right now. Actually almost at the Aria, and Silent Beast recognizing that comes into the Fur to try and sponge some of this energy.
Furret not going to appreciate the sparkling Arias, but this is going to be a very difficult endgame. Pranav will need absolute precision on the energy management here with the Lapras as he tries to stay alive and survive the wrath of Shadow Typhlosion.
Oh, throwing the sparkling Aria right away. I'm actually not sure if this is enough to take it out, and it would be kind of tragic if the Furret hung on and was able to maybe pull a shield with a charge attack. I think this is a Trailblaze coming through, and Pranav gonna let it go, realizing I think the Typhlosion was maybe just one Incinerate off in attack.
Yeah, Typhlosion just a bit too healthy. Lapras needs to try and get the farm down here, gets the farm down. Lapras, it still has the Protect Shield, but it's so low. The Golisopod is basically at 1 HP. Will it get knocked out by a Psywave? If it does, it wouldn't take any damage onto that Lapras. In comes the Golisopod. Oh no! It survives the Psywave, KOs the Lapras, and Silent Beast able to clutch an incredibly close victory.
I think Pranav only got one Psywave registering on that Golisopod. The Shadow Claw came through and knocked out the Lapras, but I think even if double Psywaves had gone through, they would have just simultaneously knocked out. But a very close game, a very close series as well, and incredibly well played by both sides.
That game, leading that Typhlosion into that line, it looked to be so dire, but even though he wasn't able to emerge victorious, I do want to give Pranav his flowers in this moment. He executed a brilliant game plan, was almost able to claw his way back from near insurmountable odds.
Yeah, he pulled off that miracle in game number 2. Wasn't quite able to get it in game number 3, but I mean, when we saw the Jumpluff led into the Typhlosion, having to switch in the Feraligatr behind a turn, that just looked completely impossible. But, you know, pulling off the catches, getting the energy lead with Jumpluff, he really found every possible window that he could.
And the Trailblaze landing, not only hitting for super effective damage, boosting up the Sucker Punches, 3 Sucker Punches landing, and the Lapras just so low. The Golisopod, he has to hope that it's in range for one Psywave, but it survives the Psywave. And for Silent Beast, a pretty magical run in Milwaukee continues, executing just absolutely brilliantly with the Furret, with the Golisopod, and now bringing out that Shadow Typhlosion when it matters most to secure that victory.
Yeah, even just in that last little part of the game, even if the Golisopod feints to one Psywave, it's still kind of a call for Pranav. Do you keep tapping, assuming that the Golisopod is going to come in, or do you try to throw the Aria, assuming that the Typhlosion is going to come in? So, pretty risky situation, but he did end up going for the Psywaves.
We've seen quite a few of these situations play out as the day goes on. People have these 50-50 scenarios of what gets brought in here. Do I throw my move? Do I try and wait? Because we have seen, especially earlier, Silent Beast ended up waiting some turns in matchups and was able to not let Pranav catch. So Pranav, much to be proud of here with this run. That game 2 was sensational, being able to fight back, stay alive, but for Silent Beast, the run continues, and Shadow Typhlosion burns bright here in Milwaukee.
Well, Silent Beast does continue on in the losers side of this bracket, and I think we're going to get to see some more action from him in just a second. But before we get there, let's take a look at the Pokémon League. This is, again, a great opportunity to get some practice in. We've heard a lot of trainers talking about how they maybe bring their Pokémon to these local events, try to kind of test out their teams before they head to a regional.
We've heard testimonials throughout the weekend of people testing out teams, being able to identify maybe different play patterns that they can use, different adjustments to strategies, and also earn some championship points as well. So it can help you on that road to the World Championships, or if you're someone who is maybe played a lot of Go Battle League but hasn't necessarily tried the Show 6 Pick 3 style format, it's a really good opportunity to connect with local trainers. You can meet new people, add new friends, get those low friendship Tinka-Tink trades as well. So overall, there's just so many upsides.
Well, let's take a look at the bracket. We're, again, very, very far into the tournament at this point. We're still in the losers side of the bracket. We just saw Silent Beast take down Pranav in a very, very close nail-biter of a series, going to face off against Out of Pocket in the losers semis. The winner of this is going to go to the losers finals, where they will await the loser of Nighttime Clasher versus Snots on the winner side of the bracket.
So we are now down to 4. We started with 160 trainers. The trainers that are left are Snots and Nighttime Clasher on the winner side, and on the loser side, Out of Pocket and Silent Beast. So we have 2 trainers who are looking to claim that trophy for the very first time, claim the title of regional champion, and 2 trainers who have held the title before and are looking to add to that trophy case.
Out of Pocket does already have the automatic invite from winning San Juan, I believe, but Nighttime Clasher, Snots, and Silent Beast. Actually, I think Silent Beast still needs some championship points. He probably got them all already at this point in his run, but the other three definitely are still looking to kind of improve their results from this season. Nighttime Clasher, of course, has won a regional championship before, but he hasn't won one this season. He hasn't won one on North American soil as well, so I know he's looking forward to that opportunity.
Nighttime Clasher, Snots, Silent Beast, Out of Pocket. Looking at how well all four of these trainers have played, I could genuinely see any of these four taking home the crown. It's been an absolute gauntlet, winner side or loser side. Some battlers have been on both sides of the bracket today, but we've just seen such high level of gameplay, such small win conditions being able to be identified and executed on. So these next few battles we have coming up are going to just be unbelievable.
Now we talk about the level of these trainers, and we've seen, kind of in the last couple of series, making just the smallest mistake can really cost you when you're up against these trainers who have been practicing, warming up, trying to put their best foot forward on Championship Sunday. You see Pocket on the stage there, maybe having a little bit of fun, trying to shake off some nerves as he goes up against Silent Beast.
And I do want to shout out Pocket and his incredible losers run up to this point. Because Pocket did lose in day number 1 and then was able to make a nice run in losers, make it to day 2, and has been able to get win after win after win to now he's all the way in top 4. And we were chatting backstage a little bit that a few of the most recent winners have actually come from the loser side of the bracket.
That's right. I think Elite in San Antonio, Rise in Vancouver, and then Elam in Atlanta, all of them came from the losers side of the bracket. So, maybe once you get some momentum going, you're really locked in and ready to go. But then again, there's also kind of the counterpoint of, you're just tired after playing that many battles. So we'll see how well Pocket is able to hold up because, like you said, he's been playing a lot of matches today.
Let's take a look at these teams. So Out of Pocket has been able to use that Shadow for Alligator to devastating effect, being able to sweep an endgame in a previous round. Tinkaton has been a constant on teams, and it's been proven through its incredible defensive typing and its pacing, being able to spam out Bulldoze, fish for debuffs, and the Malamar has been a constant for Out of Pocket, and Malamar has just been a revelation here in Milwaukee as it continues to ascend the ranks and being piloted by Pocket. Malamar, it genuinely keeps looking like the best Pokemon in any matchup it's in.
Yeah, even in those disadvantageous situations, against a Tinkaton, against a Jumpluff, or, you might even think against the Bug-type Golisopod, you can still do a lot of damage with those neutral Psywaves or neutral superpowers. So let's see if Pocket continues to rely on that. You also mentioned the Shadow for Alligator, which we saw just kind of tear through Rise to Occasion's team in Pocket's last match. So I'm curious if he decides to bring it against Silent Beast, who we have seen kind of relying on the Furret quite a bit.
I think Furret does have some nice play here. Furret, especially if it's able to have a bit of an advantage, get a boost going. Boosted Sucker Punches do a lot of damage to Malamar, so if it's able to get in an advantageous position, maybe get a shield advantage, a little bit of an energy, and boost up, then those Sucker Punches do add up quite significantly, and there's quite a few water targets for that Furret as well.
Well, we just briefly saw those accomplishments on the screen. You saw so many from Out of Pocket. Silent Beast, a little bit of a gap in the resume, but he is doing so well in Milwaukee. He's fresh off that top cut in Atlanta, so I feel like a lot of momentum is on the side of this trainer.
We have one trainer who's locked in, the second trainer making some last-second adjustments here. They know every match they play is the most important match they've played at this tournament. The stakes only grow from here. So any last-second adjustments, whether it's needing to take a deep breath, compose yourself, prepare for this moment. Pocket's ready. He locks in the team. We've got team set. Game number 1.
Let's see what they're leading. Pocket did decide to lead the Diggersby, and Silent Beast going with that Golisopod, which was so effective for him just now against Pranav.
Golisopod able to hit for super effective damage with Aqua Jet, but with these Shadow Claws being double resisted, they don't output a lot of damage. Pocket over farming and will look to connect with neutral damage on this Fire Punch.
Not a ton of damage going to come through from this Fire Punch, nowhere near the super effective Aqua Jet that's about to come through. You can see that the Golisopod will be able to hang on, and we see Silent Beast once again waiting a turn, wanting to make sure his energy finds the right destination.
And Diggersby with an instant no shield, Aqua Jet is going to connect. Diggersby does take quite a bit of damage. These Pokemon pace identically, but for Silent Beast, he's very comfortable knowing this Fire Punch will not knock out, and he can look to overfarm and maybe try and exit this matchup with energy.
knows that the Diggersby is quite a ways away from its next charge attack, but does decide to throw the Aqua Jet right away. And, you know, kind of depending on how bulky the Diggersby is, it might be able to hang on here.
Diggersby is going to hang on. We do see a switch out. In comes Malamar. Malamar is going to be answered with Tinkaton. Not the matchup you're hoping to see as Malamar, but Malamar can still threaten quite a bit with Superpower.
But the difference here is in the lead, we often see Malamar trying to throw Superpower and dip, but now you're actually locked in here, which means you're probably just going to be able to get off your 2 Superpowers and then not do much of your Psywave damage afterwards. But Silent Bee is still continuing to farm up a bunch of energy before finally throwing the Play Rough.
Play Rough would hit for super effective damage. Pocket thinking it through. Silent Beast going for an undercharge. Does not want to pick up the knockout just yet. Pocket will actually protect the Malamar. Malamar at the back-to-back superpowers, but since he's already lowered his attack and he wasn't able to reset that debuff, this superpower not at its usual damage will not be enough to knock out this Tinkaton.
Both trainers still locked in here. Pocket gonna make sure he gets off all this energy before anything happens. Silent Bee is gonna just let the Tinkaton go and start coming in with the Shadow Typhlosion, I believe.
Shadow Typhlosion wants nothing more than a shield advantage, and that's what it has. It's the jump bluff in the back, and Typhlosion is just absolutely burning down Pocket's team.
And Pocket switched right away, so there's not going to be any opportunity for him to leave this matchup and go into something else. Silent Beast puts up the Protect Shields right away. We saw this before with Pranav, where Jump Bluff is actually able to pull shields, even with the very weak Aerial Ace.
Going for the Blast Burn here, as a Thunder Punch would hit for neutral would not be enough to knock out. Pocket's thinking it through, does invest. The Protect Shield comes out from the Jump Bluff, and Jump Bluff is going to build back up to the Acrobatics, go for the Aerial Ace bait, and again, able to grab that Protect Shield.
And that is the last Protect Shield for Silent Beast. Switch clocks are not quite up yet, though, so Silent Beast is definitely going to be able to... Oh, actually, I was going to say maybe throw a charge attack, but goes for the full Incinerate down. Pocket goes down with all that energy, and now it's all up to his Malamar.
Pocket does have a catch available here. He gets the catch. We did see the Thunder Punch thrown by Silent Beast. I believe Silent Beast does have the back-to-back Thunder Punches loaded here. Thunder Punch is going to KO the Diggersby, and there's another move loaded. Great anticipation by Silent Beast. Even if there's a catch, if you back-to-back moves, you're still going to be able to take this game.
2 Pokemon left, and you have 2 charge attacks, so it's kind of checkmate their situation. So Silent Beast takes the 1-0 victory against Pocket off the back of that Shadow Typhlosion.
The moment Shadow Typhlosion had that advantage, it was just able to rumble onto the field. Every Incinerate giving 20 energy to that Typhlosion and so much damage onto that Jump Bluff.
Not sure if Pocket was actually expecting the Typhlosion, because the way he was playing it out, it kind of felt like he wanted to bait out the Tinkaton, but there were, in fact, multiple answers to the Jump Bluff in the back. So I'm curious to see whether he decides to bench the Jump Bluff for game number 2.
Yeah, because if we take a look at Silent Beast team, which is on screen, a Jump Bluff at an advantage here into Golisopod, Claydol, an opposing Jump Bluff or Furret would be fine. But unfortunately, this was a really nice line by Silent Beast, brought both of those answers and really put Pocket in a spot where he was, I mean, this spot right here, he is able to get the back-to-back Thunder Punches. Pocket gets the catch, but it's just not enough.
All right, well, we're looking at the replays, but these trainers are wasting absolutely no time. They're already locked in for game number 2. Silent Beast, another nice lead, bringing the Golisopod into the Malamar.
These Pokemon do have identical pacing. We actually see the Aqua Jet thrown here, so Silent Beast covering for a potential catch, but we do not see a catch from Pocket. Pocket is actually just going to end up using the Protect Shield.
Yeah, Silent Beast is probably realizing that Pocket isn't even going to risk letting an X-Scissor go, so felt it was safe to go for the Aqua Jet. Now Pocket, I don't know if he was trying to catch an X-Scissor, but now he's going to allow Silent Beast to throw these super effective Aqua Jets onto his ground-type Diggersby.
Diggersby will take quite a lot of damage. Diggersby able to hang on here. Diggersby going to just look to overfarm quite significantly. Another Aqua Jet is reached, and for Pocket, he's already down 1 Protect Shield. He's thinking about it, thinking it over, and he will invest the final shield of the match onto the Diggersby.
Diggersby is actually very valuable if you look at Silent Beast's backline, but at this point, Pocket is down 2 shields to Silent Beast 2 remaining. Actually, he does put up 1 Protect Shield there, but this is a difficult situation for Pocket because his best Pokemon against Silent Beast's backline is already on the field here.
I really like Pocket firing off this Fire Punch before the Aqua Jet is reached, because Shadow Typhlosion, it really wants a shield, and now it doesn't have it. So potentially, if you're able to get an energy advantage, and you do have energy available on that Malamar, suddenly the tides of this match can dramatically turn.
And Pocket's clock was almost up there, but wasn't able to switch out for a catch. Comes back into the Malamar, has tons of energy banked, and now Silent Beast is going to come meet it with the Tinkaton. Flashbacks to game number 1.
Tinkaton switch locked here. onto this Malamar, but Malamar already back-to-back superpowers loaded, will be able to overfarm, might even get to 3 superpowers, and will the back-to-back-to-back superpower getting launched at this Tinkaton, but each one dealing less and less damage due to the debuff from that move.
It does look like Silent Beast will be able to hang on through the next superpower, so he continues to overfarm a little bit. Both trainers way over the energy, but now I think this is actually, well, I don't know if it's a mistake from Silent Beast, but Pocket has another charge attack loaded, and Silent Beast did not go for the charge attack priority, meaning that he won't be able to lock in this damage.
The Psywave down, he gets it. He's very heavily debuffed. He does have the Typhlosion. Typhlosion is going to get an energy advantage, and he's throwing so many superpowers that this foul play is going to be doing basically nothing.
Yeah, actually, I think Silent Beast kind of a heads-up play, letting his Tinkaton go down in exchange for that 1 Incinerate advantage, and now Pocket has the full health Lapras to reveal in the back. I think you
Does he switch?
I think you need to land 2 Thunder Punches.
Oh,
but Silent
he
Beast
tries to predict
switches.
it! He tries to predict it, he doesn't get it, and oh my goodness, Pocket just staying on the field, and he's gonna be able to flip this matchup and survive.
Lapras, the water type, finally able to take down the Typhlosion, which has just been such a matchup, such a menace, not only in this matchup, but also the previous one. Pocket has maybe kind of found the sauce to getting rid of the Typhlosion. Peel those shields early, and that'll leave the Typhlosion weak in the back.
That Malamar energy. I was told Malamar into Tinkaton was a bad matchup, yet 3 superpowers connected. It got farmed down by the Malamar. You could see the idea for Silent Beast. It was trying to set up that Typhlosion, and Silent Beast had to make the prediction. Will Pocket switch after 10 Psywaves? So he threw 2 Incinerates. He waited. He switched, trying to anticipate the switch out, but Pocket stayed in, counting on the opponent to overpredict, and it pays off in a massive way.
I really liked the idea there for Silent Beast, because he recognized that, you know, my Typhlosion doesn't have any shields left. At this point here, you can see he lets the Tinkaton go down. The only way he can win this endgame is by getting an energy advantage with the Typhlosion, right? Because, I mean, you don't have shields, like, you need to find an advantage somewhere.
Yeah, he does try and wait the turn. The Psywaves are still coming through, hopes for the catch, but the catch just will not happen. Lapras too bulky, able to absorb a charge attack from that health range. And now we go to a game number 3. Been a bit of a rarity here on day number 2, but it looks like we do have a double lock-in. Both trainers ready to go in this win or go home battle.
And Typhlosion once again on the field for Silent Beast, but this time it's met with the Diggersby from out of Pocket, maybe his best answer to the Typhlosion, and maybe this is exactly what Pocket was hoping for.
The last time we saw this matchup, we saw Fire Punch bait, and we do see another Fire Punch bait. It was Silent Beast who got baited before, and he's actually getting baited again. This helps Diggersby, because Diggersby would normally get outpaced to the second charge attack, but with a successful Fire Punch bait, suddenly Diggersby back in the driver's seat here.
Silent Beast going straight for the Blast Burn, and Pocket gonna shield it up. I think he's almost at the Scorching Sands, so, you know, recognizing that the energy he has will be very valuable.
We will now see a pivot out into the Golisopod. That's going to be answered with Lapras, and Golisopod does have a pretty healthy energy head start. This is a Skull Bash Lapras for Pocket, but Skull Bash a very expensive charge attack to get to. So Golisopod is going to get a lot of damage into the Lapras before that charge attack is available.
And this is one of those matchups which can kind of go either way depending on who wants to invest those Protect shields. But I don't know if either trainer really feels it completely necessary to win this matchup outright. Silent Beast is going to throw this first X-Scissor though.
And as Pocket, you almost might worry that if you go for a Skull Bash here and boost up your defense, I really like the decision to let himself get lower first, because this would limit Typhlosion to only 1 Incinerate, even with the +1 defense, whereas if he throws sooner, then Typhlosion may get 2 Incinerates, and you do not want Typhlosion to have that head start.
And no hesitation from Silent Beast here. He wants that Incinerate. Oh, and the Lapras barely goes down with the Sparkling Aria. The Diggersby still has a lot of energy, but Silent Beast not going to let that fire off first, going to go for the Blast Burn.
The Blast Burn is going to be shielded. All Protect shields down for Pocket. Switch available for Silent Beast. He's going to take it here. I love saving the energy on the Diggersby, sending in that Tinkaton, and importantly, not desyncing those switch timers.
Silent Beast does get the Acrobatics off first, not letting an extra Fairy Wind coming through from out of Pocket, so I like that play, but really all of this damage is resisted. The good thing, though, is you are up a shield, but you probably have to save it for the Scorching Sands.
That Scorching Sands would absolutely delete that poor Typhlosion. We will see the Play Rough getting launched by this Jumpluff. Sorry, at the Jumpluff, and Jumpluff is going to be no shielding because the Typhlosion is the valuable Pokemon here.
Acrobatics coming through onto this Tinkaton, and this game is definitely not over yet because Silent Beast, you are up a shield, and if you can maybe land that Blast Burn on the Diggersby, you might have a chance.
An overfarm from Pocket. Pocket is going to be firing off this play rough. Silent Beast now with the most difficult decision of the day. He's letting it go. He's leaving it all up to Typhlosion. Switch clock available for Pocket. He will be able to switch out of this matchup and does. He's going for a bait.
This is a Fire Punch bait, and Silent Beast actually calls it. This is going to be resisted damage, the only charge attack he can hang on to at this point. But I'm wondering if the quick attacks are going to add up. Silent Beast still one Incinerate away from the Blast Burn. Is he going to be able to reach it?
I think he's too low. He'll be able to KO the Diggersby, but there's still the Tinkaton. Tinkaton does have access to Fairy Wind. It's going to be resisted, but there's such little HP remaining.
I think that Fairy Wind is going to take out the Typhlosion, and Out of Pocket finds a way around that terrifying fire type on Silent Beast side to advance to the losers finals.
My jaw dropped at that Fire Punch no shield, but unfortunately Typhlosion, it's so glassy. It just took too much damage from the quick attacks. That was a great identification by you that Silent Beast did everything he could. He tried to put himself in the best position. He called the bait, but at the end of the day, the bulk of Diggersby surviving those Incinerates, landing those quick attacks was just a massive difference maker.
And this is that Skull Bash landing on the Golisopod. Pocket is locking himself in here, making himself kind of defenseless to this farm down by the Typhlosion, but it's not enough. Even though he goes down with that Sparkling Aria, the Jump Bluff was just not able to do much damage against the Tinkaton from Pocket.
And Pocket going for the Fire Punch bait. Silent Beast fighting for his tournament life, calling the bait, but the quick attack damage, just so much damage. Typhlosion surviving. We've seen a couple 1 HP survive so far. Typhlosion barely hanging on, but Fairy Wind is a 2-turn move, Incinerate is a 5-turn move, so the damage registers first, and Tinkaton takes the win for Pocket.
And Pocket's dreams alive on the loser's side of the bracket. He's been sitting down there since the beginning of the day, and now he's going to be watching this winners finals match very, very closely. He's going to be playing either Snots or Nighttime Clasher in his next match, which will decide who then reaches the grand finals.
And Out of Pocket started in losers round 1 and has beaten opponent after opponent after opponent. I believe that is now 5 best of 3s to emerge as the sole player remaining in the losers bracket, pending the outcome of this winners finals.
And I think only one of his matchups today has actually been a 2-0 victory, which means that he's been playing, I think that's 4 decisive game 3s, and he's won all of them. So, you know, Pocket, a very clutch player, and this is one of those situations where you kind of just have to sit back and admire the sheer experience and expertise that Pocket has, right? Probably a very difficult matchup for him there. Didn't know how to deal with the Typhlosion, but he kind of recognized, even if I haven't done a ton of scrims against Typhlosion, I know how to get rid of glassy Pokemon just by baiting and pulling shields.
Pocket summoning that North American International Championship form where we saw he's currently the reigning international champion. He was unbelievable there and almost swept that tournament. I believe only had a few losses, and we've seen that form, that experience again and again throughout this losers bracket run. And it just goes to show in a best of 3 series, even if it doesn't go your way on day 1, keep at it, keep battling, because you have to lose twice to be eliminated. And Pocket, after dropping that early set, has not stopped winning.
I know he took that title at the San Juan Special Championship, but I know he's hungry for another title. He wants to appear on that graphic of North American Regional Champions. He's very close to doing so, but he will have to be either Snots or Nighttime Clasher to be in the grand finals.
And this matchup, we actually have dueling Malamars for Snots. He has 2 Psywave users on his team with Malamar and Lapras, that Unova Stunfisk, Tinkaton, Furret, and Corviknight.
He talked about the Corviknight being such a great core breaker for a lot of the teams that he's played so far, and I wonder if that could be the case against, again here, it really only has a dominant matchup, I would say, against the Tinkaton, but against the other Pokemon on Nighttime Clasher's team, I would say the matchups are still pretty neutral.
And Nighttime Clasher is running the regular Lapras. We mentioned a bit earlier, we saw some Shadow Lapras. Shadow Lapras, I believe, 2 Sparkling Arias, a lot more threatening to a Corviknight than a regular, whereas a regular Corviknight, as long as it does have some pretty high bulk, is able to survive the Psywaves and those 2 Sparkling Arias.
Yeah, speaking of Lapras, it's kind of one of those Pokemon that feels really, really safe into the meta right now, but I think all remaining 3 top trainers that we have all have Malamar, so I feel like Lapras is kind of maybe going to take a back seat for these last couple of matches.
Lapras so strong in so many matchups, even against Furret, but against Malamar, your Psywaves are triple resisted, so even if you're able to land the Sparkling Aria, you're just never really farming down.
Exactly, and then there's the potential of a super effective superpower coming through, so definitely not a great matchup for Lapras, but I mean, we'll have to see. Do you think Lapras, is it critical for either of these trainers to bring? I mean, it would be nice against Nighttime Clasher's Diggersby, and actually let me check the Lapras movesets. Snots is actually running a Skull Bash Lapras, which means that that's going to make the matchup against Jumpluff that much worse.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a risk. I can see why people, and in this moment, why these trainers would decide to bring it, because it's very bulky, it offers a lot of neutral play, and if you can avoid the Malamar, there is some nice matchups across the board, and it looks like we're not going to have to wait any longer. This is Winners Finals, Snots versus Nighttime Clasher, a best-of-5 series, and Malamar instantly finds a target as it's staring down Diggersby.
But this is an uncomfortable matchup for Malamar. You don't want to debuff yourselves too early, and Diggersby is such a bulky Pokemon. It can definitely hang on through 1, maybe even 2 superpowers.
Diggersby instant Scorching Sands. This will deal very nice damage to the Malamar and a 30% chance at an attack drop. Scorching Sands comes through. Do we see the debuff? Yes, we do.
Yeah, fishing for the debuff, and that is honestly critical because if you want to drop the amount of damage you take from super effective superpower, that could be huge. But Snot's actually going for the foul play bait here. Doesn't want to drop his attack and defense yet, and Nighttime Clasher actually shields it.
So the bait works out for Snots. Snots now going for the superpower. This is 1 stage debuffed. Nighttime already burned one of his 2 Protect Shields in this matchup, not going to burn the second, and a super effective superpower is going to connect.
So you see how much health Diggersby has left there. Nighttime Clasher actually not throwing a charge attack, maybe was hoping for a catch, but Snots is actually going to be able to land the superpower on Diggersby.
This is now 2 stages debuff. Diggersby is able to hang on, so much energy available. There's a switch into his own Malamar. That's going to be answered with Tinkaton, and Tinkaton is up a Protect Shield, so it's looking very nice in this matchup.
I feel like I keep saying that Tinkaton is such a great answer to Malamar. That's not really what we saw in Pocket's last matchup, but this time, like you said, Tinkaton is up a shield. I feel like it will be able to finally muscle through the Malamar.
And no baits here from Snots, going straight for the play rough, immediately applying that pressure. Nighttime Clasher is forced to burn a shield on this Malamar.
Yeah, burns the shield, and Nighttime Clasher at this point down to 0 shields, also not able to switch out. So actually going to fire off the superpower, and I don't know if Snots actually clicked the play rough there, but he's going to let this debuffed superpower go.
I believe the double superpower was reached 1 turn early, so this should be a charge attack priority tie, and is Malamar with the higher attack. Snots now can decide, is it worth the shield to land this damage? Snots says no. Both Protect Shields staying intact.
But now he has to decide how he wants to take out the rest of this Malamar. It's really only going to be possible with his own Malamar. Took actually a super effective Fairy Wind there, but now able to bring his Lapras onto the shieldless Jumpluff.
And this Lapras does not have access to Ice Beam. It has Skull Bash. Skull Bash will be able to boost up the defense of the Lapras. Lapras investing in early Protect Shield, and Nighttime Clasher able to successfully bait with the Aerial Ace.
Yeah, maybe kind of an obvious call considering that Snots had 2 shields, but you don't want to take any risk, especially this late into the tournament. Skull Bash going to connect onto the Jumpluff, but again, this is just non-stab neutral damage, not going to do a ton of damage, and Jumpluff easily able to hang on and get off this Acrobatics.
As the Lapras, this now means the Acrobatics is not as threatening because your defense has been boosted. Double shields here, and does actually shield that Acrobatics.
Lapras continuing to farm up energy, should be able to reach the Aria before Acrobatics is fired, and perfect counter by Snots. I think that was maybe just 1 turn before the Acrobatics.
Very nicely done. The Diggersby at the start of the match does have an incredible amount of energy, if I'm not mistaken. In comes the Malamar. Malamar does not have any residual energy here. Lapras, we're going to see a switch, and he perfectly predicts the combo play. What a play from Snots!
And Scorching Sands lands onto this very, very low health Lapras, and at this point, if you're Snots, I think all you have to do is Psywave down this Diggersby and land the Sparkling Aria onto Malamar.
Oh my goodness, Malamar doesn't have the move. The Sparkling Aria is reached. Snots with the prediction of a lifetime to clutch the Game 1 win here in Milwaukee.
I was a little worried that Snots wasn't going to be able to find a way to take out Nighttime Clash's Malamar, but he found a way with just a neutral Sparkling Aria. We were talking about how terrible the Lapras matchup is for Malamar, but we saw the tables turned at the end of game number 1.
And that Lapras, once it got its defense boosted, it almost felt a little bit invincible, where even if Malamar got that superpower is not going to be enough. But I have to go back to that prediction. That prediction was unbelievable, predicting to the exact half second when Nighttime Clasher would go for the combo play, getting that catch. Brilliance from Snots on display.
And we heard Nighttime Clasher, I think, in an interview talking about, kind of trying to predict your opponent's plays and outthink them. And I feel like Snots just kind of flips that on its head there. Like he said, making the perfect prediction. But just as a reminder to the viewers at home, this is the Winners Finals, so it's not win or drop yet for Nighttime Clasher. It is a best of 5 and not a best of 3.
This is true. And in this matchup, if you end up losing, you're going to go to the losers finals and play against Pocket in another best of 5. Every match from here on out is going to be the best of 5 format.
Exactly right, and just taking another look at these highlights, again, perfect counting from Snots. I feel like his mechanics have just been so well tuned by all of that Go Battle League experience. You see the catch here as well of the Scorching Sands, and yeah, really just immaculate play in game number 1.
So well played by Snots. And Lapras, we were so worried about the Malamar, but here it is, flipping the script, being able to knock out arguably its worst matchup on this team. And it looks like we have a double lock-in for game number 2.
And here's the adjustment from Snots, actually bringing the Corviknight, and it's actually found its target in that grass type, Shadow Jumpluff.
And there's Tinkaton in the back. Nighttime Clasher running a line that is very weak to a Corviknight lead. Snots ran Corviknight so much in day 1, has left it behind day 2, but here it is on the field right where he needs it to be.
It's really nice that you resist all of the Fairy Winds and Acrobatics coming through from the Shadow Jumpluff, but you also have to remember your own Sand attacks are also very resisted, but you're going to be able to deal some nice, super effective damage with the Sky attack.
We will see an early shield from this Shadow Jumpluff. Nighttime Clasher gave up an early shield in game number 1 as well.
Jumpluff continuing to farm up energy, gonna fire the Acrobatics just before another possible Sky attack can come through. Not that either of these charge attacks would be lethal, but you do want to get off your charge attacks first in order to see what your opponent does.
This Sky attack, it's super effective damage, but the important thing to remember is it will not be enough to knock out. Nighttime Clasher thought about reaching for a swap, but Snots timed that charge attack in the middle of the Fairy Wind to deny any potential chance at a catch.
Nighttime Clasher actually putting up both Protect Shields on this Jumpluff. Looking at Snots' team, I can see why he did that. Jumpluff has interesting or neutral matchups across the board into Snots' team, but he is now down 0 to 2 shields.
Snots now has an ability to send in Tinkaton. Tinkaton is going to do so well, and for Nighttime Clasher, things could get a little bit uncomfortable. If you decide to make a switch out of here, you'd have to switch in your own Tinkaton, and that would be then down energy. So he's going to stay in for now, fire off the Acrobatics, safe in the knowledge that this isn't a range where the Jumpluff would get knocked out by a play rough from this Tinkaton.
Looking at Nighttime Clasher's backline, he might be thinking that even though he's down 2 shields, alignment might be enough, but never mind, he actually brings in his own Tinkaton to catch this resisted play rough.
Beautiful prediction there by Nighttime. Snots overfarmed to avoid the catch. Nighttime Clasher catches anyway, and now with a Malamar in the back, Snots can't really afford to switch it in just yet. So Nighttime giving up both shields at the start, and there's still so much health available on that Jumpluff.
But this might be kind of nice for Snots because now his Malamar does get to avoid the Tinkaton from Nighttime Clasher. He also got the defense fall, which means that his next Bulldoze, I think this was a charge attack priority by the way, is actually going to do that much more damage to Nighttime Clashers.
Bulldoze still not known for its damage, even with a debuff defense and super effective. We see a second debuff, but it will not be enough to knock out the Tinkaton for Nighttime Clasher.
And Snot's gonna take this Bulldoze, maybe realizing he needs to save a little bit of this Tinkaton to potentially clear some debuffs later. Bulldoze coming through from Nighttime Clasher, and now if you're Snots, I think you're just praying, please do not debuff me. I am locked in here for 40 more seconds.
It's a 50-50. Bulldoze onto the Malamar. No debuff, but there's so much energy available on the Shadow Jumpluff. Nighttime Clasher committing to this Jumpluff in game number 2. And now Jumpluff looks to be a problem for Malamar, as Malamar cannot even knock out at this health range with a foul play.
But this is exactly what Snots was saving all of those shields for. Nighttime Clasher gonna go for another bait, and I expect Snots to continue side-waving until he is confident that the Jumpluff is in foul play range.
Another Aerial Ace bait is gonna grab another Protect Shield. Snots will get to overfarm in this matchup, firing off this foul play, looking to finally remove this Jumpluff from the field of play.
But there's still that Diggersby in the back from Nighttime Clasher. It's still at full health. Actually, that foul play didn't knock out the Jumpluff, but just another sideway was able to get the job done. And now for Snots, the fact that he was able to preserve that Tinkaton is gonna come in really handy to clear these superpower debuffs.
All Protect Shields down in this matchup. Diggersby takes super effective damage from Superpower, but after you throw one, future ones will do less. Diggersby farming up. There's a switch attempt, and it does not go through. No catch for Nighttime Clasher.
Great reaction, or maybe anticipation from Snots. Gets the superpower off first. He can actually switch out if he wants to, knowing that he will win CMP against Diggersby if it comes down to that.
The superpower lands. There's the switch to the Tinkaton. And for Nighttime Clasher, he's farming up a ton of energy. The Bulldoze is reached, and this Bulldoze, it's not meaningful damage, but this is absolutely superpower range on that Diggersby.
And all Snots need to do at this point is just wait until the Malamar comes in, make sure he can tap that superpower. Actually, at this point, maybe even a foul play would be enough to take out this Diggersby and give Snots a 2-0 lead.
The Fire Punch is going to pick up the knockout. There's the superpower. He's winning the charge attack priority tie, and Snots survives the 2 shielded jump bluff at the start of the match, and he is now 1 win away from Grand Finals as the match timer counts down to 0.
And Malamar finding its way through a match in which there were 2 Fairy Wind users on Nighttime Clasher's team, but just immaculate piloting from Snots. You know, he had that 2 shields advantage throughout the entire game, and we might have been wondering, what is he saving those shields for? But we saw he used them to pilot that Malamar through the jump left matchup and come out with energy for the Diggersby.
I loved how Snots used Corviknight in that matchup. He used Corviknight as a damage sponge, saying, I will not commit resources to Corviknight. If you want to go down 2 shields to 0, you can be my guest. That's okay by me. I'm going to save my shields for the damage dealers in the back, that Malamar. And you identified so perfectly that the moment that catch was failed, Snots having the ability to get the back-to-back superpowers, throw 1, switch out to reset that attack drop, and be able to clutch the series.
And having all the experience in these endgame situations, I know Snots has a lot of battles logged in the Go Battle League, so I know he's been in these kinds of situations many, many times, knows that exactly what his win conditions are, and you know, right there, as we saw Nighttime Clasher going for the catch, not able to get it against that 1-turn Psywave user.
And Diggersby left with the Scorching Sands loaded, but Malamar has the higher attack stat, and Malamar winning the charge attack priority tie, denying that energy with a superpower. And what a brilliant game.
And we've been hyping up Tinkaton all weekend, but I'm starting to think, or maybe I should have thought, Malamar is the secret star of the show. It's on the field once again for Snots in game number 3.
Staring down a Shadow Jump Bluff. Shadow Jump Bluff does have super effective Fairy Wind damage, but if you have to stay in this matchup, Malamar can honestly make this matchup quite close.
I wonder if Snots is thinking he might go for a catch at some point. He's staying in for quite a while, but both of his backline Pokemon actually resist the charge attacks from Jump Bluff.
Foul play is going to connect. Now we will see the switch out here, and a catch! Gets the catch onto the Tinkaton. Did Nighttime Clasher go for the Airy Lace, or was it the Acrobatics? I'm expecting it is the Acrobatics. That's a nice catch.
That's a lot of energy down the drain from Snots, but he does lock his own Tinkaton in. And at this point, Nighttime Clasher probably going to bank a lot of energy and then bring in the Diggersby, which can now land 1 Scorching Sands to take out the Tinkaton.
But you see the line construction here from Snots. Snots running 2 Pokemon in the back that have a weakness to ground. So this is in the plan. Waste the Jump Bluff's energy, desync the timers, and now, with Diggersby out of the way, can Unova Stunfisk pull off an endgame sweep?
And I think this actually was a charge attack priority, so again, probably the best case scenario for Snots here. Gonna land this play rough, and Nighttime Clasher gonna go for the Scorching Sands. I'm actually not sure whether it's even enough to take out from here, but looks like he is going to throw, and Snots is gonna let it go.
A full charge from Nighttime Clasher. Scorching Sands connects, and it does not knock out. There's the Malamar switch timer, not yet available. Snots getting all of this energy, going for the foul play right before the Scorching Sands is reached.
More perfect counting from Snots, which is what we've come to expect from him. Nighttime Clasher actually going to shield the Diggersby at just the last second, wants to make sure he can get off the Scorching Sands.
Scorching Sands, this is a pretty nice attack, but Diggersby, very low attack as a species, so it will not be enough to knock out. Scorching Sands does get an attack drop. In comes Tinkaton, and Malamar will leave a parting gift of a -1 stage debuffed superpower.
This is a nice parting gift, but Snots is probably pretty happy thinking, hey, my Unovan Stunfisk in the back has a great matchup against this Tinkaton, and he's also up a Protect Shield, which means he can shield those Bulldozes if he needs to.
In comes the Stunfisk. We are going to see the Bulldoze launched at that Stunfisk. Bulldoze is super effective damage, but it does not hit very hard. Bulldoze is going to connect. Do we see the debuff? We do not.
The nice thing for Snots is, again, he has saved a very low health Tinkaton in the back if he needs to clear debuff, but like you said, no debuff quite yet. Nighttime Clasher actually now going for the heavier hitting play rough here. Snots going to shield it up, though.
That's a great prediction by Snots. He correctly calls that that would not be the Bulldoze, and getting that call right does mean that a lot of energy from Nighttime Clasher, unfortunately, does not find a target.
Mud Bomb coming through, doesn't quite take out the Tinkaton yet. I think it's going to be able to make another charge attack, but Snots, maybe anticipating a catch, doesn't throw his energy, and here comes the Jump Bluff from Nighttime Clasher, going to throw a charge attack.
Everything Jump Bluff throws is going to be resisted, but the Stunfisk has taken quite a lot of damage throughout the course of this match. Acrobatics lands, that adds up. Back-to-back discharges available for Snots on this Stunfisk.
Yeah, At this point, Nighttime Clasher not able to knock out with the acrobatics, but he did put the Stunfisk maybe into Bulldoze range, but that discharge actually doesn't even come close to knocking out. Now Nighttime Clasher actually able to reach an Aerial Ace, starting to put a lot of pressure onto this low health Unova Stunfisk.
Aerial Ace, it's not a great attack. Snots is going to let this through. This Stunfisk is so low. It's going for a full farm down. He exits with so much energy, but there's still a Protect Shield available for Nighttime Clasher.
Oh, Tinkaton comes in. It's actually very, very low health, and Snots realizing he needed to maybe just Thunder Shock down this Tinkaton and have both charge attacks for the final Pokemon on Nighttime Clasher side because there is still a shield. So gonna fire off this Mud Bomb. Quick attack comes through, and I think Snots is realizing he didn't get the charge attacks aligned where he needed them.
Nighttime Clasher, this remaining Protect Shield is what's going to win him this match. He gets that quick attack farm down of the Stunfisk. In comes Tinkaton, and that's getting farmed down as well.
Nighttime Clasher trying to crawl his way out of the 0-2 hole, but he's got to start there. He's brought the series to 1-2. Again, it's going to be first to 3 points, wins this match, and goes to the grand finals. Loser drops to the losers finals.
For Snots, you have 3 opportunities to get this final game. Wasn't able to quite get it in game number 3, but still 2 more opportunities. We've seen an extreme variety in the lines that Snot has brought. There was the Corviknight in game 2, the Unova Stunfisk in game 3. So he's switching it up and trying to be unpredictable, maybe trying to catch Nighttime Clasher off guard.
I think Snots has brought every Pokemon except for the Furret, which maybe looking at Nighttime Clasher's team is pretty afraid of the Tinkaton and Malamar, and Snots also maybe just thinking he has better options. And in terms of Nighttime Clasher, we've seen him really relying on the Tinkaton Diggersby, I think, throughout these matches. So curious to see whether he makes any adjustments for game number 4, given that he's now picked up a win.
In game number 3, he made the very nice catch of the acrobatics onto the Tinkaton, a strategy built around luring out the Diggersby, but the Diggersby was still around in the end game there. He got the farm down, but he realized he just didn't have enough health remaining on the Stunfisk. A charge attack available, but a shield available for Nighttime Clasher meant that he got to protect that Diggersby. Thunder Shock, double resisted, the Stunfisk can't farm down, and Diggersby farms down the remainder of the team.
Looking at how Snots is reacting, he's probably thinking he wanted to Thunder Shock down the Tinkaton, but I don't even know if there was enough HP left to do that. But let's get into game number 4 here. Nighttime Clasher again relying on that trusty Diggersby, and it's met with Snots' Corviknight.
Corviknight makes its return. This matchup can be a bit uncomfortable for Diggersby. I've seen an aggressive pivot out into the Shadow for Alligator, and there is no response available for Snots.
No Furret, no Lapras, and Snots is probably just going to have to stay in here or else try to tag team this for Alligator because like he said, there's no clear answer. He's just got the Malamar and the Tinkaton in the back.
Hydro Cannon draws an early Protect Shield. We are actually going to see a bait now from Snots and an immediate shield from Nighttime Clasher. But even with the bait, Shadow for Alligator just has such a pacing advantage in this matchup.
It's a bad matchup. You really have to scrap for every possible advantage you can. And Snots actually brings in the Tinkaton. Not typically a good matchup, but maybe now that you've pulled 1 Protect Shield from the Feraligatr, you can try to start landing those play roughs.
Feraligatr very close to the back-to-back charge attacks, but importantly does not quite have it yet. So Snots can afford to let this go and then look to fire off the charge attack here right before that second Hydro Cannon is reached. And now Nighttime Clasher has a decision to make. He decides it is the play rough, and he is absolutely correct.
And that's going to allow him to farm up quite a bit more energy before throwing the Hydro Cannon. Actually, Snots goes for the Bulldoze, but Nighttime Clasher catches it on Diggersby, banking all the energy on the Feraligatr.
That Feraligatr energy looked terrifying into the line that Snots brought, and now that it's saved in the back, I think this is going to be a very difficult game. Switch clock. Snots would love to be able to save the Tinkaton here. Can he switch out? He cannot, and he's forced to settle for a Bulldoze, and unfortunately, the energy that he had on the Tinkaton, it just didn't do anything to that Diggersby.
Oh man, and Nighttime Clasher just has so much energy on all of these Pokemon now. Scorching Sand's gonna come through on the Malamar. Snots still has a Protect Shield, and knowing that the Feraligatr has so much energy, I don't think he can afford to shield the Scorching Sands.
Scorching Sands will land. Will we see the attack drop? Yes, we will, making Malamar's job even more difficult, as now Superpower not at its usual effectiveness.
Superpower coming through. It is going to be super effective, but like you said, with that attack drop, I don't think it's going to be nearly enough to take out the Diggersby. Coming into the Corviknight, trying desperately to clear that debuff, but Nighttime Clasher is ready to utilize all of the energy he banked on the Feraligatr.
Feraligatr almost at back-to-back Hydro Cannons. Hydro Cannon number 1 is going to connect, and there's Hydro Cannon number 2. This Shadow Feraligatr, so much pressure put onto this Corviknight, and Corviknight just forced to fully let itself get knocked out.
Feraligatr still has quite a bit of health. Going to be very annoying to try and fast attack down, but I think it is going to be able to make this last Hydro Cannon and finally pull that Protect Shield.
And Malamar has all of the energy it could want, hoping that it's something that it can maybe one-shot. Is it a Lapras? But it's the Tinkaton in the back, and Tinkaton will have no problem making this Malamar energy disappear.
Foul play gonna come through, gonna knock out the Diggersby, but like you said, still a full health Tinkaton in the back. I actually don't think there's anything on Nighttime Clasher's team that gets one hit by the energy from a Malamar. Here comes the Tinkaton, so Snots, you know, at least kind of taking notes on the lines that Nighttime Clasher is liking to bring, but it's actually going to be a 2-2 even series at this point.
So Nighttime Clasher playing with his life on the winner side of the bracket on the line, fighting back from 2-0 to 2 games apiece. And now we get a decisive game number 5 upcoming here on the broadcast.
And I have to admire Nighttime Clasher's play in that last game. You know, here's a tip for you at home. If you can knock out with fast attacks instead of a charge attacks, definitely do that. And that's what Nighttime Clasher recognized when he brought the Diggersby to quick attack down the Tinkaton when he could have thrown the energy with the Feraligatr.
That Feraligatr energy was so devastating endgame. That Corviknight was just overwhelmed instantly. It wanted to get to a charge attack, and in a split second, back-to-back Hydro Cannons, and Snots knew that if he shielded, he couldn't have a win con. So he had to let it go, try and farm down, but even Malamar energy could not save him from the full health Tinkaton in the back. So now as Snots, do you try and bring something that's a bit stronger into the Feraligatr? Because Feraligatr save switch, honestly, just completely overwhelmed in that game.
Wow, such a great call by Nighttime Clasher. Again, no Lapras, no Furt from Snots, and after that display, I have to imagine that he's going to bring at least one, if not both of those Pokemon. As for Nighttime Clasher, it feels like he has a lot of options. He can bring the Feraligatr again, or he could anticipate that Snots is going to bring those counters.
We have lock-ins. The moment we've been waiting for. Game number 5, winners finals. It's Corviknight, but it leads into Tinkaton, the matchup it's hunting for.
Probably the only matchup it's truly hunting for. Quick swap by Nighttime Clasher into the Malamar, and we've seen this matchup time and time again. Met by Snots is Tinkaton.
Superpower is going to be launched at this Tinkaton. Superpower, Snots thinking about it. He's gonna no shield, understanding that Superpower will not be enough to knock out.
Just neutral damage, and the next one's going to do even less. Play rough coming through, and Nighttime Clasher still wants to invest in this Malamar. It feels like it's been his MVP all tournament long, and he wants to save it. He wants to save all this energy and deal even more damage to Tinkaton.
Malamar does have a pretty significant pacing advantage here. Going to go for the Superpower. This is one stage debuff. Does Snots decide to match Protect Shields here? No. Snots is going to basically more or less sacrifice this Pokemon. The Play Rough's ready. We see the Play Rough thrown, and now Nighttime Clasher double shields the Malamar. He's playing for switch advantage in this incredibly important game.
He's got a lot of energy banked on this Malamar, and again, he goes down 2 shields in the mid game, trying to get switch advantage. A lot of energy here, but actually is going to catch this last Bulldoze onto his Diggersby.
So saving all of that Malamar energy. I believe there's 2 full charge attacks loaded. All those debuffs from the Superpower now reset, but with switch advantage, Furret is going to get in a matchup that it's very comfortable in against that Diggersby.
It has these super effective Trailblazes, which of course, not only are they damage in themselves, but they're going to boost the Sucker Punch damage. And I think, you know, the Furret saw the Malamar lead with all that Superpower energy, and now it gets to avoid that.
And Furret being able to boost itself up here, so no energy advantage for the Diggersby. It didn't sneak when it caught, which means that Furret gets to immediately buff itself. So if a Scorching Sands debuff does apply, then Furret would only be back to normal, but it does not come through. Furret now going to be boosted. Snots reaching for the Swift. The Swift is reached. Normally, Diggersby may be able to hang on here, but at +1, I think Diggersby's getting knocked out.
And Diggersby is left shieldless because its teammate Malamar ate all of those Protect Shields, but it still has a ton of energy. Nighttime Clasher now bringing in the Tinkaton, trying to absorb all this resisted damage from the Furret.
Banking the move, sending in the Corviknight. Corviknight will immediately be hit with the Play Rough. All charge attacks are going to be single resisted, so a Play Rough, it's a much better move than Bulldoze. It is going to inflict more damage in this matchup.
Nighttime Clasher is not locked in here, but he is going to stay and maybe waiting for the Corviknight to throw some energy. And here comes the Iron Head. This is, again, just neutral damage, Steel, and Fairy typing on the Corviknight. But again, this is such an advantageous matchup for the Corviknight.
I really like that Snots was able to bank a Trailblaze for later, so that way if he has to play to a win con where he's attempting to farm something down, his Sucker Punches will be at a higher level of efficacy than they typically are.
Play rough coming through. Snots still going to be saving the energy. Here comes that Malamar energy. Foul play coming through. This would definitely do more than those play roughs from the Tinkaton, so Snots is going to start using his Protect Shields.
Nighttime Clasher with the successful bait will now get to fire off. I was going to say a Superpower, but instead he's going for another foul play.
And Snots maybe taking a page out of Nighttime Clasher's book, going to put 2 shields into this Corviknight and try to get a lot of energy. But no, he actually just swaps out into the Furret to farm down the Malamar, and now he almost has 2 Swifts left for Nighttime Clasher's final Pokemon.
And there's no energy left for the Tinkaton. He's almost at the back-to-back Swifts. Snots on the precipice here of advancing to the grand finals.
And that is further than he has ever advanced before. Just one more Sucker Punch and he reaches the Swift. This is resisted damage into the Tinkaton, but I think it is going to be enough to take this series 3-2.
And Snots able to survive. Best of 5 series. He's gonna take it. Snots now with his best ever placement at a tournament. He advances to grand finals at a guaranteed top 2 finish.
And he can still go even farther. He's just going to be one match away from taking the Milwaukee Regional Championships. Again, he has not competed in a very long time. He competes very infrequently, but the last time he was this successful was when he was 3rd place at the Milwaukee Regional Championships. So this could be a special city for him where he's able to surpass his previous performances.
And he's simply been magnificent. Corviknight, he's done a very good job piloting that Pokemon. I know a lot of trainers have tried Corviknight since its release, found it a bit difficult to use. We saw in that game 4, Shadow for Alligator, it just switched in and it felt like it was always a problem, but he adjusted. He brought that Furret in game number 5 in case the Feraligatr was brought. Nighttime Clasher chose not to bring the Feraligatr, but Furret was able to find a target, and despite being fully walled by Tinkaton, Furret was actually the Pokemon to secure that victory.
The momentum was just swinging back and forth throughout that grand finals. Snots was up 2-0, looked unstoppable. Nighttime Clasher kind of crawled back to that 2-2, but Snots, stayed strong even after honestly a pretty devastating game number 4, was able to make that adjustment for game number 5.
And let's take a look at the highlights from this unbelievable series. 3 games to 2, as close as it can get, because we saw some unbelievable plays on both sides.
Unbelievable plays, really precise plays as well. This is something you might not appreciate necessarily when you can't see both of the screens, but when you can see these trainers just farming up the maximum possible amount of energy, even down to the precision of just one turn, it's really obvious that these trainers have been studying their matchups. They've been practicing for a very long time.
And that practice has paid off magnificently. We started 160 trainers. We're now down to 3. Snots on the winner's side in grand finals. And coming up here after a short break, we're going to have another best of 5 series. And that's going to be between Out of Pocket and Nighttime Clasher. Don't go anywhere.
Nicely done.
Oh my gosh, if I farmed that down, I definitely get to that Aria.
How close were you?
I was like, probably like 3 side waves away.
Okay.
GG's.
I actually work for a major airline. So we do doubles, so 16-hour shifts. So I'll do a double and then have like 2 weeks off, which I'm doing right now. And then I was just playing Pokemon on my time off and then playing with friends.
You just kind of find it within yourself and make sure Pokemon Go is like an outlet. You know, you're really busy and you want to take some time off and just have a nice break instead of like a chore or a liability. And when I find that good balance, when I enjoy the game the most.
I work part-time while I'm also going to college. So usually what I'll do is I'll do all my homework, I'll go to work and all that. And then if I have any extra time, I'll just sit around and play Pokemon for a little bit.
And it's a lot harder than it looks, but as long as you focus and just keep your goals in line, you can definitely like achieve it. But also don't be afraid that like every now and then you can take a break. You can just play some practice matches or just go to locals and take a break from regional for a month or two. It's okay. There's so much to do, but honestly, as long as you enjoy it, sometimes I might pass out at the end of the day and feel like I just walked 10 miles in a venue, but it's fun. I love it.
It's mostly trying to find direct time in between when I work at night and when I work at my day job. And I've just been trying to at least find little moments here and there to at least practice on live and at least try and get some practice for events like this, or try to find some local leagues, at least on the Pokemon website.
It should be all right if you find out time for that.
The balance for me is this is a thing I only do once in a while, and I do it with friends, so it's social and I don't lose my mind over it.
Shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. Your light will never fade away. Shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. The world will never be the same. You started at the bottom and you worked your way. You showed them you were awesome and you won the day. Striving for the top spot, no room for mistakes. Yeah, you showed us the way. You showed us how to train up, how to pass the test, how to make your mark, be the very best. And when the lights are up and the pressure's on, how to push and push till you're the only one. Making friends all along the way, memories always here to stay. And that's why we say, shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. The world will never be the same. Now we have our champions. They've joined the best. To every single trainer, we give our respect. We all have a story. We passed the test. Yeah. We become legends. We learned how to train up, how to break the mold, how to build our team, how to win the gold. And when the lights are up and the pressure's on, how to push and push till you're the only one. Finally show the world today, legends are always here to stay. That's why we say, shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. Your light will never fade away. Shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. The world will never be the same. Never be the same. So here's to you, here's to you. Oh, the ones who came before. And all I know. So here's to you, here's to you. The ones who came before.
All right, trainers, get ready to take some notes. It's time to study Pokemon types. In Pokemon GO, there are 18 total types. Some Pokemon have a single type, while others are dual type. You can identify a Pokemon's type in the inventory menu or on the top right of the battle screen, similar to the Pokemon TCG. Every attack in Pokemon GO has one type property. Similar to VGC, the type property of a Pokemon's charge attacks are displayed on screen during battle. We can use this scale to see how damage applies in Pokemon GO PvP. Neutral, resisted and super effective, double resisted and double super effective, and triple resisted. In VGC, flying type Pokemon are immune to ground type attacks. However, in Pokemon GO, no types are immune to other types. The closest comparison to immunity in Pokemon GO is triple resistance. More on that later. Unlike TCG, no Pokemon in Pokemon GO can use a special ability to remove their type's weaknesses. Therefore, every fast and charge attack will deal at least a tiny bit of damage, leading to improbable, unexpected, and exciting win conditions. Let's begin with the interactions between fire, grass, and water. Fire is super effective to grass, grass is super effective to water, and water is super effective to fire. When two single-type Pokemon battle, their attacks are usually neutral, resisted, or super effective. However, dual-type Pokemon are much more complex. To determine effectiveness for dual-type Pokemon, consider each type individually. For example, a Psychic-type Confusion from Bronzong will deal super effective damage to Poison and Fighting-type opponents. When Bronzong battles Toxicroak, that damage becomes double super effective, because Toxicroak is both a Fighting and Poison type. Some Pokemon single resist, double resist, or even triple resist attacks from other types. For example, Steel-type Pokemon single resist Dragon-type attacks, while Fairy-type Pokemon double resist Dragon. A Fairy and Steel-type Pokemon like Mawile will actually triple resist Dragon-type attacks. These are all of the double resistances in Pokemon GO. If you combine one of these double resistance interactions with another single resistance, you get triple resistance. Let's deep dive into a complex dual-type matchup. Beedrill versus Skeledirge. Beedrill's fast attack Poison Jab is neutral to fire, but resisted by Skeledirge's Ghost type. Skeledirge's Incinerate is neutral to Beedrill's Poison type, but super effective against its Bug type. Beedrill's X-Scissor, a Bug-type attack, is resisted by both Fire and Ghost, making it double resistant. Skeledirge's Disarming Voice is a Fairy-type attack, which is neutral versus Bug, but resisted by Beedrill's Poison type. Skeledirge's Shadow Ball is neutral to both Bug and Poison. Beedrill's Drill Run is neutral versus Ghost, but super effective versus Fire, resulting in super effective damage. Always keep a close eye on the screen while battling. Super effective or not very effective appear when Pokemon use their fast attacks. Protect shields turn red when shielding super effective damage, purple when shielding neutral damage, and blue when shielding resistant damage. Lastly, make sure to check the type icons at the top right corner of your screen. The power of a charge attack depends on the Pokemon using it, so an Earthquake from Swampert likely hits harder than one from Clodsire. A Pokemon that uses an attack that aligns with its type will receive a slight damage bonus, called Same Type Attack Bonus or Stab. Finally, buffs and debuffs can swing the momentum of an entire battle. An Icy Wind debuff will lower all of a Pokemon's attacks, and a Night Slash boost will raise them. That's all from me. Best of luck in your future battles, trainers.
Welcome back, trainers. I am thrilled, excited, delighted, elated, and downright giddy to be bringing you the wrapped up the end of the Milwaukee Regional Championships. I am Stephanie Christine, and Nick, what's wrong with you?
I don't have a cold. It's just the allergies. I'm also not crying. It's been a really tough weekend here. I have no friends. I have no partner. And my pick, my MVP pick, he's out, and I'm the only caster with him not in the tournament still.
Well, we overall, though, as casters, did an amazing job at picking out the top 4 trainers this weekend. Out of Pocket, Silent Beast, Snots, and Nighttime Clasher. Even though your pick went out first, Alpha Phoebe, I think you still did a great job picking Shadow Typhlosion and Silent Beast. I wasn't sure Shadow Typhlosion was going to make it that far. 4th place is phenomenal.
Well, thank you, Stephanie. I'm feeling much better after your kind words. And I do have to say, Shadow Typhlosion, I don't think it was necessarily his MVP for day number 1, but it really did seem like an MVP in day number 2, really forcing his opponents to position in really tough spots, making sure they saved shields for those super impactful, heavy-hitting Shadow Blast burns. But we have an incredible match now up on stage. It is a mirror, you know, it's like I'm looking in a mirror, or I always mess up the lyrics to that song. These are the nearly same exact teams. Slight differences here. Shadow jump left versus non-shadow jump left, and although you can't see it right now, I believe those Lapras movesets are just a little bit different.
Correct. The one on the side of Out of Pocket is going to fare much better in this mirror match because Out of Pocket's Lapras is running Skull Bash. That's going to give it a massive advantage when running against the Lapras on the side of Nighttime Clasher that is just running Sparkling Aria and Ice Beam.
And you'll have to see if that is the key thing for Pocket in this matchup. Will we ever see that mirror match? Or will we see a mirrored long list of accomplishments from both of these trainers? Of course, we only saw 4 there, but I know that the list is much longer than that. Here we go. This is the losers finals to secure top 2 here in Milwaukee. Tinkaton mirror match. Here we go.
And this could come down to the Pokemon that they have in the back. So we can see Tinkaton leads on the field, but Nighttime Clasher has that Shadow Jump off where Out of Pocket has the Lapras, and Out of Pocket's Lapras does not have Ice Beam.
Out of Pocket throwing the Bulldoze first, so we do not actually see who wins the charge attack tie. It's going to lower the defense of the opposing Tinkaton. Another Bulldoze coming through. Will we see a mirror drop? No. Out of Pocket able to sustain the hit and not have his defense lowered.
Nighttime Clasher choosing to bank a lot of that energy before swapping into his Shadow Jumpluff. Now, typically this is not a great matchup for the Jumpluff. I think it does help, though, that this Tinkaton's been softened up a little bit on the opposing side.
Second Play Rough is loaded, thrown at the same time as the Acrobatics was loaded for Nighttime Clasher. However, Nighttime opting for an additional Fairwind instead, shielding up the Play Rough. Will Pocket pivot, or will he stay in? He's staying, and Acrobatics loaded is not going to be enough to knock out this Tinkaton.
No, it is not. So Out of Pocket has some decisions to make. The Tinkaton is going to withstand, and Out of Pocket looks like he's willing to stay in, even though this Aerial Ace would be enough to knock out.
Aerial Ace going to be the cheaper move, the choice for Nighttime Clasher here. Going to be able to pick up the knockout. What will Pocket come in with? It is going to be that Lapras so that it can get these Psy Waves through good neutral damage into the Grass and Flying type of Jumpluff.
Yeah, I thought this Jumpluff was going to do a little bit worse into the Lapras matchup, considering Out of Pocket's Lapras doesn't have that Ice Beam, but it looks pretty solid right now because it is going to get to... It did get to
the Sparkling Aria.
It did get to the Sparkling Aria.
Yeah, Sparkling Aria coming through, going to be able to knock out the Jumpluff. It is resisted, but the Shadow type will take a little bit more damage from it. In comes the Tinkaton. It has a Play Rough loaded. Going to throw that now into the Lapras. Lapras, very bulky Pokemon, happy to no shield.
Lapras certainly bulky, and we see Out of Pocket reaching for the swap to bring in the Shadow for Alligator, but Nighttime Clasher has his own Shadow for Alligator waiting in the wings. This one is going to have to tank a Play Rough. Does Out of Pocket think it's a bait? He lets the Play Rough through. Shadow for Alligator down really low in health and is put up against the mirror. Shadow for Alligator versus Shadow for Alligator. The spray is flying, and the first one takes a hit.
The question now is, what will Out of Pocket do? Will he throw his move or go for the full farm down or a most farm down? We see the shield come up. This is going to likely be the hardest hitting move, even though it is resisted. Another Sparkling Aria is reached. It's going to not be able to reach the full farm down. Charge attack needs to be thrown, but now Nighttime Clasher can shield here and has the Hydro Cannon loaded, and I think it'll be really close, if not able to knock out the Lapras on the far end of the field.
Yeah, I think this Hydro Cannon should potentially be enough. Let's go ahead and see. Looks like, yes, it was just barely enough to knock out, and Shadow for Alligator takes an early win. Nighttime Clasher up 1-0, but remember, we are in the losers finals. This is a best of 5. So can Out of Pocket turn this around? I was really anticipating the Lapras to do not as well in that matchup, but it just didn't get aligned where we saw that Lapras mirror. It's kind of what I wanted to say to get to across earlier.
And I think the unfortunate thing for Pocket there was the Feraligatr just wasn't able to do enough work in that end game not able to really threaten Nighttime Clasher's own Feraligatr and unable to get to the move onto this Tinkaton to pick up a potential knockout as well. Playrough going through, sealed the deal, allowed Nighttime Clasher to very comfortably no-shield this Hydro Cannon and get a full Shadow Claw down.
Our trainers are locked in and ready to go. A singular Malamar staring on at the desk. Let's go ahead and see. And this is the mirror that I was anticipating earlier. And Nighttime Clasher immediately swapping out, recognizing that his Lapras is going to lose that every single time. Now we have the Jumpluff coming in. This is much rather where the Jumpluff would be. It can accumulate some of those Fairy Winds and as well as take a lot of these foul plays on the chin, no problem.
Pocket having 2 Pokemon in the backline, really solid answers for this Malamar. The Jumpluff coming in also had the potentially better answer with the Tinkaton, able to resist the foul plays and only take neutral damage from the superpowers. However, maybe making a line read here and not expecting a Shadow Feraligatr in the back, even though both trainers had brought it to game number 1.
The foul play lands, taking Jumpluff down into the yellow. It's not quite in the red yet. And Out of Pocket actually throwing an Aerial Ace one before getting to the Acrobatics. Nighttime Clasher recognizing this and knowing that he doesn't have to shield.
Yeah, Aerial Ace not going to be enough to knock out. Foul play is loaded. Going for the catch now onto the Tinkaton. Foul play going to be resisted due to the Fairy typing on that Tinkaton. And I have to imagine we'll see a pivot out from Nighttime Clasher after maybe throwing a superpower.
Yeah, throwing the superpower, allowing yourself to be attack and defense dropped before swapping out. I'm guessing into the Lapras because now Out of Pocket is stuck in this matchup for a little while. He can't pivot into his own Lapras for maybe like 20 more seconds. So this is a great opportunity for Nighttime Clasher to utilize this Pokemon.
LRF coming through, going to do meaningful chip damage here. However, this chip damage is less meaningful onto Nighttime Clasher's Lapras, as you had called out. Skull Bash does so much neutral damage, Lapras into Lapras. It's pretty close, maybe just a little bit shy of picking up a knockout at this point. However, the addition of the Psy Waves might make it be just enough.
And Nighttime Clasher was able to knock out the Tinkaton and going for just a little bit of chip damage onto the opposing Lapras. His own Tinkaton has quite a bit of work to do, has to get through this entire Lapras and 2 Protect Shields.
The thing for Out of Pocket here that's really great is that this Skull Bash going through is going to raise the defense for the Lapras for potentially the rest of the game. He has a catch opportunity, but I don't think he'll necessarily go for it right away. In comes the Malamar. Malamar now triple resisting the Psy Waves, going into the Tinkaton in order to try to catch, but unable to do so. That extra energy on Nighttime Clasher's Malamar may prove key in the endgame.
This is still anybody's match. It is not over yet. Nighttime Clasher getting to the play rough, but however, Out of Pocket able to fire off the Sparkling Aria first. Nighttime Clasher has decided this is an efficient use of my shield. I need to protect the health on my Tinkaton. Out of Pocket has 2 shields remaining, and actually Nighttime Clasher going for the Bulldoze, recognizing maybe that it's not the play rough.
Fairy Winds coming through. It's 2 shields remaining for Out of Pocket. He needs to start throwing up those shields, no shielding the first Bulldoze, knowing that if there was a defense drop, a future Bulldoze would do more damage, going to be able to almost reach another Sparkling Aria. Instead, Nighttime Clasher just barely sneaking in this superpower, chooses to no shield, potentially going for a Fairy Wind down with that Jumpluff in the back.
And Jumpluff's already at an Aerial Ace. It's going to make it to an Acrobatics. Nighttime Clasher does not have a shield. This is a regular Jumpluff. It is not a Shadow, so this Acrobatics is not going to do as much damage.
Will he need a second Acrobatics, or will he just need an Aerial Ace? It looks like he needs the Acrobatics, reaching the Aerial Ace just in time, throws it, but I don't think this is going to be enough damage.
We'll have to see. Can Tinkaton hang on just long enough to throw 1 additional Fairy Wind? And it can. The Fairy Wind damage actually applied, and that is a win for Nighttime Clasher.
Really tough game there for Out of Pocket, really not having great position to utilize his shields. He had to use them for that Bulldoze, and one still remaining on the field of play was necessary to make sure that Nighttime Clasher's own Tinkaton couldn't get to a charged attack at that endgame, but not enough health remaining on Pocket's Pokemon in order to get a fast attack down or to reach that final Acrobatics.
This match has kept me on the edge of my seat. Out of Pocket and Nighttime Clasher have both been playing to all of their win conditions. Let's check out that replay. Tinkaton throwing the bulldoze, actually not going for the play rough. I was a little surprised to see the bulldoze, but Out of Pocket recognized it, did not use a protect shield. This end game is so fascinating. The jump left being able to go all the way down, but this aerial ace just not being quite enough.
1 or 2 more fairy wins would have secured Out of Pocket that game. The thinnest of margins here in the losers finals. This is a best of 5, so now Out of Pocket's back is up against the wall. These two trainers have been silly goofballs all day, but it is all serious here now on stage. Game number 3 in losers finals.
Shadow for Alligator meets up with the Tinkaton, and it looks like the trainers are willing to stick this out. Both trainers bringing their Lapras in the back. Nighttime Clasher has that Malamar, and here we see the swap into the Diggersby, making the catch of the Bulldoze. Let's see, though. Out of Pocket might be stuck with the Diggersby that's been debuffed.
In comes the Bulldoze, does not get the debuff. 2 sideways users in the back for Nighttime Clasher. In comes the Malamar, access to super effective superpower here.
But Out of Pocket getting to that Scorching Sands first, and it is going to land on Nighttime Clasher's Malamar, taking it down to the red. And here is a debuff, an attack fall on the superpower. That is unfortunate.
A second debuff going to be coming through after this superpower lands, lowering the attack and the defense of this Malamar. Looks like potentially the next superpower might not knock out. Fire Punch actually loaded and thrown by Out of Pocket, potentially threatening a knockout. It's not same type attack bonus, but it was recently buffed to do a little bit more damage and does pick up that knockout.
Yeah, having that defense fall was probably critical in that Fire Punch knocking out. And here we have both Lapras stuck in here for a moment, and Nighttime Clasher switching out immediately as soon as his switch clock was available, not wanting to tank a Skull Bash on his own Lapras.
Sparkling Aria coming through for Out of Pocket, going to do a little bit of chip damage. However, no shield from Nighttime Clasher makes so much sense. There is that Shadow for Alligator in the back, and Hydro Cannon from a Shadow for Alligator does so much more damage than Sparkling Aria.
Play Rough is shielded here, and Nighttime Clasher still has 2 Protect Shields and a very healthy Lapras. Lapras seems to have a couple Protect Shields just built into its body. It is so bulky. I'm really interested to see, can Out of Pocket chew through all of that defense?
A second Sparkling Aria now fired off. 2 shields pulled from Nighttime Clasher. I believe Out of Pocket still has 1 remaining, so it's going to be really tough for him. He goes for a switch into his own Lapras. Now, Sparkling Aria coming through. This is resisted damage. No shield from Pocket makes a ton of sense. He can take 2, if not 3, before he's even threatened to be knocked out.
Yeah, and Pocket still has that very healthy Shadow for Alligator and the Diggersby. Nighttime Clasher gets to another Sparkling Aria. Out of Pocket still knows he doesn't quite need to shield yet, and his own Lapras has a bunch of energy. It's going to make it to the Skull Bash, and Skull Bash is thrown. Nighttime Clasher out of Protect Shields. This is going to connect.
Skull Bash going to come through. I have to imagine Out of Pocket's going to pivot into his Feraligatr soon after. No, actually going for 1 more Psywave, then the Hydro Cannon. Still a shield there. How much energy does Nighttime Clasher have on his Tinkaton? Will he be able to get a bait with the Bulldoze and a Play Rough launch? No, instead just going straight for the Play Rough. No shield from Pocket makes a lot of sense. I don't think it's going to be quite enough to knock out, but had it been a Bulldoze bait, then a Play Rough after would have done a lot of damage. Fairy Winds, is it enough damage to knock out? No! Hydro Cannon coming through, picking up the secured game number 3 victory for Out of Pocket.
Can Out of Pocket keep this momentum going? He needs to win 2 more to stay in this tournament. Nighttime Clasher only needs to bring himself back, get 1 more win to put himself up in the grand finals. Out of Pocket has had an incredibly long run in the losers bracket today. He has been fighting, he's had a ton of practice. Nighttime Clasher's just kind of been waiting in the wings. He's been in the winner's side for almost the entire day, just dropping his first matches, his first games of the whole tournament up against Snots.
Yeah, it was an impressive run from Nighttime Clasher for sure. There are very few trainers who've been able to make it all the way through day 1 without dropping a game. Well, I could say let alone a match, but there are usually 4 or 8 people who make it through day number 1 without dropping a match.
Yes, so Nighttime Clasher made it all the way through day 1 and almost all of day 2 without dropping a single game. But here, the competition gets tough. Out of Pocket leads in with the Diggersby. Nighttime Clasher has to immediately pivot into the Malamar. He has that Lapras in the back. Maybe that will provide him a little bit of neutral play into that Malamar and into the, I believe it's the Tinkaton in the back.
Yeah, I like this play from Out of Pocket, pivoting into the Tinkaton after throwing the Scorching Sands, ensuring that this match is going to be super simple for him to convert. The superpower comes through from the Malamar from Nighttime Clasher. It's going to do good, reasonable, neutral damage, but now that the attack is dropped, the second one won't do quite as much damage.
Yeah, it's going to take, it's not even going to put Tinkaton down into the red. It's still pretty healthily in the yellow. There'll need to be a little bit more damage applied. Nighttime Clasher has to make a decision. Does he hold on to the Malamar? He actually just waits out the full timer, decides not to use a Protect Shield before switching in his next Pokemon. And he is going to wait out the clock a little bit longer before sending in Lapras, which makes a lot of sense here.
The benefit for Out of Pocket here is the switch clock is more or less up now. He could pivot out if he wants to, but I have to imagine he will opt for switch advantage here, given that he does have Malamar in the back. He actually was able to pull a shield there, going to be forced to let this Tinkaton go before getting another charge attack off because of a great timing throw by Nighttime Clasher.
That shield, though, was a really good shield because Out of Pocket did throw the Play Rough. So that is one of the heavier hitting attacks that is left in the game. But that was the first Protect Shield of this game number 4.
Charge attack tie, it looks like here. Play Rough coming from Nighttime Clasher's Tinkaton at the same time as a Scorching Sands from the Diggersby. We'll have to see if it was a tie or if it was one turn off. No, it was a tie. Scorching Sands going to do a lot of good neutral damage, or excuse me, super effective damage into Tinkaton. Looks almost like neutral damage based on how little damage it actually did.
Yeah, Diggersby just not an attack-weighted Pokemon, so Scorching Sands isn't as threatening. However, this Scorching Sands would probably be enough to knock out, which is why Nighttime Clasher has to put up a Protect Shield. We see Lapras in the back. Both trainer switch timers are coming very, very close, and both will be available after this Play Rough is thrown.
I think Out of Pocket is potentially hoping that his Diggersby survives this attack. It does, and I would like for him to switch into the Malamar so that he retains the Diggersby in the end to reset the attack drops from these superpowers. This looks like an Ice Beam coming through, no shielded by Out of Pocket. This is going to be the harder hitting, more energy move, taking the Malamar into the yellow. However, Psywaves basically do no damage to this Malamar as they are triple resisted.
So, Out of Pocket shielding the Sparkling Aria instead, and we're about halfway through the switch timer. So Out of Pocket has the potential to throw this superpower and eventually switch out into the Diggersby to reset the debuffs. It's both an attack and in a defense drop. And Nighttime Clasher just kind of letting the Lapras go. No Protect Shields remaining.
Yes, he has no option but to let it go. Superpower coming through, one attack drop now. The Psywave down is now going to occur, and that is going to be game number 2 secured for Out of Pocket. Now we have a decisive game number 5. The momentum has really swung away from Nighttime Clasher. Out of Pocket has recognized some of his better win conditions in these games and has found really great alignment with that Diggersby.
Decisive game number 5 here in the losers finals. It is going to be the end of the road after this next game for either Nighttime Clasher or Out of Pocket. The other will go to face Snots in the grand finals. So who do we think this is going to be? Momentum is a big deal, and right now momentum is on the side of Out of Pocket. But Nighttime Clasher has been playing out of his mind today. As Nighttime Clasher would say, it is 50-50 right now on who would win, either him or Out of Pocket. So we are going to have to see. Nighttime Clasher loves that kind of a coin flip.
And maybe Nighttime Clasher will take a bit of advice from his brother and pray for those debuffs. Trainers are still thinking about their teams. This is an incredibly important battle for both of these trainers, as this is the losers finals. They are vying for top 2 for a right to go for the championship run at this regional championship in Milwaukee.
And as our trainers take a moment, you can see Out of Pocket maybe taking a moment to breathe, thinking through his win conditions, making a decision, and really just trying to decide, what am I going to put in my line of 3. What do I think Nighttime Clasher is going to run?
It almost looks like he's, based on from our perspective, just randomly tapping Pokemon and randomly assigning a team. I have to imagine that after he's done doing that, he will actually decide a team of 3 to use that is not completely random.
This is a massive decision. End of the tournament for one of these trainers. I am really looking forward to see. You mentioned Out of Pocket has been doing really great with the Diggersby. I have to imagine that it's going to be coming back in this game number 5, but it's a matter of what you are going to pair with it.
I do want to comment as to why I think he's bringing the Diggersby a lot. It's because Nighttime Clasher really can't focus on his own Lapras. Because the Lapras loses the mirror match, it's not a safe Pokemon for Nighttime Clasher to bring, whereas it's much safer for Out of Pocket.
And here it is, decisive game 5. We've got Shadow Jumpluff into Tinkaton. This is a much better matchup for the Tinkaton, as we found out time and time again today. But it looks like Nighttime Clasher welcome to stay in. And as you pointed out, Alpha Phoebe, Lapras is nowhere to be found on the side of Nighttime Clasher.
Yeah, I think a really great adjustment from Nighttime Clasher, really taking some learnings from his opponent Out of Pocket, bringing the Diggersby himself this time. And if we're looking at the backlines, that Malamar is looking to be really well slated against the 2 Pokemon that take super effective damage from those superpowers.
Perhaps this is going to be the time that Malamar really shines. Out of Pocket left his own Malamar on the bench. Maybe it's something he will come to regret. Nighttime Clasher actually putting up a Out of Pocket actually putting up a Protect Shield, saving his Tinkaton from that Acrobatics.
Play Rough coming through, going to threaten a knockout into the Shadow Jumpluff. A shield coming up in return from Nighttime Clasher. Looks like the next Acrobatics will be loaded before the next Play Rough. Acrobatics is going to be just shy of picking a knockout, so Out of Pocket has the opportunity to win this matchup in the 1 shield scenario.
And there is that final Play Rough. Is Nighttime Clasher going to let it go? Actually decides to invest in the Shadow Jumpluff. So we've been seeing this a lot from Nighttime Clasher today, going in all shields in early in the match.
Attempted catch on the Fire Punch there onto the Diggersby, instead switching in his own for a Scorching Sands. Hopefully no debuff for Nighttime Clasher. It does not occur.
Diggersby versus Diggersby. The switch timers are slightly misaligned. Out of Pocket is going to have a switch opportunity just slightly before Nighttime Clasher does. Nighttime Clasher going for the Scorching Sands. Remember, Scorching Sands does have a chance to debuff, and there it is, an attack fall on the side of Out of Pocket.
Lady Luck is maybe on his side. Scorching Sands coming through once again. This is not going to be enough to threaten a knockout. Out of Pocket does have the opportunity to switch into his Lapras at this point. Another one comes through, but not super consequential given the fact that Pocket's going to pivot out. Another Scorching Sands is coming in from Nighttime Clasher. Will we see another attack drop?
Not 3 for 3, but that is okay. Nighttime Clasher bringing back in that Shadow Jumpluff to try to get as much damage done as possible. Throws an Aerial Ace and manages to draw the final Protect Shield of the match. This is it. Game number 5. All attacks are going to hit from here on out. Out of Pocket throwing the Sparkling Aria, maybe thinking he's not going to be able to get that Psy Wave down, just clearing the Jumpluff out of the way, and here comes Malamar with super effective superpower.
Yeah, an interesting choice there from Out of Pocket. Could have potentially gotten the full farm down, but would have taken an Aerial Ace for his troubles. However, with Malamar in the back, we see the Sparkling Aria come through. Immediate switch into the Diggersby. Scorching Sand is loaded. I don't think this is going to be quite enough to pick up a knockout, but it's going to be quite close. No, not quite enough, and a Superpower is loaded, but not before a Fire Punch comes through.
It's not a Fire Punch, it's a Scorching Sands, just really going all out, making sure that Malamar goes down, and then here comes that finals Diggersby. I don't think Nighttime Clasher's Diggersby has what it takes in order to get through. It has to get through this Diggersby, and then it has to get through a Tinkaton, and then it has to get through a Lapras. That is a lot to ask for a Diggersby that is just going to get into the red right about now.
And I think this Lapras is going to be outside of Scorching Sands range. Scorching Sands coming through. It's going to be quite close. Those quick attacks were adding up quite a bit, and this is a same type attack bonus move. Scorching Sands does not pick up the knockout. Sparkling Aria is loaded, and that is going to be game number 5 going to Out of Pocket.
Out of Pocket catapulting himself into the grand finals. We are going to have Out of Pocket versus Snots.
It's going to be an intense matchup there. Congratulations to Nighttime Clasher for earning his medal, getting 3rd place here in Milwaukee. A very great run, but it seems like, realistically, the change of the Lapras moveset seemed to be the pivotal thing here, forcing Nighttime Clasher away from his own Lapras, really dictating how Pocket could control the narrative here with his own Diggersby because of the Lapras from Nighttime Clasher just not being able to be brought.
Nighttime Clasher, though, played out of his mind. Those matches were so exciting, really keeping me on the edge of my seat the entire time. We were going into that 5th battle. I didn't know who was going to win.
Yeah, it really just came down to slight better energy management from Out of Pocket. Out of Pocket has just been time and time again shown how good he can be with these slight advantages. Sparkling Aria knocking out the jump left, able to get 2 Scorching Sands into the Malamar. Could have thrown the Fire Punch here and still been okay. However, Scorching Sands really just sealing the deal, as you said, to pick up the knockout, forcing Nighttime Clasher to throw his own Scorching Sands into Pocket's Diggersby in order to secure the knockout, freeing up Pocket's Lapras in the end to sweep.
Out of Pocket is the one of the 3 Malamar boys running the exact same team to make it into the grand finals. However, Snot's also running a Malamar. We're gonna have to see who does that a little bit better. Snot's running a Corviknight, so I'm gonna be really interested to see how that Corviknight is going to be handled by Out of Pocket.
Yeah, and Nighttime Clasher did struggle a bit with that Corviknight. It is a bit of a Corva breaker, potentially, to the team. And I don't think we saw all that many in the field today or even yesterday.
No, it definitely wasn't high up on the list. Not like Tinkaton, where it was on nearly every single team, it felt like, in both day 1 and day 2. But, so I'm really interested to see how that Corviknight is going to do. Furret as well, I think has a lot of potential into Out of Pocket's team. Out of Pocket, I think, has a lot to celebrate right now, but he is not done yet. Nighttime Clasher, taking down Nighttime Clasher is a big victory, but Snots has also been playing out of his mind.
And he was talking earlier about his matchup versus Silent Beast. He was saying that he was very afraid of the Furret plus Typhlosion core. And I have to imagine the Furret plus Corviknight core is going to be really tricky for him to handle. But if anyone can overcome a team comp disadvantage, it has to be Pocket. He's done it time and time again. He's one of our most decorated battlers in North America. He's our last year NAIC champion. So if anyone can do it, I think it's him.
I would have to agree. This is also going to be a really interesting dynamic because Snots this is his first grand finals. He did top 3 one other time, and that was actually right here in Milwaukee in 2023. Otherwise, he's only been in a handful of other tournaments where Pocket has just a wealth of experience. So who knows, that could actually that could lend itself over to Pocket.
Yeah. More experience on the big stage in these grand finals can be key. Definitely more opportunities to play the best of 5. And best of 5s definitely have a little bit different dynamics than best of 3s, where if you have a best of 5, you're playing a little bit longer with different teams. Maybe mind games are either a little bit more extended, or maybe they're not as impactful in the early games. You know, day number 1, we were seeing someone run the same team over and over 3 times in a row. Will we see it for 5 times in a row in the grand finals? We'll have to wait and see.
Out of Pocket also has had an incredibly long day. He started the day in the losers finals. Snot's been kind of sitting really clean. He's only had a few battles to do today because he's been on the winner's side like all day yesterday, all day today. But we can take a quick moment as we get set up for our interview. Let's take a quick break and talk a little bit about what's been going on social media. We want to hear from you and let us know, what do you think about how the tournament is going? What do you think about Rookity? That is a big Rookity, Zionic. Loving these wild spawns. I have been as well because I don't have a Corviknight built, and after seeing Snot's proficiency with Corviknight play, it kind of makes me want to build one of my own. You can build one for Great League and for Ultra League.
Me, 3. I've been loving these Rookity spawns. I have been catching and clicking on every single one. Don't forget, you need XL candies to build one for Ultra League, and a lot of people have been saying that Corviknight is even better in Ultra League than Great League. Congratulations to Miss Raiko Fierce XXS Hundo Swablu from Field Research. She's going to look so adorable as a tiny Altaria.
A beautiful tiny Altaria that you can even use as a Mega Altaria, as a really cute tiny Mega Altaria. It's important to use your Megas, remember, when you're catching Pokemon of that type so you can garnish more candy. I love this post from Nighttime Clasher, just all caps. Me and my brother made day 2 winner's side at Milwaukee. Both brothers out of the tournament now, but they both had, both brothers did a really good job, even though they're out of the tournament now.
Yeah, but in the background, you can see someone who is still in the tournament. It's Out of Pocket.
Staring down the camera.
I was so focused on Out of Pocket, my bad. I wanted to talk about him, but yes, Nighttime Clasher is out of the tournament. Up next, we have Solivanti with Super Proud of my fam for competing this weekend and making my birthday weekend fun. Looking forward to a final day to cheer on Dijon and then Cubby's game. Always a good opportunity when you're traveling to these far distant cities, or maybe a close distant city for these folks, is to attend maybe a local sports event as well. I definitely had that opportunity when I went up to Vancouver.
Amanda Lundberg says, who's that Pokemon? Had the best rainy day hanging out with the incredibly talented Miss Mao as she surprised me with custom cookies of my all-time favorite, Sableye.
Also, dang, look at that haircut. Looking fly over there, Amanda. Do we got any more? Hey, there we go. That is our next photo. We have Gaming Gen with all of our amazing professors and staff. Make sure you hashtag thank a professor. This is the number of people that we have here working these events to make them run. Of course, we have Go, TCG, and the video game here, and that is I'm gonna just guess maybe 220 people, plus or minus, in order to have these events run smoothly and effectively time and time again.
Yes, we could not do these tournaments, and we couldn't have this production without everybody on the broadcast team, without all of our judges. There are so many great staff members that make these tournaments so incredibly special.
All right, well, as we are continuing to wait for our trainers to be ready for the winners, or excuse me, the grand finals interview, I want to think a little bit about the last match we had. It was very interesting because I believe it was actually Nighttime Clasher's brother who created the team originally, and we got to see it be iterated upon a little bit all the way to Out of Pocket running, because I think Nighttime Clasher had the same exact moveset, same exact Shadow versus non-Shadow, but Out of Pocket opting for the non-Shadow jump lift because, of course, he just really wants to win that Tinkatong Zero Shield matchup. But then the Lapras, I think the really key part of that, having so much play into the opposing Laprases, having better play into opposing Azumarils, which we see basically none of, as well as having other options into water types if you want to try to get a one-hit knockout.
And I am excited to see clips of all of these battles later on our YouTube channel, because I think we're going to see lots of Malamar. I think we're going to see lots of those different clips later on this channel. You can go to YouTube right now and search @PlayPokemon. Go ahead and subscribe to that, because this is going to be a really great place for all kinds of clips and highlights from these battles from throughout Milwaukee and future tournaments.
Yeah, I was really jealous of Soph and Henry. I think they got to shout out the website like 2 or 3 times yesterday. This is our first time taking a look at it. I'm very excited for all of the content that's going to be going up here. Of course, I watch all of the Go tournaments happening in Europe and those that are available for stream at LATAM, but I also really like watching the video game, especially like the Masters Finals matches or even top 4, top 8. It's a really great way to be able to see how Pokemon work in the other video games. Of course, I don't think a lot of the Pokemon that we play in Go have a ton of play in the other games. Like I don't think I've ever seen a Diggersby in the video game series.
Nor a Metacham. I think that was rather funny for both the trading card game and the video game fans to see Metacham just being so dominant for so long.
Yeah, and I'm trying to think of other Pokemon that have a little bit of crossover. I know Pikachu's been, like Flying Pikachu's been a good card in the trading card game. However, I don't think I've ever seen a Flying... You know what? I take that back. I feel like I've seen one Flying Pikachu used at a Go Regional. Just a singular one.
Just one. So which of the games do you feel like you're mastering Go, you're getting your championship points for Go? What are some other games that the Pokemon that you could play for Pokemon? Do you do more trading card game, more video game, Unite?
I would probably say the second game that I'm most knowledgeable about would be the video game. I think I could pretty confidently go 1-7 at a regional. And then probably Unite. I've played a good amount of games like Unite in the past. I played it quite a bit when it came out, but I haven't played it in quite some time. Maybe I'll have to find a couple of friends to play it with.
I'm glad that you have some friends that you can play games with.
I don't have any. Never mind. Sorry, I'm going to have to play by myself in solo queue.
Well, while Phoebe is over here playing those games by himself, we can go ahead and kick it over to Soph. Our battlers are ready for the interview. Soph, take it away.
Thanks so much, Stephanie. I'm here with our two grand finalists here in Milwaukee. One of them will become the Milwaukee Regional Champion. I've got Snots on my left and Out of Pocket to my further left. And before we get into the questions, I want to ask you both something that you have in common this weekend. I know you both brought the Malamar and kind of came to the independent conclusion that it might have a lot of play. Snots, we'll start with you. What led you to bring that?
Yeah, so I think Malamar is really good because it's probably like the hardest Lapras answer in the meta, and I think it's really valuable because you can superpower and dip into Tinkaton too, and I knew there would be a lot of Tinkaton this weekend. So,
Pocket?
I mean, I've running Malamar for like similar reasons, and you know, it's like the hardest Lapras answer currently. I'd say it's so flexible into a lot of teams. The Azu usage is trending down, so it's mainly just like Tinkatons and Jump Bluffs that are really holding the Malamar back. And honestly, I don't consider either of those like thrilling matchups for the other Pokemon in some situations.
Makes a lot of sense. Pocket, I want to ask you something next. I know you've been kind of known for doing group preparation for these tournaments, especially recently. I feel like that's something that's really underutilized in Go compared to the other games. Do you want to talk a little bit about what that process and what works and doesn't work?
Honestly, it was like a group project, this time especially. Like Atlanta was mainly like, I was going through a lot of drafts and then I said, this is the team I'm running, and NPC and Sustenance Eater were like, yeah, seems pretty good. And I went through matchups with them. It was like a seminar instead of a group project. But this one is definitely more of a group project. We all had multiple preferences, ideas, and it kind of formulated together into this team where I thought Diggersby was a good call for the meta. Malamar being the hardest counter to Lapras is pretty helpful. And then, I mean, the rest is just meta stuff. For those who are wondering, I'm not actually using normal Jump Bluff for any real specific reason. It's because I need a flyer, and I don't have Shadow Jump Bluff. I don't have a single Shadow Hop It in my storage. So I said, surely normal will be fine.
Well, I hope you're able to find one before your next tournament. And we know we have a Rocket Takeover coming up, so maybe you'll find something. For Snots, I know you don't play a lot of these Play Pokemon tournaments, but you do play a lot of the Go Battle League, where you're kind of a Go Battle League hero. Do you want to talk a little bit about how to translate your Go Battle League skills to Show 6?
Yeah, I think GBL can be really valuable for just like honing in on your mechanics, making sure you can play as smooth as possible, and just trying out Pokemon that you might not have as much experience with. So
yeah, definitely a good way to get in some quick practice. Pocket, I know you've had a really long day through the losers side of the bracket. I'd love to hear a little bit about the mental side of things. How do you stay locked in kind of between these matches and maybe during some of your tougher ones?
Honestly, I have no idea. This is my first time starting out in losers in day 2 and making top 8, not even grand finals. I'd say a lot of it is just like stringing good wins together and like staying locked in. I mean, I can't really describe how I stay locked in. I kind of just like take walks and listen to music. Sometimes I'm chatting with my friends about my next matchup or them glazing me. So I'm usually either saying like, yes, sir, on the go, or like, yeah, you know, I should bring Jump Bluff into Silent Beast and get it on Typhlosion. So it's just one of those things a lot of the times where I'm always focused or I am always not focused, and then it always comes together to focus for the important matches.
Yeah, I think it's definitely nice to get some support from your friends and, you know, maybe take some time to yourself as well. And Snots, what about you? I know you had some very long breaks today, so what have you been up to between the matches?
Yeah, I've just been talking about matchups with some of my teammates, some of my friends, and just trying to stay calm and collected. So, yeah.
All right, well, I'm sure throughout the day you guys have been maybe watching some of each other's games. I'd love to hear something you admire about the other person's play style. Snots, I'll start with you this time.
Yeah, I think Pocket, he's my go, I'll say that. And I think he's very good at keeping track of energy, so.
Pocket?
I mean, I can't remember the last time we played in Show 6. It had to be super long ago. But like, I think the last time was a grassroots tournament. I got like walloped, for lack of a better word. And I mean, I've always known that you're a great player. I mean, you've topped GBL leaderboards. I mean, I sometimes do, but you're you're a frequent flyer. I'm like a once a year type person. So consistency is very admirable.
All right, well, I know you guys have a little bit more thinking to do before the grand finals, so let's just end with a couple of shout outs. Pocket, we'll start with you. Anyone you want to thank?
Okay.
I see you've got your notes ready.
I have a list. I was told I had so many people be mad at me for not. Okay, first of all, shout outs to my mom. I don't know if you're in the air or not when you're watching this, but I hope you're not so you can see this. Shout outs to Nexus Ilya, Potato Bear, same thing. Shout outs to the Wongs, Eric, Harry. Working on this team was a lot of fun, and playing it's been a lot more. Shout outs to people in my Discord server, Josh, Carter, Zhao, Jai, KitKat Deluxe, and also everyone that, besides the Wongs, that helped me prepare, such as Wild Jeff's Boot Camp. And on that note, Sergio's cat Mia also deserves a shout out.
Very long list. Snots, I don't think you have any notes, but anyone else you want to thank?
Just all my teammates helping me with matchups, talking through it. I have a very passionate crowd out there. Bill, Elmo, my uncle, and there's too many people to name, but my family as well. So.
All right, well, I'm sure everyone is really excited about your runs here and excited to support you. We'll let you take a little bit of time before the grand finals to kind of prepare and relax a little bit. But for now, Stephanie and Nick, let's take it back to you guys.
My takeaway from that are the 3 Fs: friends, family, and focus. All 3 of them are necessary to become a regional champion. And most of all, having friends gas you up. You know, that's definitely my biggest takeaway from that interview is the next time I'm participating in a regional, I just got to walk over to my friends and be like, hit me with some compliments, please. I need them. Wait.
You don't have any friends, so you're never going to win a regional, Phoebe. I'm sorry to break it to you.
It's rough. It's a rough time.
But these 2 trainers, Pocket has won several times before. He's our current NAIC. He's our reigning international champion here in North America. Snot's looking for his very first regional win, and he's poised to do it. Snots only has to win 1 best of 5 against Out of Pocket. But if anyone can take on someone and win 2 consecutive best of 5s, it is certainly Out of Pocket. He has shown that he has the potential, he has the stamina, he has the mindset to be able to, like he said, kind of stack wins together, chain wins together, and really work his way through. However, I do think because Out of Pocket and Nighttime Clasher have that same team, Snots was really able to utilize that Ferret and that Corviknight to his advantage. I think Out of Pocket's going to have similar struggles against that core.
And he's going to be able to utilize that match as practice. Like, what a better scrim than someone who knows the team's ins and outs and helped create it with the person he's going up against next. The Winners Finals was the best practice possible for Grand Finals.
I really love how Pocket talked about it was a group project. And that's something that I think the other games do really, really well. They talk to each other, they create teams together in the trading card game and the video game. I think Go is finally starting to learn that that's a really good strategy to have a great team and perform really well at a major event.
In addition to that, once you have that core team, you can make slight tweaks to it to really optimize it to either your play style or maybe your exact Pokemon. So you don't have a Shadow Jumpluff, you can use a standard one, and maybe you have to make a tweak elsewhere in the team to compensate compensate for it. I do want to also talk about Malamar a little bit as one of the hardest answers to Lapras. We've seen it time and time again, triple resisting the Psy Waves, one Sparkling Aria not being enough to knock out. However, maybe a little bit of a threat with a Skull Bash coming through, dealing a little bit more damage. However, you know, thinking back, I don't think we've seen it once. I think it's always been Sparkling Aria into the Malamar, probably because it's just such an efficient move. It deals so much damage for how little energy it costs.
Yeah, I think we've maybe seen an Ice Beam into a Malamar one time this whole tournament. I don't think we've seen a Skull Bash at all. That's saved for that mirror matchup if you are fortunate enough to have a Lapras that is running Skull Bash. So if we actually take a look, both of their Laprases, the one from Out of Pocket and the one from Snots, actually are both running Skull Bash, I believe.
All right, so that's going to be one advantage that Pocket had in the last match that he won't have here. Really important as well, this Corviknight. We've talked about it so much. Sand Attack, Iron Head, Sky Attack. It's such a great core breaker. It's going to take very few sources of super effective damage from Pocket's team. Fire Punch from the Diggersby is realistically the only thing.
I am very interested again to see that Furret and that Corviknight pairing going into this team from Out of Pocket. We saw Nighttime Clasher really struggle with that core. I have to imagine that Snots, we're either gonna see the Furret or the Corviknight or potentially both in all of these matchups just because it's so strong into this team.
Yeah, I mean, making the call that Malamar's a really great Pokemon into Lapras is great for Pocket, but I think this team that they built together did lack a little bit of an answer for the Corviknight, maybe not expecting it to be quite as strong in this meta or not being able to make it quite this far, because even with its positive matchups, it just doesn't win it that hard. Here we go. Game number 1 of the Grand Finals. It's going to be Malamar into Tinkaton, a great lead for Snots.
Yeah, we're going to start to see those fairy winds start to accumulate damage, and then Malamar has to watch out for that heavy-hitting Play Rough, and we're going to see Out of Pocket throw a superpower just before the Play Rough is reached by Snots, and then I'm anticipating a quick swap out into a different safe swap. This time, it's at regular Jumpluff, and we know that regular Jumpluff into Tinkaton is a much safer matchup than that Shadow Jumpluff that his teammates were running.
I think this is the 4th or 5th time that we've seen Out of Pocket build up to the superpower, throw right before the Play Rough, and then immediately pivot out into another Pokemon. A second Play Rough coming through into the Jumpluff, not going to threaten a knockout, and the Tinkaton is getting a little bit low, but it's still well outside of an Acrobatics.
Here, and since the Acrobatics is not going to knock out the Tinkaton, Snots can safely no-shield this and then work to start building up to another attack. Can he get to a Play Rough? Not before Out of Pocket is able to throw a charge attack to clear Tinkaton off the field. This is going to give some potential farm for the Malamar, but the Malamar is going to be chipped away quite a bit and is either going to have to tank an attack or Snots is going to have to shield.
Shield comes up. This is a great shield given that this is an Acrobatics coming from the Jumpluff. Farm down not going to be possible. Immediate pivot into his own Malamar, and as they said, Malamar's the best answer to that Lapras in the back, so Snots staying in, which is going to be actually really great for him because Pocket in the back has Diggersby, and Lapras does very well into Diggersby.
Going right for the foul play here, just to soften up the opposing Malamar a little bit. We do have that Lapras sitting in the back that is going to be very, very healthy. In the match against Nighttime Clasher, Out of Pocket was able to scare away the opposing Lapras. That's not really the case here.
Foul play getting shielded up. Looks like there is still a shield from Snots' side, able to shield up the superpower. The one issue I see for Pocket here is that now that he's thrown the superpower, he's really showing that he wants to switch out pretty close. Looks like it's an overfarm and a catch still. No shield now. This is going to soak up all of the energy from this Malamar. Now Pocket, with a shield remaining, is looking to be in a pretty comfortable position, whereas just a few seconds ago, it was very uncomfortable.
Yeah, so you could see Snots kind of nodding and giving a little smirk like, yeah, you got me there. Good catch. We can see Out of Pocket utilizing his utilizing this Protect Shield, and I believe that is the final one of this game, and then very comfortably getting to this foul play.
Triple resisted Psywaves is likely going to take about 7.5 years for this Lapras to farm down the Malamar. Going to be able to get to a superpower in actually not going to be able to dip right away. I think the switch clock won't be able to be up quite yet, so going to get a little more farm on Snots' Lapras. Actually, just in time, able to pivot. That Lapras is quite into the yellow at this point.
Yeah, Scorching Sands is going to start to threaten a knockout, and you can see Snots already picking up his pen and thinking, okay, that didn't work. I left the Corviknight on the bench. I left the Furret on the bench. Maybe that wasn't the strategy, looking to maybe switch some things up for game number 2. Out of Pocket taking an early game.
Yeah, Pocket's going to be really happy with this, with a potential team disadvantage, or what I feel like is a team disadvantage given how safe Corviknight is for Snots, but leaving it on the bench for game number 1. That catch in the end game on to his jump left, very impactful, minimizing the amount of damage that could be done to his own Malamar. 2 Sidewave users in the back, just does not deal fast attack damage to that Malamar.
Out of Pocket, we can see using that superpower on the Malamar, and here we could see that catch of the jump up. That was key, and you could kind of see Snots kind of giving a little head nod at that time. Like, yeah, a little bit of respect, just saying, you got me.
Superpower doing a large chip into that Lapras. However, Pocket switch clock coming up at the perfect time. Scorching Sands more than enough to pick up the knockout here, and that secured game number 1 for Out of Pocket. Out of Pocket is on the loser side of the bracket, so he does need to reset in order to go into a final best of 5. Snots has a little bit of wiggle room, but you don't want to let it get away, as the momentum can be key in these best of 5 matches.
And we have Corviknight coming down from the sky to attack the Malamar. Psywaves are resisted on Corviknight, but these foul plays are going to be neutral. Out of Pocket builds up to about 1.5 before throwing the first foul play. And you can see Snots brought the Furret in the back.
Yeah, Furret in the back is going to be able to line up into potentially that Diggersby after the switch. Catching the Ironhead bait here, going to be a little bit less effective than a Sky Attack. However, less energy is good, and now able to pivot into the Furret, going to be able to land a super effective Trailblaze right at the same time as a Scorching Sands.
Yeah, you could see, I saw Out of Pocket do a little shrug there too, like, okay. So he's kind of rethinking his strategy here. So for landing the Trailblaze, now these Sucker Punches are going to be even more effective, because every time you use a Trailblaze, you boost yourself 1 stage of attack.
Diggersby is so bulky, I don't think a Sucker Punch down will be feasible here, especially after that attack drop. A Swift will need to be utilized before the next charge attack. It is a charge attack tie for it, winning that over the Diggersby. Neutral attack now, 1 stage boosted, 1 stage dropped. Swift more than enough to pick up the knockout.
And Furret stands strong. I absolutely love this Pokemon's attack animation. Just kind of wiggling around, walking around on the stage. And then Out of Pocket going to throw a foul play, attempting to knock out the Furret. Looks like Snots prepared to let that go. Still has a fully healthy Tinkaton in the back. Out of Pocket is going to have to throw a couple of superpowers to even put a dent in Tinkaton. Snots shielding the first one, which makes a lot of sense because the second superpower is going to be less effective, as Malamar has now dropped its attack by 1 stage.
And Out of Pocket has shown a willingness to just go straight for those superpowers time and time again. Corviknight now coming into the jump lift. Super effective Sky Attacks are available. However, Out of Pocket does have a shield, and he has a lot of energy. Shield number 1 comes up, goes for the acrobatics. This is not quite enough to threaten a knockout, but might put it into Fairy Wind range.
Yeah, the one hard thing that Corviknight has to deal with is it takes a really long time to get to all of its charge attacks, and Sand Attack it doesn't really do a lot of damage, especially not to a regular jump lift.
A regular jump lift, flying grass type, triple resisted. I have to imagine the damage is just 1. Play Rough now coming through, going to be able to do good neutral damage to the jump lift. I don't think it's going to do about 50%. It'll be a little bit less than that. So maybe with the additional Fairy Winds, he might need a few after this next Play Rough.
The next attack is coming through. Snots deciding to let it go, recognizing that the hardest hitting attack left in the game is probably going to be coming from that Malamar. It's going to be a superpower. That's what Snots really has to watch out for. Snots actually went right for the play rough. No shield from out of pocket. What's on your mind, Nick?
I'm thinking he needed to farm a little bit more, but I think it's fairly inconsequential given that he did not knock out with that play rough. Another acrobatics being launched here. This is going to do a lot of good resisted damage. Again, good resisted damage. Doesn't feel like it makes sense, but acrobatics is just that strong of a move. Bulldoze coming through now, going to get shielded from out of pocket. I think the Psywave down is imminent, and out of pocket might have secured game number 2.
There is the Bulldoze. How much? You still need a little bit more energy. Tinkaton not quite able to get to the Bulldoze. Out of pocket is very close. He is one game away from resetting this bracket. Again, I've been saying it all day. If anyone can do this, it's pocket.
And Snot's just not quite finding the right key here to be able to tackle Pocket. Pocket seems to have been able to take a lot of key takeaways from watching the winners finals of this this tournament, being able to see how this team matches up into Snots and what Pokemon Snots may or may not be leaning into. I do like the addition of the Corviknight and the Tinkaton into that Game 2 team, leaning away from the Lapras given how strong that Malamar has been for out of pocket time and time again.
Pocket really just leaning on Malamar lead with Diggersby and Jump Up. He thinks that's the combination. This is the formula. If it's not broke, don't fix it. Maybe he's going to run it back for game number 3.
Formioli, show me the Pokemon-ioni. No? Okay, that's fine.
No, absolutely not, Alpha Phoebe. Absolutely not, as our trainers are going ahead and getting locked in. So thinking about what Snots has to do to pull the momentum back. Even if he loses, he still has another best of 5 that he could potentially play and win. But out of pocket is on a roll right now, and it is tough to stop a boulder running downhill. We've got Malamar into Tinkaton again.
Except I believe this is the first time it is Malamar on Snots' side into Out of Pocket's Malamar. Maybe he'll have picked up some knowledge from Out of Pocket about how to play this matchup. Throwing a little bit earlier and getting the superpower in I believe, one Fairy Wind before the play rough was loaded. Swapping to Lapras is answered by the hardest check to Lapras of the Malamar.
He said play wolf. These guys got that dog in them. Continuing on, we've got that Malamar going ahead and going right for the foul play, not wanting to debuff himself right away. Out of pocket opts for the foul play instead of the super effective superpower. It's not going for that Sparkling Aria to try to get some nice neutral damage, but out of pocket is really close to another attack. He has quite a bit of energy on the Malamar already. Psywave charges up these attacks really remarkably quickly.
Looks like a charge attack tie there. Superpower now coming through, going to be doing super effective damage, able to pick up the knockout. In comes the Tinkaton. Attack and defense have fallen. However, I believe Out of Pocket can very comfortably reach a superpower here and potentially pivot out into his back Pokemon.
There is that superpower. It is connecting. It does not do a lot of neutral damage, but it's one of the heavier hitting things that Out of Pocket can leverage going into the Tinkaton. The other heavy hitter is right here in that Diggersby, being able to utilize Scorching Sands.
Quick Attack is going to be resisted by this Tinkaton. However, those Scorching Sands are very scary, as well as Fire Punch doing super effective damage, but it does not have that same type attack bonus. I think it'll be very key to see how Snots utilizes this Tinkaton, how he decides to utilize his Malamar in the back as well, as it is very healthy and it takes less overall damage from a move from the Diggersby than the Tinkaton would.
I'm thinking that Snots is going to have to switch out at some point here to bring in the Malamar, because if you're using your Malamar, you're probably using Superpower. You want to be able to reset the debuff at some point. So I'm wondering if Snots is going to utilize a strategy and attempt to switch out here soon.
Really smart play by Snots there, recognizing that Out of Pocket wants to maintain his Diggersby on the field of play, going for the Bulldoze as opposed to the play rough, able to pull a shield for significantly less energy. Another Bulldoze is now loaded, being thrown just before the Fire Punch from Out of Pocket. Out of Pocket lets this Bulldoze go. I think it's going to be just enough to knock out.
Bulldoze is not very impressive, but it is enough to knock out the Diggersby. Out of Pocket had a Bulldoze ready to go. This is not enough to knock out a Tinkaton. Maybe if the Tinkaton had been debuffed by a Bulldoze a couple of times, but no such luck here. Snots has his own Bulldoze, but then also has that Malamar in the back.
No shield from Out of Pocket. Imagine an immediate switch out into the Malamar, but the Play Rough is loaded. This is super effective damage into the Malamar. This is very likely to knock out, and then a Fairy Wind down of the Tinkaton in the back for Snots is going to happen. There's significantly less health on that Tinkaton for Snots, and that is game number 3 for Out of Pocket. We have a bracket reset.
That is incredible. Out of Pocket saying we're doing it again. I did it once, we're gonna do it one more time. He is probably game to try to 3-0 Snots again. Let's see if he can do it. But what do you think, Alpha Beef?
I think Snots is gonna need to mentally reset. It's really tough to come back into a second set. The winners finals, the grand finals reset, and kind of reset your nerves, reset your motivation, and really try to focus on what ways you can improve going into the second set best of 5. You have to forget about that first set. It means nothing at this point. The slate has been cleared, and you really, really need to find a way to gain some momentum going into the next set of battles.
Here we can see kind of the end of that final battle where Out of Pocket is able to land the Play Rough, send the Malamar packing, and then Fairy Wind down the opposing Tinkaton because Out of Pocket was able to preserve just enough health on his own Tinkaton. Just needed to have a little bit more than the other Tinkaton to be able to pull that off. Taking a look at their teams, Pocket brought Malamar and Diggersby every single game. Brought the Jumpluff for the first 2 and then switched it up to Tinkaton in the 3rd. Snots only brought, the only Pokemon that was consistent in those 3 games was Tinkaton. Otherwise, we saw some switching up. We saw the Lapras and Malamar paired together. Then in the middle game, brought the Ferret and Corviknight together. I'm wondering what Snots needs to do to be able to break up Pocket's team.
I think lean a little bit more onto Corviknight is my first thought. It's going to do fairly well into Diggersby. It's going to do fairly well into Tinkaton. And it's going to do quite well into that Jumpluff that Pocket has been bringing fairly frequently, as well as the Malamar. Malamar, of course, is very potent with the Psy-Wave damage. It has same type attack bonus on that, and it's going to be able to do neutral damage with those foul plays, so it's not a one-sided matchup. But if Snots can utilize the bulk of that Pokemon as well as the threat of the heavy hitting charged attacks, maybe he can find a little bit more wiggle room for his Tinkaton to shine over Out of Pockets.
Perhaps. I'm wondering too, Corviknight was not as popular in this tournament, obviously as much as Tinkaton was. Why do you think like fewer people are seeing Corviknight and its potential? Because Snot certainly saw it, put it on his team, and piloted it to the grand finals.
Yeah, I think the biggest drawback of Corviknight is its fast attack, sand attack. It just does not allow Corviknight to have any fast attack pressure, especially against some of the Pokemon you want it to fare quite well against, such as that Jumpluff. Triple resisted sand attacks, gonna do 1 damage each time, and it doesn't charge energy that fast. So it's just a very lackluster fast attack. Its other option, Steel Wing, is similarly very lackluster, but it has a worse offensive typing. Ground typing being one of the best offensive typings in Pokemon over all of the series is just a little bit better, even though it doesn't have the same type attack bonus.
But what is Corviknight specifically going to be targeting here on Out of Pocket team? What is it going to be doing really well? Why do you think he needs to lean into the Corviknight?
Well, the Pokemon that he's been bringing, right? You said the Jumpluff, the Malamar, the Tinkaton does quite well. It's quite safe into all 3 of those Pokemon, as opposed to some of the other Pokemon that he's been bringing, where maybe if you don't have the great alignment, or maybe you're down on shields, you're a little bit more threatened by a Play Rough. Right? That Play Rough going into the Malamar in game number 3 there was the key piece of victory for Out of Pocket, able to pull the shields back earlier. If you're using a Pokemon like Corviknight, maybe you can save those shields for your Malamar to protect it from a heavy-hitting, super effective Play Rough.
These are all things that these trainers are thinking about right now. Out of Pocket is going to be able to rely on his experience. We just saw on the screen all of his accolades. Nick, you mentioned it earlier. Out of Pocket is one of the most, if not the most decorated trainer in all of North America. Snots, this is his first Grand Finals, first time up on the stage, and we are at a Grand Finals bracket reset, best of 5, and bringing the Corviknight, it's met by Malamar.
Yeah, so this is going to be a position where I have to imagine the Malamar is going to be willing to invest shields where the Corviknight is not necessarily looking to. An attempted catch from Out of Pocket. The Diggersby is now met by the Ferret, and the Ferret's Sucker Punches are starting to add up, but a little bit of a slow swap from Snots means that the Scorching Sands is coming through first before the initial Trailblaze.
And that Trailblaze is reached right now. The Ferret is going to be able to start ramping up. The Sucker Punches are going to do more and more damage with each subsequent Trailblaze. And the first one hits for super effective. It's doing quite well. Ferret is not going to be able to reach an attack, though, before Diggersby is able to get to a second Scorching Sands.
Scorching Sands coming through, going to be able to almost pick up the knockout. Swift is loaded, I think because of the attack raise from that Trailblaze. It's going to be really close to knocking out. Not quite, though. Going to be switch advantage for Out of Pocket.
Switch advantage, but now this Corviknight, you mentioned how Corviknight is really slow to get to its charged attacks. Now it has an opportunity to build up a little bit of energy. How are you feeling about throwing this Iron Head here?
I wish he just took the Fire Punch. He threw it in order to avoid the Fire Punch, but I don't think the Fire Punch, although it is the only move that's going to be super effective into the Corviknight, is all that threatening coming from a Diggersby. This foul play probably deals a little bit more damage, and now because he's so slow to build up energy with this Corviknight, I think that the energy would have been utilized better elsewhere.
Yeah, and Corviknight is unfortunately for Snots not going to be able to line up as well against this Tinkaton. This is where Snots probably wanted to have the Corviknight spend the bulk of its health taking down the Tinkaton. Now the Corviknight's almost in the red. It's not going to be able to do as much here.
Iron Head is going to be neutral, super effective against the Fairy typing of Tinkaton, resisted by the Steel typing of Tinkaton. Second Iron Head coming through, going to threaten this Tinkaton, and now pulling the first shield away from Out of Pocket.
And we can see the Corviknight slowly building up, getting to the Iron Head. Out of Pocket, maybe a little bit of a miscue, allowing the Iron Head to get thrown first.
Iron Head, I think, is going to be just shy of knocking out, and I don't think the Sand attack down will be all that feasible. I have to imagine Snots will let this go, bring in his own Tinkaton. Oh no, actually shielding up, maybe a little bit afraid of a Bulldoze defense drop later.
And here comes the Tinkaton coming in, maybe, and has an opportunity maybe to reset debuffs. Both trainers still have 2 Pokemon available, so we still have some switches. We still have some dance left to go in this battle.
You can see Out of Pocket is a little bit unhappy with how this is going because the Bulldoze was thrown immediately. He was forced to no shield because a later Bulldoze would do more damage, but now that the defense has been dropped, again. A second superpower coming through is going to lower the attack. It's not going to do enough to pick up the knockout. The Fairy Wind down is going to be possible, but how much energy does Out of Pocket's own Tinkaton have?
We are about to find out as the Tinkaton hits the field. Snots' Tinkaton throwing the Bulldoze right away, and I did not get a chance to see the energy levels on Out of Pocket's Tinkaton. We're going to find it now. It has the Bulldoze. It has the Play Rough.
Throwing the Bulldoze right before Snots was able to reach a Bulldoze. However, it is a Flying and Steel type in the back. He does not have enough health, I think, to reach a Play Rough. He's going to need to throw the Bulldoze. This is singly resisted. This is a defense-weighted Pokemon. Will it knock out?
I'm not sure. We're about to find out. Tinkaton uses Bulldoze. I still see some health there with 1 HP. The Corviknight stands tall. It stays flying in the sky. Snots claims his first game win here in the Grand Finals.
That is huge for him. He must have been feeling so frustrated taking 3 losses in a row in that first set of 5. Able to reset the momentum, get himself a win on the board is gotta be a huge sigh of relief for Snots.
But we've seen Out of Pocket today be able to come back from losses, being able to take a deep breath, refocus and lock back in. He's already talked about it today. Let's see if he can do it again. Let's watch this replay of Snots' first game victory here in the Grand Finals.
That really key play here. Able to counter the Malamar with his own Tinkaton, throwing the Bulldoze before any move was thrown from out of pocket, then able to get the farm down here with a Bulldoze loaded, thrown into out of pocket's Tinkaton, and then getting the very, very tight farm down in the end. Bulldoze, just not enough. That Corviknight has maybe 10% of its health left.
Even, I would say even less than that. I'd call it more like 5, and that Corviknight barely is able to hold on and throw that decisive final sand attack. That game came down to 1 HP, 1 fast attack was all the margin Snots needed to claim that victory. And here we are going into game 2 of the bracket reset. We've got Malamar on Jumpluff.
This is an interesting backline for Snots. I think this might be the first time that we've seen the Unovan Stunfisk come to play, but it is 2 solid answers for the Jumpluff in the back. And you might be thinking, hey, a ground type into a grass type, that's not great. But remember, this Jumpluff only has flying type charged attacks that are going to be resisted by the electric subtyping of that Unovan Stunfisk.
And here we see the first fire punch, but Snots throwing the sky attack before out of pocket has an opportunity to throw a second fire punch. This is the only super effective damage that out of pocket has available to him. So I can see both trainers over farming a little bit, and then out of pocket going for a fire punch, probably going to take this Corviknight down, if not to the red, very close.
Super effective fire punch, doing a good amount of damage. Good timing from Snots to throw this next sky attack before the 3rd fire punch was available, or maybe 4th. Not going to be able to pick up a knockout. Pivot into the Malamar by out of pocket, going for an Iron Head now, is Snots going to do a good amount of chip damage to this Malamar before he pivots out.
And we see a pivot out into his own Malamar. We are in a Malamar mirror, but out of pocket's Malamar, less health, but a lot more energy, can actually throw 2 attacks back to back, starting with and we're going to start off here with a foul play.
Both of the moves are going to be neutral damage into each other, and given that foul play does not have the drawback of lowering your attack and defense, foul play is going to be the move of choice early on in this matchup. No real threat of a fast attack down, but out of pocket now has a decision. Does he want to utilize the shield given that he knows that Snots has almost a second attack ready? No, he chooses to no shield. He hangs on and is going to reach another move, but no, not before a catch on his own Jumpluff.
The Jumpluff is happy. It looks like out of pocket was happy to see that catch be successful, absorbing that foul play damage before Snots brings in his own Unovan Stunfisk. You talked about it before, a ground type into a grass type, but Jumpluff, it's going to resist the mud bombs, but it's going to be taking a lot of neutral electric type damage from this Unovan Stunfisk, where Acrobatics, the only attack really that Jumpluff is going to be able to throw, does nothing to this Unovan Stunfisk, nothing to this floppy pancake of a Pokemon.
In the back, out of pocket still has both of his Pokemon, as does Snots. That Diggersby is still quite healthy, and because Snots is forced to throw the electric type attack into this Jumpluff, he has to be very careful to not have a discharge caught on the Diggersby in the back for out of pocket.
The switch timer is up, but out of pocket opting to throw an attack first. Snots still has a shield available, is choosing not to use it here, knowing Acrobatics only going to take him down under low health. They actually, all trainers have 2 shields available. We still have a lot of resources left, even though these Pokemon's health are starting to whittle lower and lower.
I don't think the Motor Bomb would have been quite enough to pick up a knockout, but still pulling the shield from out of pocket, going straight for these fire punches because the Unovan Stunfisk is so low on health. Even a neutral fire punch does threaten to put it in a fast attack down range.
We are at a point where these trainers are starting to be forced to use their shields to protect the low health Pokemon that they have remaining. Out of pocket has to decide, do I let the Diggersby go? Do I let it absorb this energy? It just barely does, and then Snots is going to absorb energy here on the Malamar. Looks like out of pocket going for a little bit of an undercharge.
Will that undercharge cost him his Diggersby? No, the Diggersby hangs on. Will Snots come in with the Thundershock down? Those are double resisted Thundershocks. No, coming in with the Corviknight, resisting the quick attacks, getting farmed down. In comes the Jumpluff. Jumpluff's resisted Fairy Wings are able to take out the Corviknight. Now it's just 1 Pokemon remaining for Snots.
all he has left is this floppy pancake, and Snots decides to just let this acrobatics fly, and it is going to be nearly enough to knock out. I think just kind of recognizing, and actually, I was wondering, this match seemed to be going back and forth and back and forth. I was wondering, are we going to see the timer decide this match? And we were very close to it.
Yeah, letting that acrobatics go, I think, might have been necessary. I forget exactly how much energy Out of Pocket still had on his Malamar. It feels like a year ago that it was last on the field, but man, long battle, really back and forth fight all the way through. Attempted catches on both sides, really patient play on both sides. We see that there was nearly a move loaded from Out of Pocket, so I think it would have been very cleanly able to reach that charged attack if Snots did not have two moves loaded at the end of the game, which he did not.
Can you remind us really quickly, just for everybody in the audience or watching at home, what would have happened if the timer had to decide the match?
So if the timer counts down all the way to 0, you do not necessarily get just a tie. The first thing that is counted is the number of Pokemon on the side of the field for each, and given that Out of Pocket had 2 Pokemon remaining, had that timer hit 0, that would have been a win for him. Let's go into game number 3 here. This is not decisive just quite yet. 1 game of peace for Snots and Out of Pocket. This is a pretty good lead for Out of Pocket with ability to throw Fire Punch's super effective damage into this Corviknight.
Out of Pocket doesn't have anything else that's super effective into Corviknight, and hardly anything that's even neutral to throw into it. So seeing the Corviknight here rather than on something like his Tinkaton is definitely something that is a relief for Out of Pocket. Diggersby throwing a Fire Punch is going to start whittling away the health of the Corviknight up in the sky. Corviknight going to fight back, though, with these sky attacks.
I think the last time we saw this matchup, Snots was able to catch a Fire Punch onto his Malamar. No Malamar in the back. If he wants to try to catch a move, it's going to be on the Furret. I can't imagine he would ever want to catch a move on his Tinkaton.
No, especially then you're putting Tinkaton in kind of a situation that it might not really want to be in, depending on what Out of Pocket might have in the back.
Out of Pocket is looking in a prime position here. Will he decide to stay in when he sees the Furret come in? Yes, he does. He has the Tinkaton in the back. Tinkaton is going to be able to wall off all of the damage from this Furret, and Snots is playing up with his back against the wall. However, if he's able to peel away shields, maybe his own Tinkaton could sweep in the endgame.
Oh, trying to maybe get a quick Fairy Wind down, but we see an immediate reaction from Out of Pocket to bring in his own Tinkaton, and we are now back in a Tinkaton mirror. Snots is getting to throw his energy first, which could be really helpful, depending on if these Bulldozes debuff. It doesn't sound like that first one did.
It did not, and really interesting from my perspective that Out of Pocket was willing to bring in its own Tinkaton to get the mirror match here, given that it does so well into Furret. Bulldoze now being thrown by Snots, hoping and praying for that defense drop so that the Fairy Winds and the next Bulldoze can do a little bit more damage.
This is looking really good for Out of Pocket with that Malamar in the back, being able to throw super effective superpowers into the Furret. We did see a defense drop on Out of Pocket's own Tinkaton.
Bulldoze coming through, shielded up by Snots, trying to preserve this Tinkaton for a potential play later on. Bulldoze now going through into Out of Pocket. This is going to threaten a potential knockout given the defense was dropped earlier.
As it did threaten the knockout, we are starting to see shields get peeled away, and that is something that is going to be critical for Snots to do. He needs these charge attacks to go somewhere. We see a superpower land and then a swap into Furret. Now this is resisted damage, but Furret has a lot of energy that it can potentially throw. So Out of Pocket has to make a decision. Does he use his final Protect Shield here? No, allows the Swift to land, and it does knock out.
Trailblaze is now loaded, going into the Malamar. I can't imagine this will pick up a shield. Out of Pocket's going to really want to preserve that shield for the Tinkaton in the back. It does have super effective damage with that Play Rough. Superpower just about reached. Will he decide to throw it early, or will he hold on to his energy to try to maximize the amount of damage that these Psy Waves are doing?
Snots decides to pull his Protect Shield here, keeping the Furret healthy and being able to throw another attack, actually going for another Trailblaze, because that now the Sucker Punches are going to do even more damage. And it looks like Furret is still going to be able to throw a few, tries to make a catch, and does catch something, but it's the superpower, not a foul play.
This is going to be able to pick up the knockout on the Tinkaton. Tinkaton is now off the field. One more Psywave to pick up the victory. Out of Pocket is one win away from becoming the champion, but Snots is going to do everything in his power to stop him.
These have been such exciting battles. You can tell these two trainers are phenomenal at the game. They are playing the best of their abilities. Out of Pocket right now, just playing a little bit better, a little bit cleaner. I'm not sure what Snots needs to be able to do to wrestle the momentum back.
I think he needs to get his Corviknight away from that Diggersby. We've seen just how good that matchup is, even though it's resisting the quick attacks, even though Fire Punch is not same type attack bonus. Diggersby just dominates that matchup time and time again in the zero shield scenario. Bulldoze a little bit in favor for Snots here, getting that defense drop. However, he just wasn't able to really take as much advantage of that as he might have liked. Swift here going into the Tinkaton to pick up the knockout. I think maybe I would have preferred to see him go straight Swift into the Malamar. Although the Sucker Punches were building up in damage, he might have been able to reach more charge attacks, allow Out of Pocket to get less farm. But let's go into game number 4.
Game number 4, this could be game point for Out of Pocket. Snots needs to win this one in order to force a decisive game number 5. Out of Pocket going straight for the superpower into the Tinkaton to try to get some damage, start to get some damage rolling before swapping in his Diggersby. And for the very first time in the bracket reset, we see the Lapras come in.
Yeah, Lapras is not going to be able to be punished by the Malamar on Out of Pocket. Out of Pocket had to switch out of that lead matchup. Scorching Sands going to do good neutral damage. The attack does drop a bit unfortunate for Snots, but able to throw the Sparkling Aria here to do good, super effective damage back at the Diggersby.
And the super effective damage, this is some of the only super effective damage this Diggersby has seen today. That Diggersby actually is going to be able to reach a Scorching Sands here. It's not going to be enough to knock out, so Snots does not feel pressured to put a Protect Shield here. Although these quick attacks are going to start to add up. And we got an attack fall. That is unfortunate. So Lapras getting as much energy as possible before throwing the Sparkling Aria. I think it's still going to be enough. Even with an attack drop, it's going to be really close, but I think no! With the attack drop, it wasn't quite enough. 2 attack drops, that's right. Maybe 1 attack drop would have done it, but not 2.
Fire Punch coming through. This is going to allow Out of Pocket to win switch advantage in a matchup that he generally should not have. Quick Attack is going to be resisted by the Steel typing of this Tinkaton, which has so much energy. In comes the Tinkaton for Pocket. It's going to be a Bulldoze thrown. Actually, I think either Pokemon that came in, Snots would have been happy to throw this move because he was going to try to get for that defense drop. It does not look like he gets it this time. Lady Luck seems to be on Out of Pocket's side.
And we're going to see another Bulldoze. Is this one going to be the defense drop, taking his Tinkaton down into half health, but no defense drop to be found?
Bulldoze coming through once again for Snots, throwing before Out of Pocket chooses to. This is not going to threaten a knockout. It's maybe potentially not going to threaten another defense drop. This time it does not happen once again.
And that is a rough roll of the dice for Snots. Snots being forced now to use a Bulldoze to protect this Tinkaton. He has a full health Malamar in the back still, but he probably needs this Tinkaton at a lot lower health in order to even potentially Psywave down.
I think a Psywave down may be close soon. I think maybe attempting to catch the next Bulldoze is possible. Actually throwing his first, making Out of Pocket the driver in this end game. No shielding, putting everything onto this Malamar in the back end. I think Snots is going to have to throw a Bulldoze, hopefully sooner rather than later. Hope to finally get this defense drop that he's been fishing for all game long.
And we finally see a Protect Shield from Out of Pocket, maybe afraid of that Bulldoze, and then we see they swap in from Malamar.
Malamar has been shown to be able to take 2 charge attacks quite comfortably from full health. A reminder, it is triple resisted Psywaves. First one goes through for Out of Pocket. It looks like Snots is slightly ahead or slightly above 1 charge attack at this point. He might be able to reach 2, 1 to pull the shield and 1 to land on the Malamar for out of pocket. I don't know if it's going to be enough damage, as out of pocket's Malamar is just about 50% health.
Yeah, that is as close to 50% health as I think it can be. Then we see a superpower actually on the side of Snots with no protect shields remaining.
I think superpower is just a little bit more damage than foul play in this matchup, but it's not enough to pick up the knockout. Foul play coming through for out of pocket. It's going to pick up the knockout, but can a fairy wind down happen here? Does Snots' Tinkaton have enough health left? It's going to be 1, 2, 3, and the Tinkaton picks up the knockout and guarantees a game number 5 here in Milwaukee.
The crowd is roaring. Snots able to keep the dream alive and able to continue through to game number 5 here in the Grand Finals reset, trying to wrestle back just a little bit of momentum, bringing Lapras off the bench for the first time in the reset and still relying on that Tinkaton and Malamar combination. Out of pocket, really relying on Tinkaton, Diggersby, and Malamar. We've seen it time and time again. Has Snots figured out the formula to get around it?
I think in this game it worked. Realistically, because he was able to get the Lapras away from the Malamar, it was a lead scenario that Out of Pocket has played a number of times today, where he's pivoting out of a bad matchup after throwing the superpower from his own Malamar. Snots is just staring across the table, staring at Out of Pocket, staring at Lady Luck standing behind him, saying, I don't need you. I can still win. How many bulldozes did he throw? He didn't get a single attack drop, or excuse me, defense drop. How many Scorching Sands did he receive where he got an attack drop? Just absolutely overcoming every obstacle to bring us to a decisive game number 5 here.
And our trainers are locked in, everybody. This is it. Let's hear it in the crowd. Snots versus Out of Pocket. This is the last game of the Milwaukee Regional Championships. We've got Tinkaton into Shadow for Alligator.
Out of Pocket bringing Feraligatr onto the field for one of the first times in this set. Tinkaton going to not really care for this matchup because Hydro Cannon is such a potent move, though Snots does have the ability to go for a Bulldoze Bait, or he could go for the heavy-hitting Play Rough. Goes for a Bulldoze Bait here.
Ooh, and Out of Pocket shields. This is going to be critical, allowing Tinkaton to get even more energy. The Bulldoze is swung, and a defense drop is finally made for Snots. This could be critical. Shadow for Alligator is so low defensively, adding that defense drop on top could be key.
Going for the Play Rough, waiting a turn to ensure that it lands on this Shadow for Alligator. Out of Pocket now utilizing his second shield. The Shadow for Alligator is likely going to be able to pivot out here after this Tinkaton faints, and it has a good amount of energy remaining.
But that is the final Protect Shield of the day for Out of Pocket. There is nothing left to hide behind, where Snots has this Lapras that can comfortably absorb this energy.
And no Malamar on that side. However, Malamar does not really want to face a Lapras up this much energy. Sparkling Aria going to be the move of choice if it is thrown into this Tinkaton right before Out of Pocket's able to reach a charge attack. 2 Sparkling Arias loaded. I don't think together they'll be enough to knock out. However, maybe it'll put it in range for a Psywave down later.
And the Cycling and Sparkling Aria is going to land. Out of Pocket spending both of those shields on that Shadow for Alligator very early in the game. Tinkaton down very, very low before it is able to throw this Play Rough. Snots has to make a decision. You've only got 1 Protect Shield remaining. Is Lapras going to receive it? No. Lapras goes down really low in health. We see a quick pivot into the Malamar. This is a tough Psywave down.
Snots going up against the Tinkaton. Play Rough is reached. He's a little bit frustrated that it was able to be reached, able to get the Psywave down after, but no, a pivot into the Shadow for Alligator. For Alligator still had a charge attack. This is not going to be able to threaten a knockout. I think a Psywave down will be possible, but there is an incredibly bulky Diggersby in the back.
And that Snots has set up his Malamar with 2 superpowers. Is that enough to take out the Diggersby? We have 1 superpower, and then could maybe do we have the switch timer available?
I think that would be key in order to reduce the amount of damage he's taking from the quick attacks, but I think he recognizes no switch clock up means he does not have a win condition. Fire Punch is coming through from out of pocket, securing game number 5.
And out of pocket with a sigh of relief is your Milwaukee Regional Champion.
Congratulations, out of pocket for an intense losers run. He said this is the very first time he's ever been able to make top 8 coming in from the loser side. It's the very first time he's made grand finals coming in from the loser side, but he's also been able to secure the grand championship here in Milwaukee in the year 2025.
What a feat. There are so few trainers that have been able to enter day 2 from the loser side bracket and take on opponent after opponent after opponent and still remain victorious. It is so tough for the person sitting on the loser side to even just create that bracket reset situation. But if anyone could do it, I've been saying it all day, it was out of pocket, your new Milwaukee Regional Champion.
I'll also have to say congratulations to you, Stephanie, for having the MVP pick and the MVP trainer to make it all the way to those grand finals and secure victory.
And I would say Malamar definitely the MVP here, bringing it to 7, I believe, of these, bringing it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Like, I think all of the games in the grand finals had Malamar. I don't think he left it on the bench one time.
We had 10 full battles there. Let's go ahead and rewatch the first set of 5 because it's been so long. It's like a far away distant memory. This is going to be game number 1 where we see the Malamar mirror match, out of pocket up energy a little bit, throwing the superpower and pivoting, I think, after a shield into his jump bluff.
And here we can see again, this is back from that first set of battles. Snots' Malamar going down. In this entire set, out of pocket was dialed in, winning game after game after game.
Yeah, I had forgotten. He won 3 games in a row. It was not actually all 5 games in the first set. Very dominant performance in that first set of 5. Unfortunately, Corviknight not really able to do its job. A great catch of the Iron Head there. The Swift coming in from the Ferret to pick up the knockout, but just not enough health, not enough energy to make its way through this Malamar.
And yeah, that Tinkaton still standing strong in this situation. Then we can see we're still in that second game of the first set of battles before the reset. Out of pocket just kind of continuing this domination with Malamar, just showing that it's one of the strongest counters out there to Lapras. And Snots in these first games hardly brought Lapras at all. In the first, out of the 7 games total, he only brought Lapras 3 times, less than half.
And out of pocket, like, he's making it seem like Tinkaton's a Malamar answer too, with how he's been able to, or excuse me, Malamar is a Tinkaton answer based on how he's been playing it. When it's matched up in the lead, it's able to throw that superpower before the play rough comes through, and he's been able to pivot out into so many of his own answers, whether it be the jump bluff or it be his own Tinkaton.
That is such an incredible performance. So I think out of pocket really just going to show why he is one of North America's most decorated trainers. So I'm trying to do the math. I'm trying to go back in time, think about all of the different battles we saw. So Malamar was on all 7 battles of the grand finals. The only other Pokemon that came close was Diggersby, actually.
Diggersby is going to be the core breaker, the ground type that out of pocket really wanted to see. This is the grand finals reset. This is game number 3 after each trainer had taken a singular victory over the other. In this game, Ferret really trying its hardest to be able to put up that fast attack pressure, to utilize those Trailblazes to get that Sucker Punch to do a little bit more damage. However, out of pocket, great energy management with this Malamar, able to get that fast attack down, land this superpower into the Tinkaton. It was an attempted catch of a foul play, but the superpower, enough damage to pick up the knockout here, and then one more Psywave onto that Ferret to win that game number 3.
And that was a really key call to be able to throw that superpower instead of the foul play. Really heads up move there by out of pocket.
And here in game number 4, Fire Punch able to pick up the knockout of the Lapras, but that just wasn't enough for out of pocket. In comes the Tinkaton, bulldoze after bulldoze after bulldoze to try to knock out the try to knock out the opposing trainer's Pokemon. However, Malamar in the end just able to land the foul play after the shielded foul play, and then the Fairy Wind down was possible.
And again, this match is what brought us to that decisive game number 5. So we're going to see here that Snots is going to be able to secure that Fairy Wind down, bringing us to that game 5. So very exciting. The crowd was roaring at the start, and here we have where Tink, the Shadow for Alligator, out of pocket, invested both of his shields very early on in that Pokemon.
And realistically, this Shadow for Alligator was the MVP for out of pocket in this game number 5. It was able to deal with the Tinkaton, and in the end game, it was able to land a very hard-hitting Hydro Cannon into this Malamar, really securing Snots' demise here, just unable to get through the final Pokemon of this Diggersby, even though you have access to super effective superpower. And the Fire Punch into the Lapras in the end game, securing victory. Sigh of relief from out of pocket, knowing that he is now the Milwaukee 2025 Regional Champion.
And that is such an impressive run. We can see now out of pocket at the top of the final standings with that group project team that he ran with his friends. But we can, even though the scoreboard says that out of pocket won 6 of those games, that doesn't go to show how well Snots actually did.
Yeah, realistically, Snots wasn't challenged all that tough or all that hardly until that grand finals. Let's look at our top 3 with their teams. Number 1 with out of pocket. Realistically, it's the Malamar, right? The Malamar bros. All 3 of these trainers brought Malamar as well. Slight different variation of Snots' team, right? Corviknight and that Sucker Punch Furret, two of the key pieces for that team for Snots.
This was such an incredible run for Snots. First grand finals. Milwaukee is clearly good to this guy because he had top 3 in 2023. And do you have any final closing thoughts here from the desk, Nick, or are we ready to award some medals?
I think I'm ready to see an award ceremony.
All right, Henry, go ahead and take it away.
Thank you so much, Stephanie and Nick. My name is Henry, and here shortly, I'm going to have the privilege to get to be joined on stage today by the trainers who have competed in this tournament and climbed to the very top. Now, we had 160 trainers here in Milwaukee. This was the first North American regional where Tinkaton was allowed. And throughout the course of these 2 days, we've seen some unbelievable plays. This first trainer, they brought a team that quite a few of their friends brought as well. It's been called the school project of teams, and he showed that he has what it takes, consistent top cuts. Please give a big round of applause for the trainer who finished in 3rd place, Nighttime Clasher. Nighttime, being on the podium here, it seems like it is becoming a pretty common occurrence for you. You obviously were able to win the regional last year, and now consistent top cuts. You're on the podium once again. What would you say is kind of the secret to this insane consistency that you've had throughout the season?
Honestly, just a lot of practice. I guess discussing the teams with the right people and making sure that even if you have weaknesses, you're ready to play against them and know exactly what to do in all the scenarios. Play enough where you literally know everything about what you need to know and there won't be any issues.
Talk to me about Malamar. Malamar, it seemed to be a real game changer for you in so many of these matchups. A Steel plus Fairy type just joined the meta, and yet Malamar, a Pokemon that in theory should have a really tough matchup there, seemed like it was incredible for you. So talk to me about the difference that Malamar made for you in this tournament.
It was just amazing, right? The Steel Fairy Pokemon is a bit of a fraud. Like Malamar, Jumpluff, they can all bully through it as needed. Of course, Superpower is such a good neutral move. Even Acrobatics from Jumpluff is an amazing resistant move. So there's a lot of ways to bully through the Tinkaton, especially if you bring 3x weak on one team, you can still get through it. Malamar was just so safe into a lot of teams, and even in Jumpluff matchups, you're still doing neutral damage. So overall, just had a lot of play into everything.
And final, any shout outs or thank yous that you would like to provide? I know you had mentioned that you had done so much practice. You were in the lab, team building with your friends. Any particular shout outs you want to give of people who helped make this run possible for you today?
Yeah, first of all, just shout out to Teresa. She did get up to 580 points, so she should be qualified for Worlds, so I'm super proud of her. Of course, my brother and Kevin, who came with me on the trip, all the friends who helped me practice in the USBC, and inadequates with some lines last minute, and of course, my parents. If you guys are watching this live, thank you so much for always supporting me. It means a lot.
Big congratulations again to Nighttime Clasher. And next up, a trainer whose plays were unbelievable all weekend. The level of precision and going a bit against the grain with a very unique core of that Unova Stunfisk plus Corviknight. Corviknight proving to be an incredible Pokemon, and Unova Stunfisk breaking many teams. Please give it up for our finalist here in Milwaukee, Snots! Well, Snots, in a tournament where we saw Malamar just perform incredibly well, I do want to talk to you a bit about that Corviknight and Unova Stunfisk, because I believe this is the farthest the Corviknight has ever gotten in a tournament, and you were brilliant with Corviknight all weekend. So talk to me about, in the team building process, what helped you settle on Corviknight as a must-bring this weekend in Milwaukee?
Yeah, I just think it's a really good core breaker, especially now with Tinkaton being added to the meta. Pretty much all the teams have Tinkaton, Shadow Jumpluff, Lapras, there was Malamars, and Corviknight can fare well against all those, so.
Glad to hear it, and from the sounds of the crowd here, it sounds like you have a raucous cheering section here. Lots of friends and family cheering you on. Let's hear it, come on, here we go, there we go. So talk to me about how that's felt throughout the course of the weekend, knowing you have so many people in your corner. Every win, even if I was backstage, I was hearing those pop-offs. So talk to me about how that felt.
Yeah, I mean, it feels amazing. I love all these guys, and it gave me so much confidence, and it definitely made me play better.
I'm so glad to hear it. And finally, just dazzling play all weekend. Is there anyone else you would like to thank or shout out who's helped contribute to this journey of you standing here with a medal in Milwaukee?
Yeah, just everyone's standing right here. They all know who they are. I have my family watching at home, and all my teammates at ETMs for sure. So,
congratulations, you were magnificent all week. Another big round of Snots. And finally, a trainer who needs no introduction here. He's been unbelievable all weekend. He has the title of international champion. He's been a regional champion in seasons past, and now he's back at the top. Give it up for our Milwaukee regional champion, Out of Pocket! You are having one of the most dominant seasons we've seen in a while. You were able to emerge victorious in San Juan. You've been a finalist multiple times this season as well. Talk to me about what it means to take home this trophy, as you are now the current reigning Milwaukee regional champion.
Oh boy, where do I even begin? I mean, honestly, like, it's just so surreal. I scrim, I practice, I would say more than just about anyone else in the scene, just for this. It all led up to this moment. You know, I scrimmed day in, day out for Atlanta, for this tournament, for not really as much Sacramento, but I still really put a lot of time into that meta as well. And it's just like, to see the hard work pay off and to come from the loser's bracket. I never even made top 8, starting from loser's bracket and top cut, to working away out every single set, always locked in, and somehow getting up here. Honestly, it's like indescribable.
And I do want to talk to you about that loser's bracket run, because it can feel very demoralizing in the moment. This is double elimination, which means until you have a second loss, you're not out of it yet. But with that first loss, it can feel like a very high mountain that you have to climb. So talk to me about the mentality throughout this weekend, being able to fight back, because after that loss, you just never lost again.
Very true, I did not lose again. It's a double elimination tournament, and I only got eliminated once. So, honestly, like, when someone loses early, a lot of the times it's like, you know, maybe they'll try and string a few wins, maybe get a top 8. Like, sometimes it's hard to set the bar very high. I didn't lose August Isley and just be like, yeah, I'm still going to win the tournament. But I definitely felt like, okay, like the team is good. I don't feel like I played necessarily bad. I just need to recalibrate for the next matches, just continue thinking, and results will come.
And results have definitely arrived for you here. Another thing that I do want to touch back with here is going to be practice. You mentioned you are constantly practicing, trying to hone your craft to be the very best, like no one ever was, which is a bit of a saying around these parts. So talk to me about who has been helpful throughout this practice journey in terms of building the team and really ironing out those exact matchups and knowing, as you described, everything you need to know.
Honestly, like, there's so many people. I would say the biggest players for me this entire season, seasons past, were Lyle, Sean, Eric, Harry, Sergio, David, Fareed, Jai, Zhao, Maxwell. Honestly, the list could go long. I need to catch a flight. I mean, I got to keep it a little bit brief. But honestly, every single person I've talked to, scrimmed with, entered a practice tournament and fought against, like, has been a piece of the puzzle to the Pocket that you see right now. So just appreciate everyone, and I'll be back.
Incredible stuff here from Pocket. He is now your 2025 Milwaukee Regional Champion. Let's give it up one last time for Out of Pocket. And I'll send it back over to the casters.
Thanks so much, Henry, and congratulations once again to Out of Pocket and all of our top competitors at Milwaukee this weekend. I'm here with Phoebe and DeFi, and we're going to close things out. But first, I just love to hear some of your initial thoughts about the weekend. DeFi, let's start with you.
I just love how the winning team was a group project. It was something that was put together by a group of friends, running it maybe a little bit differently. Pocket's team was slightly different with the regular Jump Bluff with Skull Bash Lapras, but I really like that group effort, that community effort, and also all of the practice that these trainers have been doing with community.
I'm going to give 1.5 answers. The half answer is kind of jumping off of you. Skull Bash Lapras. We've seen fewer grass types in the meta. Maybe Skull Bash Lapras is the play nowadays. The second thing is, or the first thing, I already did a half, right, is Malamar. Will we see Malamar really rise up in usage? Will we see harder answers to it than the Fairy Wind users that seem to be struggling a little bit? Like, how many times did we see Jump Bluff or the Tinkaton be knocked out by a Malamar?
Yeah, I'm actually going to go with the trainer here. I just want to kind of congratulate Pocket once again, and for me, it's really just that persistence really does pay off. He has been to almost every tournament this season. I think this is his 3rd Grand Finals in this season alone, and just to see it all pay off, especially with a loser's bracket run, is really awesome. But let's take a look back at the winners side of the bracket. We saw Snots and Nighttime Clasher kind of coming out on top here, but then Snots, of course, advancing to the Grand Finals, where he met Out of Pocket, who came from the losers side of the bracket, which we can take a look at right now. Phoebe, do you want to tell us a little bit about this?
Yeah, Out of Pocket had just a really long day, taking down Zukin, Vergi, Verg, Teddy Bear, rise to occasion. A really tough battle for him against Silent Beast. I know he's really afraid of that Typhlosion Furret core, and then Nighttime Clasher, the mirror match, going a full 5 battles as well.
That's right, but we talked about that mirror match, but let's take a look at some of the Pokemon that were really the shining stars of day number 2. We see Tinkaton at number 1 there, but I really feel like Malamar ended up stealing the show towards the end of the day in the winners, losers, and grand finals. But let's take a look at some of our MVP picks, because I think someone on the couch is feeling pretty happy about her caster MVP pick that was the most likely to succeed.
Yes, I almost always pick a loser's bracket trainer starting off in day 2 because I love a good loser's bracket run, and Out of Pocket delivered that today. Normally I've kind of just conceded that because I pick someone from the loser side of the bracket in my caster predictions, I'm probably just like never going to win. So thank you, Out of Pocket, for delivering for that for me today.
Well, that's how things ended up, so congratulations to you. But let's see what we were thinking at the beginning of the weekend with our most likely to succeed caster predictions, I feel like we were all pretty spot on here. Maybe the Talonflame started to kind of disappear towards day 2, but for the most part, except for Phoebe, I think we all pretty much nailed this one.
Wow, a little bit of a snide comment there. I do want to say Swampert, Shadow Swampert wasn't something that I necessarily expected. We saw it do pretty well in day number 1, but I don't think we had any of it, at least on stream, in day number 2. We'll have to see if that continues to be a pick that trainers favor because of the addition of Sludge to its move pool.
Yeah, and I think Rayquaza might see something a little bit later on. I think you're just a little too early in your predictions, Nick.
Well, those are some of the Pokemon that were the shining stars here in Milwaukee, but let's look ahead to the rest of the season. We've just got one more regional in North America, and that's Portland.
And Portland is a beautiful city. I have been there before. I'm sad I'm not going to be able to make it to this regional because I love Portland so much. Trainers, this is your last North American regional opportunity. Sign up right now. This could sell out.
That's right, but there's not just events left in North America, so if you're tuning in from somewhere around the world, take a look at the European regional that we have coming up, or the European event. There's still going to be a lot of opportunities to earn some championship points there. This is actually in Utrecht.
Yeah, it's going to be May 17th to May 18th, and you're going to have to look out to the skies. Maybe there's going to be a Rayquaza descending down with a little bit of Dragon Tail action.
A beautiful city there, and this is Portland, also a water-bound city. Definitely a beautiful city, as you were saying, DeFi, and I'm really excited to return there. So make sure you still sign up, as there's still a lot of spots left. So yeah, there's spots left, not just in Pokemon GO actually, but whatever game you're tuning in from, TCG, VGC. Also, if you just want to spectate, hang out, and maybe check out some of the event bonuses, you can head to RK9 and see all of the upcoming events there. But for now, I think that's going to be it for us in Milwaukee. Make sure to follow the channels. Phoebe, where can the folks at home find us?
You can find us on Pokemon.com/broadcast, where you can see all of your great commentators for each of the events, as well as additional information about each of the events. Don't forget about using that hashtag #PlayPokemon on Twitter or Instagram, and /Pokemon on Facebook, as well as YouTube, as well as Twitch, which is where you can follow those channels.
A lot of great channels. And DeFi, before we head off, are there any final thoughts you want to share about Milwaukee?
I just think it was great. This was a fantastic regional. I am so proud of this event in my home state, and just a really great time.
All right, well, thank you both, and thank you to all the competitors, judges, and staff who helped make this event possible. I think that's going to be it for us in Milwaukee, and we'll see you in Portland.